Welcome to Matthews IS and welcome to our latest series on India's relationship with countries in the neighborhood. This is the most important area of relationship for any country. It influences its foreign policy formulation and implementation. It is most vital for protection of one's national interests, strategic, commercial, and cultural. And this time, what we are doing is we are talking about SAARC. Now, SAARC is a regional organization, but all its members belong to the South Asian region and are India's proximate neighbors, all of them. So it is, in a manner of speaking, re-examining the relationship with different neighbors. We have discussed them bilaterally, but when they are all together, it becomes a multilateral forum. So it becomes a multilateral forum, and this is what we are going to examine. Does it change the relationship in any manner? Now, it is supposed to be an organization looking after the bilateral, regional, and global groupings. And how does SAARC interact with other regional groupings, global groupings? How do members interact among themselves when they negotiate as a group? Are there group positions or are there blocks within the SAARC membership? We shall discuss this. This is an important issue. It is important to go through the background. The background is that there was general awareness that the connectivity between South Asian nations was very poor, but even stronger was the feeling that the country like India dominated the smaller neighbors. So the idea was first mooted in May 1980 by the then Bangladeshi President James Ziaur Rahman, whose intention obviously was to have a grouping of smaller neighbors who would balance the dominating influence of the big brother to some bullying India and do that. The background was the first regional intergovernmental organization of South Asian countries for cooperation in various. So the idea was to promote cooperation, but basically the main motivation was to counter Wales, India, the larger neighbor. South India had gained independence from colonial rulers in 1947, but was still poorly integrated. Obviously poorly integrated because of the partition. West Punjab was part of Pakistan, East Pakistan was part of Pakistan, and on two flanks, the present Bangladesh and Pakistan were hostile enemy countries in the neighborhood. Then again, Sri Lanka opted to go its own way, first towards capitalism, then it was engaged in civil strife, so that was also there. Nepal was making a very difficult transition from monarchy, feudalism, first to constitutional democracy, then taking one step forward, two steps backward. So this, the poor connectivity and lack of integration was very much there. So it was established with the signing of the charter in Dhaka in December in 1985. So you would see that first of all it began very slowly. The idea was mooted in 1980. People decided whether they should be their right to join or not join. India also was concerned that all the younger, smaller neighbors were standing up together. They would be bargaining for a position of strength. For them, they would be Indian kind of thing. So but India realized that it has to join any such organization here. So it was a 5-year lag between the idea of being mooted and a secretariat being established. 2 more years were passed before 1987. The secretariat was established in Kathmandu. Now, one interesting principle and a nice principle was that it would not have a centralized top-heavy administration in one place. It would have a secretariat in one country, like in this case Kathmandu and Nepal. Other organizations related to SAARC would have their headquarters in different countries. So it would be a decentralized. The facade the impression created would be that it was a much more democratic, much more egalitarian organization. But again, you notice 2 years gap between signing of the charter and establishing the headquarters in Kathmandu. So you have to realize there's a very slow progress of the idea itself from inception to implementation. What is the working mechanism? We feel that the working mechanism was also very clumsy. It provided for biennial summits hosted by countries in alphabetical order. So nobody thinks that the larger countries having the presidents. Host of the summit assumes chairmanship of the SAARC. Meetings of the heads of state and governments is the highest decision-making body, but highest decision-making body doesn't normally make decisions about nitty-gritty of cooperation and collaboration. Summit meetings between the topmost leaders are organized to defuse the crisis or to lay the foundation for a long-term strategic commercial relationship, and the details are worked out at a lower level. Here you see it's the top-heavy glamorous organization. You have summits, you have summits of meetings of heads of state or meetings of heads of government. Summits would adopt a declaration which contains decisions and directives. Now the interesting part is this: decisions, yes, it contains decisions are related to consensus. What directives could the heads of the states meeting issue to the governments of other countries? The directives could be suggestions. They could be suggestive, not mandatory. They would be recommendatory. The leaders would do this to strengthen the regional cooperation, but did all leaders want to strengthen the regional cooperation, or they did not want to say that the plans and projects for regional cooperation proposed by India could be rejected and say, here, we have an alternative project for you. And this was there. The summit also considers the reports of councils of ministers and ministerial meetings. So you see, it's a highly bureaucratized, formal heads of states, foreign ministers, councils of ministers, then of course, regular meetings, summits, issuing of statements. So this would take care of almost the whole calendar. Every 2 years, the summit would take place, every alternate year, the summit would take place. There would be these meetings in 6 months, 1 year interval. SAARC has a secretariat located in Kathmandu, which serves as a headquarters, but other bodies take their decisions somewhere else. So it's again a classic example of international bureaucratic tangle. These departments, the executive ministry, secretariats dealing with different departments become vested in place, and they are so specialized that there is no interaction between different arms of this. No, the member states are 8: India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Maldives, and Afghanistan. Afghanistan became the newest member at the 13th SAARC in 2005. 2005 represents 15 years, but Afghanistan throughout these 15 years has been practically effectively opting out of this. Some Afghan leaders might participate in SAARC meetings, but they were so beset by difficulties at home, civil war, military intervention by America, massive task of rebuilding, rehabilitating people affected by war, outlawry, anarchy, warlordism. So Afghanistan is not exactly late joiner of the club, ineffective for the most part. Pakistan, the Indo-Pak relationship has been terrible in these 15 years, and although when SAARC was established, Pakistan thought that it might use it with Bangladesh too. Then Bangladesh was ruled by an anti-India regime, so to speak, and pro-Pakistani regime. But this hopes were belied because very soon pro-India Sheikh Hasina government took charge in Bangladesh. So Pakistan on one side and Afghanistan totally disturbed eliminates 2 members to play along with the cooperation coalition path. Now it was agreed in the earlier charter that no bilateral disputes will be brought here. This does not stop Pakistan from bringing bilateral issues even in retreats which are supposed to be far more informal. The position of Nepal has been interesting. It has a government secretariat, but if you recall, this was also the period when the Maoist rebels were gaining ground. The civil war and insurgency was almost come to an end, and the Maoists took power through electoral means, but peace did not return to Nepal immediately. Residual disagreements continued. The process of constitution making was very difficult and arduous. Same applies to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka was going through a very fierce, bloody civil war unleashed by the terrorists, and it controlled it with very great effort and at a very great price. So you would see that Nepal, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Afghanistan had other priorities. So what did it leave? It left India and Bangladesh generally having a harmonious bilateral relationship, although not without stresses and strains, and Bhutan, with which India had a trilateral relationship, but Bhutan did not have equally trilateral relationship with Nepal. It was worried about what the Nepalese settled in southern Bhutan would do. So there were issues, and Bhutan was landlocked, but Sri Lanka was a different island state. So there was no such community of interest between a landlocked state, a small landlocked state, and an island state in the Indian Ocean about what areas would collaborate on. You had Maldives, a small atoll in the Indian Ocean, where the Chinese were trying to get a hold, where the Islamic fundamentalists were trying to exploit the situation. There were so many atolls, such small atolls, which could shelter a pirate and could shelter a terrorist. So Maldives was also having, during this period, upheavals and tumultuous domestic politics. There were charges of corruption, there were charges of Chinese interference in their governance, there were charges of a corrupt elite, sort of allowing China to take strategic control of its some contracts of Indian companies were cancelled. The Indian ambassador was asked to become a person of data almost and leave. So all this was not the milieu in which SAARC would have been in progress. We often say the SAARC has been a stillborn organization, but people are trying to sustain it, people are trying to breathe new life into it. But all these efforts have failed. It reminds of one of the old folk tale that there is a monkey mother whose child dies, and she refuses to part with the child and keeps it on the cling to its breast and trying to hope that the child will regain life somehow miraculously. So this miraculous optimism about SAARC has been very misleading. Again, the SAARC has extended the list of observers from USA to China to Australia to European Union to Japan to South Korea to Mauritius to Iran to Nepal. Now, if you have a sharply focused regional integration organization of collaboration, say something like ASEAN, and when you expand the scope, it dilutes the gravity of the organization. It can happen to a much more efficient organization than the European Union. The only other international organization regional which has retained its identity equation is perhaps ASEAN, which is managed very differently. So if you keep the member states, you will see the squad between member states bilateral, and if you have observers like China and USA which have their own strategic agenda, you have other areas in Nepal like European Union and Japan. So you have a problem of making SAARC tick or back. What is the mandate? The mandate should better be called a wish list. It could be called an unfulfilled wish list. I quickly read out to promote the welfare of the people, very generalized, improve the quality of their life. Nobody comes to this. To accelerate economic growth, social progress, cultural development in the region, and to provide all individuals with opportunities to live with dignity. How do we accelerate this? How do you promote this objective? To promote and strengthen collective self-reliance. Now, can there be such thing as collective self-reliance? Because you say every country wants to become self-reliant. It limits the scope for relying on others, so self-reliance would exclude some sectors of the economy and activity from this. So no thought is gone into this, but cliches have been repeated to contribute to mutual trust. Now take one example from India and Pakistan. There have been a series of CBM's confidence building measures. There have been unilateral initiatives to rebuild peace, but this has not really succeeded. So if it's not succeeded, there's a very easy to create misunderstanding and distrust between India and Nepal about ethnicity, about nationalism, about domination by India. So the point is, how do you build mutual trust? How do you build understanding and appreciation of one another's problem where the problems are mutually exclusive? Or probably you could even say the problems are created by the other member in the SAARC membership. You have India. It would say that how do we talk of collaboration and cooperation with Pakistan, and Pakistan is launching proxy war against us and exposing us to terrorist attacks? Pakistan could not reciprocate in the same way, but it could be. The Bangladesh could say, how do you expect us to cooperate when you implement laws on the border like CAA, Citizenship Amendment Act? You have the National Register for Separation Register for the Citizen, and you target a neighbor for all your problems. So you think the problems are created by the intransigent labor, and you talk of peace. It says to promote active collaboration with and mutual assistance. Now it's typical bureaucracies when the officials sit down, government officials, they use words which don't mean much but sound very grand. So it says promote active collaboration. So can there be a passive collaboration? So how do you transit from a general agreement of passive collaboration and make it active collaboration and in economic, social, cultural, technical, and scientific fields? Now this again is adding words and getting people lost in this maze of words to strengthen cooperation with other developing countries, which means that it will be SAARC as a group would be negotiating with other countries individually or would be dealing with other international forums to strengthen cooperation amongst themselves. Now, obviously, if they are having cooperation with other countries, they have been cooperation in other international forums on matters of common interest. Now, this again is a very tricky problem. What are the matters? Have they been listed of common interest for all members, or list of matters which are of common interest to 2, 3, 4 of the members? And is there enough cooperation between these members to have a body of collective interest, a community of interest which can be pursued in a larger forum like UN or elsewhere? To cooperate with international and regional organizations with similar aims and purposes. Now, each international organization from UN down to the smallest one has similar aims, objectives, and purposes. Nobody says that we have been formed unless it's a military alliance. Even a military alliance targeting enemy says we have been founded to protect and promote the interests of our members, promote security interests, forge cultural interests, help each other economically, make them self-reliant. So whether it is NATO, whether it's a Warsaw Pact, whether it's a CETO, you make similar bias voices. Decisions at all levels are to be taken on the basis of unanimity, which is the greatest difficulty. Each small country, even Maldives could have a veto, Pakistan could have a veto, Nepal could have a veto. Is it the way to do it, or is it the way you can have? You can not take any decision ultimately with the single member having the slightest difference. Bilateral and contentious issues are excluded, but they are from the deliberation. But they are like the Bambos ghost at the play. They are Hamlet's uncle's ghost. They are always there. These are the bilateral unresolved issues which in English phrase currently fashion to say they are the elephants in the room. Nobody wants to talk about it, but this is there. Now the areas of cooperation, you can keep repeating it. There's human resource development. You can list the organizations which are supposed to do with this. The SAARC Women's Associations, the SAARC Asia Initiative and Violence Against Children, tourism, SAARC Visa Exemption Scheme. It is not really marked out in real life. Only the members of parliament could have visa travel to each other's countries. The common man has been having visa travel between India and Nepal, but all other visas have been problematic. There's the agricultural cooperation, the food bank, the SAARC center, the SAARC seed bank. It is not enough to have food bank. It is the agricultural center, the seed bank. So this is just hair splitting and making it look on the paper. There's a great scope for areas of cooperation. Rural development, SAARC model village scheme. So who decides what's the model village scheme? Is there unanimity about the model villages in the plains or the deltas of India and the mountain hamlets in Nepal or in Bhutan? Terrain is different, requirements are different, and the available resources are different. What materials being used? Then it says SAARC handicraft development sector. So is this handicraft development center going to be employment generating, self-employment generating, village level employment scheme, or is it going to be tourism related activity as creating schools and setting out, in which Nepal has distinguished its best practices? Bhutan has done a very good job of this, but what Bhutan does with tourism can be better idea. Bhutan promotes tourism, low volume, high value. India opts for something else and or elsewhere. Now there says that South Asian Wildlife Enforcement Network. So why should these countries, all member states, be cooperating with existing UN organizations, World Wildlife Fund, or Food and Agriculture Organization? There is something to do about natural disasters which is here. Then you come to the present area, the SAARC COVID Information Exchange Platform. So you have a nice acronym called POINT-X, but is it enough to form an information exchange platform or to have enough vaccines and peripheral to find the virus made available in distribution? So SAARC has a disaster management center in New Delhi, but this is total totality of natural disasters. It could be a natural calamity, it could be tsunami, it could be a climate change induced disaster, it could be a pandemic. So there is no clarity about this, and every time you want to revive the SAARC, like the poor monkey mother, you fail miserably, but you haven't been given up. Again, there's a SAARC for commerce and industries. There is a SAARC free trade agreement. Look at the rates, 2004. Poverty alleviation, SAARC development for there are good sources to do this across the board. SAARC framework agreement on energy cooperation, specified electricity. You have problems about hydroelectric power generation between Nepal and India. So there's more of conflict, more of resentment than cooperation. Similarly, upstream, downstream dam building between India and Pakistan. Water problem between, not unrelated to electricity generation, between India and Bangladesh. So I think it's easy. No specific thought is gone into the areas of cooperation. And no lessons have been learned from the experience of past almost 4 decades. It says transport, science and technology, industrial research and development. This is one substantial achievement, although small in size, but with great potential in the future, is the establishment of South Asian University, where students from all member states are brought together. They get to know each other better. They can be ambassadors of goodwill and prepare the ground for better collaboration in years to come. I think these are the kinds of things which should have been scaled up, promoted. Medicare, medical colleges, institutions of engineering. There is also a culture of freedom, SAARC literary festival taking place regularly, SAARC writers, authors, artists. But what my problem, and I think any other in this problem, this situation would be that all these things become small pockets of vested interest. There is an NGO which runs the SAARC literary festival for small businessmen by writer forum of writers, artists, etc. In South Asia, and it is dependent on grants to travel, grants to disseminate its work from respective governments. Various member states do not have the resources to spare for this, including India. So when there is a favorable person in place who can make a grant, this festival takes place. It can only do this much because unless there is the areas of discord and dispute are reduced, this soft power relation can't take as much anywhere. Accomplishments again, the first thing which you say is SAARC 2004 accomplishment. Has it helped out trade with Pakistan? Has it helped out trade with Sri Lanka? Has it really helped out trade with Bangladesh? So you have a problem. It's not that we say the bilateral trade should have improved for India or these countries, but has there been a general increase in volume of trade after this thing? You talk of SAARC development fund, and we don't know what the source of the bank is, what the scale of the fund is. You say South Asian Agreement in Trade and Services 2021 follows a positive risk approach. Now these again are matters of purely theoretical interest to conceptual interest to economists and bureaucrats. In actual implementation, of course, we have already talked about South Asian University, which provides internationally recognized degrees. What internationally recognized mean? Does it mean that the degrees are internationally recognized without any other equivalence process among member states, or they are internationally recognized across the board in Commonwealth, in United Kingdom, in America, and so on? Is there a parity? We have very interesting. Are there only students from these countries, or are also faculty members from these countries? So this is an issue which has to be, of course, if you say regular summits have been held since its establishment, it is again qualified until recently. So if you can hold a virtual summit with a major power, why can't you hold a virtual summit during the COVID period with the SAARC summit? So how is it that the SAARC summits are affected by other things? And we take great pride in this, that SAARC has spread across the states and is not concentrated. Again, the multi-dimensional cooperation, the reality of multi-dimensional cooperation is really quite disappointing. So I do not think that accomplishments, even if they are very limited, can be much talked about. Shortcomings. You could call it abject failure. The cancel summits due to Pak's sponsored terrorism. Good. So which means that as long as Pak doesn't stop sponsoring terrorism, the summits will continue to be cancelled or sabotaged. Too many areas of cooperation, we did point out this dilute focus and resources. The lack of resources with South Asian countries, including India, cannot allow to this wide bandwidth to be used. There's a low frequency of meetings, which means there is no great enthusiasm, except among people who are appointed to these departments, divisions, secretariats. World Bank has stated, continues to hold the view that South Asia is the least integrated region in the world in terms of trade and people-to-people context and connectivity. This 40 years after the establishment of SARC. Not a very exciting picture. Is that right? You would have to look at it. SARC and limited coverage member countries are not contiguous to each other. India is the only country sharing borders with most of them. Little progress of connectivity, low volume of trade. Is that SARC trade is just 5% of the total trade of members. Inflation rate is 25%, but it's not second. When we talk of these figures, we are talking India's trade with ASEAN countries as well. And the other members are only emotionally there. Bilateral political issues continue to plague the relationship. Pakistan blocks most initiatives, and there is no possibility that Pakistan will change its views either on SARC or bilateral cooperation. So the challenges for India continue to remain. A conflict with Pakistan simmers. Bilateral issues, primarily with Pakistan, at times with Nepal, at times with Bangladesh, at times with Sri Lanka, become so acute that cooperation is a distant dream. This, I think, is an unfair allegation against India today. India has hardly, in the past decade, acted as a big brother vis-a-vis any of these smaller neighbors. It has taken extra care to keep away from entanglements in their internal affairs, but the bogey can always be raised. Asymmetry of power and resources between neighbors and India is a cause of constant suspicion. So you would continue to look at India with some element of distrust in the region, especially when China is systematically trying to do this. The border disputes continue earlier with Pakistan. There was Al-Aman with Bangladesh. There was a time border treaty problems with Sri Lanka. But then there are border disputes now. At times when there is a hostile government with Nepal, it can be raised. The security threat is not only from Pakistan. It is also Pakistani security threats being operated from other SARC member countries more favorable to Pakistan, either on ties of religion at a time, probably like Maldives, or under Chinese influence. So this is something. What are the challenges in SARC for India? Let's not keep worrying about lack of resources. If the dream was there, probably the resources would be provided. There is only way India can keep alive the dream of SARC, not let it become a nightmare to counter the Chinese inroads and string of points being put around our neck. There is a party is not going to disappear overnight, especially after the low economies in various countries have suffered during the pandemic. The connectivity will continue to be poor because Afghanistan is not connected, not only due to Pak occupied Kashmir, but because of problems of its own. It is practically bankrupt, facing a famine, anarchy is rampant, while modernism is there. The Taliban are not interested in development per se. They can only remain in power as long as the conditions remain disturbed. Poor track record of progress should have by now made it clear to us that SARC should be slowly, gently forgotten. Other groups have often come to replace SARC from BIMSTEC at one stage to Quad more latest, but then India is very reluctant to face facts, harsh facts, and face reality. To our mind, it is a denial of reality to think that SARC has potential. But we are students of India, Indian international relations, so if SARC has been there in some kind of a, even after life support system, in a state of deep coma for the past 40 years, we would not pull the plug on SARC and hope for the best. That is the Indian temperament, and that's what we have to learn to live with it. I keep trying to say that there is significance of India. You would much rather say that is there continued relevance for it. Social-cultural affinity will continue. But is it enough? Shared history and heritage is there. But this is also at times disputed. Pakistan would dispute the common heritage, pre-Islamic times and a different spin. With Nepal, you might have a problem about the place of origin of Buddha's birth or the tantric practices in Nepal. Large number of institutions and agreements complicate effective implementation of any program or any unanimity, implementation and competition. The geography is not necessarily favorable. India might say that geography we can't change, but is it necessarily favorable? As long as the river waters flow from one country to another country, the possibility of river dispute will remain. As long as there is a disputed border, how the border dispute is a child of geography, unmarked maps, difficult terrain, no man's land, not which cannot be always monitored. So you can say a generalized statement that there is a huge scope for development in low-income countries, but you start with such a low base that even small progress is 100% improvement over what was happening. Rapid growth in Bangladesh and human development is something which should encourage India. Bhutan is the lost domestic happiness, which is an interesting concept. Sri Lanka is facing severe economic crisis and the debt after it fell to a debt trap with China. We can say that India can keep claiming that there is immediate sphere of influence, but do the other countries continue to accept this that they are parts of India's sphere of influence and they want a more respectable, equitable share in a partnership? For India, the significance remains primarily significance to keep China away from India. But is SARC the best sword or the best shield to do this? Again, a cliche neighborhood first policy in India. Are all, as it is often said, are all figures in the hand equal? Are all children equally beloved of the mother or the parents? So you would say that the neighborhood first policy of India makes great sense as a slogan, but which neighbor first? Keep out the most disturbing of Pakistan, talk of Nepal, talk of Bangladesh, talk of Bhutan, try to win over Sri Lanka to our side, maybe reclaim the lost space, lost territory in Maldives. So neighborhood first also creates problem. Which neighbor are we talking about? What neighbors? The maritime neighbors, the proximate land neighbors, and regional stability is necessary. That is stated obvious. But who brings about regional stability? If India is not the middle, if India is not the middle power, is India imposing a tax, a peace on this region, or outside powers are disturbing it, and India has to protect its own? It again is a very interesting thing that if India is not the predominant actor in South Asia via SARC, it's a prerequisite for India's aspirations to be good for global leadership. Now, the slogans like Vishwaguru, global leader, make sense, but one must objectively think that with China's presence in Asia, larger in population, greater in military might, more ruthless, more authoritarian, already accepted and having entangled itself with the economies of even the United States, Europe, the massive debt trap playing all across the world, can India compete for global leadership in realistic terms at the moment? So it's not to say that India should never aspire for global leadership. There is a historical experience of rise and fall of great powers, but at the moment, can we take on the challenge of China and say we have aspirations for global leadership? You can't be the single leader of the global international relations. You could probably collaborate. You could be probably one of two, three, like what is happening at the moment. You have the United States of America in retreat. You have China in resurgent aggressive mode. You have Russia temporarily in time. Russia and China on one side. The maximum Indians would vote for is to find a place with among these three, maybe as the fourth partner at the moment. This would be the real points, not what the Americans are imposing on India. This is the way forward. I think we should be more realistic about SARC. We should, as the old phrase has it, cut our cloth according to what is available to us, not according to what we think we need. So we have to trim down our global leadership aspirations temporarily at the moment, keeping in mind the external view, and try to recapture the lost momentum in our economic development. And once we are economically actually progressing, we probably can not impose our will, but attract our neighbors to follow our advice. This is all we have for you about SARC. Next time, another neighbor, maybe another international forum. Until then, thank you and goodbye. Welcome to Byju's IAS and welcome to our latest series on India's relations in the neighborhood. This time, what we are doing is to take a look at a multilateral forum called the BIMSTEC, and some people might be amused at why we are talking of neighbors, relationship with neighbors, and talking of regional organization. Now, the interesting thing about regional organization called BIMSTEC, called SAARC, called ASEAN, there are very many fora, multilateral fora, where India's relationship essentially are with countries in the neighborhood. These organizations have changed, they have morphed, they have been enlarged with passage of time, their objectives have been modified and revised, and Indian interests in the region have also changed. Now, there's an old saying that there are no permanent friends, there are no permanent enemies, there are only permanent national interests. But the interesting thing is that the reality is that the national interests also change with developments, the geographies change, historical experience change, alignments of neighbors change, enemies become adversaries and then allies become adversaries and may even become enemies. This is what has been happening in India's neighborhood. So India has been trying to take advantage of any multilateral forum which comes into existence, whether it is SAARC, which was primarily designed as an shall we say, mentally anti-India forum to cut down India's wings, to balance India's size with all the small neighbors getting together and coping with the big brother or the bully as they thought India was, and have a more fairer treatment. It could be a forum set up by like ASEAN, by the Western world to what is a bulwark against communism, but India had deep rooted ties with most countries in the region, so it would like to take advantage of these things available. So primarily the BIMSTEC is a forum which also has seen transformation, but it deals with primarily the problem of India trying to protect its interests, strategic, economic, founded on strong existing cultural ties, pre-existing cultural ties, and look after its interests. So this is what we discuss this time. The origins, important. The BIMSTEC is a regional organization comprising 7 member states lying in the littoral and adjacent areas of the Bay of Bengal, constituting a contiguous regional unit. So all the countries are connected, are unified geographically in the sense. It came into existence in 1997, and then the number of members was much smaller. It was called BISTEC, it was not called BIMSTEC. And what the word we have seen is the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technological Cooperation. It was originally only technical cooperation, then it became multi-sectoral, and the Bangkok Declaration meant something very different in the context. It was initially formed, the facade was an economic bloc. It started with only 4 members, later expanded to 7 members. And the 4 members, which originally belonged, shared a community of interest. We shall see what it was like. The significance of the organization is it constitutes a bridge between South and Southeast Asia. Not entire Southeast Asia, but South Asia meaning the South Asian subcontinent where India is largely there, and its immediate adjacent neighbors, landlocked Nepal, landlocked Bhutan, next to Bangladesh, Myanmar. Represents a reinforcement of relationship amongst these countries. The operating word here, we should remember, is BIMSTEC represents a reinforcement. It doesn't mean that it was providing a new platform, it was providing a new framework. It was trying to learn with the lessons it had acquired over the years that SAARC was vibrant, SAARC was still born. ASEAN had got an identity of its own and a personality which was sub-regional, Southeast Asian. They were not too keen to collaborate with India at one stage. Reluctantly, India's size could not be wished away. It was there. And then again, a platform for intra-regional cooperation. Intra-regional cooperation meaning SAARC and ASEAN. So SAARC was an association for cooperation of South Asian countries. ASEAN was an association for cooperation and collaboration of efforts between South Asian countries. So BIMSTEC would bridge this gap also. This again was a very wishful thinking because SAARC had floundered ever since its inception. So it could not be SAARC, so maybe BIMSTEC would replace SAARC to a certain extent and act as a bridge to ASEAN. But the BIMSTEC region is important and this is the significance. It's a home to 1.5 billion people. It's a little more now. But consider what it is. Of this 1.5, or let's say it's now 1.75 now by the time we are talking of these figures, Indian population itself is 1.35 billion. So which means the larger number of people populating this region is India. It's only India's contribution. It says it has 22% of the global population. Once again, the Indian population is the most significant part. It says it has combined gross domestic product GDP of $2.7 trillion. It's interesting. Again, the Indian economy is among the top 5-6, which keeps fluctuating. It is the Indian presence which makes it important. It has sustained an average economic growth of 6.5. This is a thing of past since COVID. Much has changed. Even before COVID, the recession had started. There was a retarded growth in the economy. In the last 5 years or more, the Bay of Bengal region in the route is the crucial route for 25% of the global trade. This figure has not changed. This might change because of COVID, and this is important because of China's aggressive thrust to southwest South China Sea and in the Bay of Bengal. Now, this is the most important aspect, which means the SAARC was an association proposed by the Bangladeshi general who had assumed power after coup, General Ziaur Rahman, and also it was, as we said, trying to take things of India. But this BIMSTEC includes Bangladesh in a different context, doesn't have the burden of Pakistan, and is dominated by the Indian presence in the economy. So it's very much a forum which Indians can use to their advantage, or so it was thought. How BIMSTEC works. Now, this is interesting that the chairmanship of BIMSTEC rotates amongst state. Sri Lanka is the present chair. Obviously, bilateral relationship between China, Sri Lanka is adverse to India's interests. India, Sri Lanka relationship is going through not a particularly harmonious phase. So this chairpersonship is not going to be to the advantage of India. The BIMSTEC secretariat is located in Bangladesh. Interesting. You see the dates. The secretariat was set up 17 years after the founding of BIMSTEC, only in 2014. So why was this delay? Where the other members from the USA about it? Was not there a reciprocity from the neighboring countries to join BIMSTEC? Was there no convergence of interest? Had India taken an initiative to hasten this process or accelerate this process? There have been regular summit meetings of heads of states every 2 years. Summit is the highest policy making body. Last summit was held in Kathmandu in 2018. It was after 2 years we had in 2020. By that time, obviously, the COVID had hit, but then what do these summits at the highest level of heads of state make a difference? I mean, what happens after these summits? Is there a preparatory work before the summits, or is there a follow-up work after these summits? There are obviously ministerial meetings, there are foreign official meetings, officer joint for special areas, because we say multi-sectoral collaboration and cooperation. So this leads to expert groups, this leads to task forces. They all sound very great, but they work at different levels. They have different specialized interests in different sectors, and not all sectoral interests are shared by all the members. So this is a major problem of the structure of BIMSTEC. Enlarging its membership has also interfered with its successful implementation of its ambitions and projects. Now, the members are BIMSTEC 7 members, 5 from South Asia, India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka. Bhutan and Nepal are landlocked. Please remember this. We'll discuss this a little further. Sri Lanka has a relationship which is fraught with India because of the long-drawn civil war which at times Sri Lankan thought Indians were not looking after their security interests and being partisan towards providing training assistance humanitarian relief to those who supported it. At the moment, Sri Lanka is taking towards China pronouncedly. Bangladesh, we have an interesting relationship, a very harmonious relationship. But even with Bangladesh, some of our senior leaders making those hostile provocative remarks about the poor Bangladeshis coming to India and termites, their illegal immigrants, and would chase them back to their home. And their poor people trying to live on our resources has provoked Bangladesh. And Bangladesh has countered by telling India that go to the social indicators, go to the economic growth rate. Bangladesh seems to be doing, if not better, almost as well as India. And these comments have created some tensions. For instance, Modi, to celebrate the centenary year of Muhammad Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in Dhaka, anti-India riots with criminal tinge broke out. There was fighting done by a friendly head of the state is at the head of Bangladesh, but there was loss of life. And this encouraged the anti-Sheikh Hasina Islamic fanatical factions to have one more defense. So there have been segregation of Hindu temples in Bangladesh. But the problem of suppression of minorities in India, which is Muslim minorities as far as Bangladesh is concerned, has put a strain. And it has weakened the hand of Sheikh Hasina to be even more cordial to India as it is. Now there are 2 countries from Southeast Asia. There is Myanmar and Thailand. Now interestingly, both these countries are very different. Myanmar has been ever since 1962 a country ruled by military junta, and it has isolated itself from the rest of the world. It has fallen into the trap of the Chinese, not that trap exactly, but Chinese influence has been increasing there. Chinese wanted to have string of opposite parts, and Burma was in important position. There is a large scale corruption of the senior army officers. There has been suppression of human rights. There is suppression of democratic processes. The Nobel Prize winning Aung San Suu Kyi has been in and out of prison. The latest coup has aroused the rebellion among all the Burmese population who are worried about the suppression of their environments, and also there have been tensions with ethnicities. Unfortunately, Aung San Suu Kyi kept silent when the Rohingyas were faced with genocide, with the violation of their human rights, war crimes were being committed in an undeclared war against them. They were rendered refugees to billions from the Rakhine state. So Myanmar is a different position. India has looked at Myanmar very geopolitically, and the areas in multi-sectoral cooperation are very limited. You may talk of joint military exercises, you may talk of healthcare, you may talk of infrastructure development, you may talk of agriculture and agro industry, but can you have a physical presence in Myanmar to ensure all this? Thailand was far more accessible, but Thailand also has been going through a period of political turbulence at the moment. The younger generation of Thais are very worried about the less majesty law, which anybody criticizing the royal family can be thrown into jail for 10-year-long sentences and more. There is no freedom of expression. There have been allegations made by Thai citizens about the monarchy, which spends most of the money on itself. Actually, Thailand is ruled by an army junta again, and the army puts the king, the monarch, in front to say that they are trying to defend the Thai institution and the Thai national identity. Thailand is a Buddhist country, but Thailand is also a country driven by market forces. It is a country that provides pleasure tourism. It provides destinations where tourists can spend money and indulge without inhibition and whatever is their weakness. And this has given Thailand a notorious reputation in international. Not only that, if you have open access to all kinds of tourists everywhere, you promote people representing organized crime syndicates, drug runners, smugglers. Thailand is a much lesser strict anti-drug legislation as Malaysia and Singapore are, where a person caught with certain amount of narcotics would surely go to gallows, would be executed. Neither the Americans nor the Australians, far as the Indians have been able to save their citizens who have been caught in this kind of situation. So Thailand is also a refuge for people who have escaped from India or other countries to make a base in Thailand and continue to be in touch with their organizations, their activities, their relatives in India. So Thailand was based there. And then again, when insurgents negotiate, like the Naga rebels, Bangkok happens to be a convenient place where insurgents from Nagaland could meet overtly or overtly the Indian intelligence operators or interlocutors. So Thailand is an original member. So it seems interesting that it was a member of BISTEC and it made sense. But when we talk BISTEC, you see Thailand economic cooperation made sense. Sri Lanka, India, and Bangladesh. Sri Lanka was a country then beset with the Civil War, so it probably looked forward to the economic cooperation. Myanmar was included in 1997, but Myanmar has really been responsible for the change of the name to Bay of Bengal initiative in Myanmar. M represents there, but M is not only Myanmar, it's multi-sectoral cooperation. So you take a Myanmar, but Myanmar was a allied international community. ASEAN was not dealing with it, in supporting the junta, but BIMSTEC, the name was changed. It did not make much difference because, as we said, neither the access to Myanmar nor its community of interest was there. Following the admission of Nepal and Bhutan in 2004, the membership increased even more from 5 to 7. Now, Nepal was landlocked, Bhutan was landlocked, and the name was changed. Now, Bay of Bengal finally initiative for multi-sectoral technical and economic cooperation. But multi-sectoral and technical and economic cooperation means different things to different members. The mandate is simple: to harness shared and accelerated growth through mutual cooperation in different areas. Nothing exceptional, nothing objectionable. Mutual cooperation in different, vaguely termed areas of common interest. I have a small problem here. Remember what are the common interests for all members? Mitigating the onslaught of globalization is interesting. When India was itself marching ahead on the path of globalization and economic reforms, to say that onslaught of globalization made sense in the context of a very small country who stand up to consumerist culture. But for India to propagate this was slightly on, it was a little rich, utilizing regional resources and geographical advantages. Now, so you see, the regional resources are not equally distributed, and geographical advantage, everybody can claim geographical advantage of a strategic location of Nepal, strategic location of Bhutan. But are these countries, member states, independent to take advantage of their geographical, or let's put it more accurately, geopolitical site-shaped location? Unlike many other regional groupings, BIMSTEC is a sector-driven cooperative organization. Now, first of all, cooperative organization, the element of cooperation depends on the inclination of the member state to play their roles, accept responsibilities and duties voluntarily, and a sector-driven approach might sound very nuanced. But when we come to the sectors, what are the sectors? Starting with 6 sectors: trade, technology, energy, transport, tourism, and fisheries. So the second cooperation in the late 1970s expanded to have 9 more sectors: agriculture, public health, poverty alleviation, counter-terrorism, environment, culture, people-to-people contact, and climate change in 2008. Now you see the two ones which are common is counter-terrorism. Counter-terrorism is a problem for Bhutan, where they are indulging in such violent activities in southern Bhutan. It still has to worry about the resurgence of these activities. Terrorism is a very great concern for India. Terrorism remains a concern for Nepal. If the Maoists fail to deliver goods in electric quality, they might went back to armed struggle. So this counter-terrorism is probably a shared concern. But is it a shared concern of the people or the authoritarian regimes? The Burmese Myanmarese junta in power in Yangon and Naypyidaw would say that the civil disobedience movement led by Aung San Suu Kyi and the peaceful protests are also instigated by terrorists. These are the military generals in Myanmar have said so, that any of these ethnic minorities showing disaffection, showing dissent, are terrorists. So their concept of terrorism and India's or Nepal's or Bhutan's concept of terrorism might be very different. Sri Lanka at the moment is out of the shadow of the J, but the attacks by the Islamic hardliners on the church on the Easter day has again shown that neither Sri Lanka can remain complicit about the Islamic terror. So all these are issues. Counter-terrorism is probably an area where all countries can cooperate. But then when we come to poverty alleviation, in a state where even the Indian economy has recessed, there is no such impressive rate of growth which was challenging China in this area. Can India contribute substantially to the poverty alleviation in Nepal, where China's influence is increasing infrastructure development and investment? Can it do so in Sri Lanka? Can it truly claim that Bangladesh is a poorer nation than India is, or Sri Lanka is a poorer nation than India is? Doesn't it become a very, very provocative statement that poverty alleviation would lead us to confront a complex problem of regionally imbalanced development in these countries, different vested interests protesting against the redistribution of wealth, and then unless there is understanding about the intentions of a member state better placed to give you these assistance, can you allow them access to public health? If India opens hospitals or dispensaries or provides medical care workers, either after natural calamity like the earthquake in 2015 in Nepal, or after tsunami in Sri Lanka, or tries to rehabilitate people dislocated by civil war or Maoist violence in Nepal, can we not be accused? The risk is always there that we are playing a partisan role. We are trying to extend our sphere of influence through a cash kind of a thing. Environment is a common concern, but environment is not concern equally important for all. For Bhutan is the red line which cannot be ever crossed. They have resisted the motor vehicles agreement because they think that it would have a very adverse impact on their environment. The problem is that the climate change is an issue on which there can be a Paris agreement, because whether it's an island of Sri Lanka, whether it's extreme weather events, whether it's Bangladesh with the Long coastline and the Finland ecosystem of Sudan shared with India, or the India's coastal line, the climate change affects it very much. But it's not only the tsunamis, it's not only the rising level of the seas. The related climate change activities in landlocked countries like Bhutan and Nepal also have the possibility of triggering mudslides, cloudburst, soil erosion, which might have lots of internally displaced persons. So there's a concern, the common concern is climate change, the common concern is environment, the common concern is counter-terrorism, and of course environment is related to climate change. But culture and people-to-people diplomacy and poverty alleviation are, at the moment, you put everything on the agenda and then there's no agreement on each sector. For instance, you talk of fisheries, you talk of agriculture. I mean, fisheries can't be a primary concern in a multi-sectoral cooperation for Nepal or Bhutan. They would consume fish, but they are not fishing in the way of Bengal region. The fisheries are important for the island states, the coastal states, where the long coastline is there. For Bangladesh, it might be there. For India, it might be there. For Sri Lanka, it might be there. For Thailand, it might be there. For even Malaysia, on certain sites, it might be there. But then Malaysia is not part of the group. The part of the group, the member states, we have to isolate and filter the areas of common concern and focus on that. Areas of cooperation, trade and investment, BIMSTEC and free trade agreement, trade and economic ministerial meetings, BIMSTEC business forum. I would again like to add and underline This is all ritualistic, bureaucratic, posturing to carve out privileged niche for itself, for bureaucracy itself. So whether you are in foreign ministry, whether you are in culture ministry, in any ministry which does a specific job related to a particular sector, you claim that we have a joint commission, we have a task force, we have this, and we can carve out. Most of the effort would be wasted in rituals of summit meetings, biannual meetings, periodic meetings between different experts. Like the fisheries here, it says ecosystem-based sustainable fishing. I can't see how this is a common interest in sector in land property. It pertains to countries with a long coastline and an agrarian system. Again, it says agriculture common projects, the identified area as biofuels, animal diseases, seed sector, etc. Now, even the agricultural sectors are subdivided into various sectors: seeds, fertilizer, animal husbandry, dairy, poultry, agro industry. So this becomes so confusing. If you say multi-sector, it becomes very unwieldy. It sounds good. It looks very different. Public health corporation, again, it is the flavor of the month is traditional medicine system. Government of India, since its moving to power, has been very keen on promoting yoga, promoting Ayush, Ayurvedic, Unani, the yoga and siddha system, including homeopathy. India also has the capacity of producing large-scale generic drugs which are outside the patent regime. But then, as the COVID pandemic exposed, India's capacity in this production of generic drugs is dependent on import of advanced pharmaceutical intermediates from China. And if this happens, India is not an independent actor in this. We boasted about our capacity for vaccine production, life-saving drugs. I wonder very much if very many countries are interested in traditional medicine or homeopathy for that matter. They have access to Chinese medical system. They have access to traditional medicine systems, again, part of the same ethos, cultural ethos. They have their own tribal medical systems in tribal areas, within Thailand, within Bhutan, within the remote reaches of Nepal. So we can't possibly lay too much emphasis on the cooperation in this field. It may please the Indians at a particular moment to believe that they have a role to play, they can contribute, but the reciprocity or the response from other member states has, to my mind, not been very encouraging. The other areas of cooperation we have talked is party elevation. No country likes to be identified as the poor. No country likes to beg for credit, self-employed, and there are limits to it. Even the counter-terrorism, the Domestic Convention of Cooperation in Combating International Terrorism takes us to extradition, takes us to effective implementation of extradition, takes us to sharing of agencies, takes up the issue of transnational organized crime and drug. But unfortunately, most countries, ever since 2009 when this was discussed, there have been several meetings on national security teams, but there are elements in the armed forces which are in a corrupt nexus with these outlaws, organized crime syndicates. There are politicians which have a shared interest in this kind of contraband trade, and there are limits to cooperation in this, especially in situations where the political turbulence is raging in the country, like Myanmar or in Thailand. This has great potential. The BIMSTEC center of weather and climate, predicting cyclones and floods, and carrying on rehearsals sort of annual disaster management exercises. I think this is an important area sector where people, other members can be persuaded to collaborate, with exceptions. It may still difficult to cooperate with Myanmar, but the rest of the countries probably we can persuade. People contact network of policy think tanks. Now, this again sounds good. Network of policy think tanks. What are the policy think tanks in, let's say, Bhutan or Nepal, which are independent partners with which India can collaborate? Or are we going to set up an institution, hand over, build, is a kind of building a toll road? You build, operate, and hand over activity to the beneficiaries. People contact cannot be forced. The SARC had raised the hope of this, would not succeed in delivering. How can the BIMSTEC do that? You have an open border with Nepal, probably people contact will take care of themselves. You have a similarity of Bangladesh, but there is suspicion, there is lack of confidence, there is mutual recognition. So probably this people contact cannot take place. Same applies to Sri Lanka and the next door neighbor in Tamil Nadu. But climate change is probably where remote sensing information, where monitoring climate change again can be a very, very fruitful area of cooperation. What are the accomplishments? Now, this list is very self-contradictory. It has to be taken, evaluated objectively, set up institutions located in different member states. Member states are fine. What are the institutions which have been set up? At what level? Is there a concentration in some member states and not in others? How much is of a legacy of past? Are we counting again the institutions set up which were not completed in earlier regimes of other prime ministers in India, and we are giving them a new name and counting them here? Of course, there's regular summit meetings among heads of states, among ministers, among high-level functionaries. What is the periodicity? Quarterly, bi-monthly, 6-monthly, annual, biannually, triennially, of drills and exercises? What is the scale of this? Is the shared threat perception there? Expansion of sectors of cooperation, I think, is a chasing a wild goose or a dream or a mirage. If these sectors can't be managed, how many sectors can keep adding the same list of members and which are already on a straight, their sources are straight, our own sources are straight? India has invited very evidently the leaders to the BRICS retreat. Now, again, this is a good theoretical proposition in diplomacy. That diplomacy at one forum is reinforced by agreement at another forum. But it works both ways. If there is disagreement regarding progress at one forum, it can create a bottleneck in another forum. So BRICS already is trouble-ridden ever since Bolsonaro took over in Brazil. It had a first record in COVID management and also of protecting the rights of indigenous population. And the BRICS has two other member states, China and Russia, which are one is a superpower, the other both are members of Security Council veto holding, and it is not a parity BRICS. So you have South Africa beset with various problems. Russia and China are a different category altogether, and Brazil is almost out at the moment. So has South Africa and India. What purpose did it serve by inviting BRICS leaders to BRICS? It loses focus. It dissolves the equity. Focusing on BRICS as an alternative to SARC is not really difficult. It started as an alternative to SARC, but unfortunately its progress and accomplishments have not been very remarkable. Good progress on various fronts during summits. Now these are the joint statements which should be issued at the end of the summit. I don't recollect any joint statement which says we have major disagreements, we should not meet again, we should wait for better times. So you have a swap, you sign some trade agreements which take a long time to implement. We have already talked about the agreement. This as a non-starter because of Bhutan's reluctance. We have disaster management exercises, but the utility of these exercises can only be tested in the time of a real national disaster or a man-made calamity. There are several shortcomings of this step. The shortcomings which are disappointments from the point of view of India are that it remains in a nascent stage in God knows after how many years. It is a weak institutional base compared to SARC. One might disagree with this proposition because it might say the more you structure it, the more you formalize it, the more bureaucratic it becomes. This we have completed before the secretary. It took years, 17 years before the secretary could be set up. So do we wait for another 2 decades before the secretary can be functionally effective? There is a great disparity in the status among member states, and this is likely to continue. So it's not like SARC which was balancing the small members against the large members. The political issues, the Rohingya refugees between Myanmar and Bangladesh spilling over to India, military coup in Myanmar, second military coup ousting Aung San Suu Kyi, taking the country to the verge of a civil war is a very bad omen. The lack of resources to deal with poverty in the countries which are really poor, and they're not looking for poverty alleviation by labor, they have to do it by their own bootstraps. Also, the Chinese influence, not only in the String of Pearls, but the One Belt One Road initiative, and trying to exert influence, which is not quite illegal, which cannot be quite immoral, but it is leading the countries into a debt trap. And then, of course, there is a severely limited connectivity to undertake healthcare, undertake agriculture, undertake industry, employment, education, etc. But there are the security threats which continue. Terrorism perceived differently by different countries, organized crime in the nexus between corrupt bureaucracy, politicians, ethnic violence, we don't have to worry about, etc. These are enough shortcomings to keep us very pessimistic about the future. But the significance for India remains. The significance for India remains because India keeps changing the result. You look east and when you are tired of looking east, you talk of a goal determined act is policy. So the prime minister changes, puts his distinct imprint on this. You say the neighborhood first. This was also the Gujarat doctrine, but Modi puts a different spin on it and calls it neighborhood first. Pakistan had stalled SAARC, it can't do so in BIMSTEC because it is not a party to BIMSTEC, it's not a member state, but Pakistan has certain advantages of its position in proximity to Afghanistan, its geopolitical significance to the Chinese sensitivities, and we can't imagine that suddenly the region of South Asia covered by the members of BIMSTEC would become a region of conflict. We continue to talk of a bridge between South and Southeast Asia, but there are several other institutions where we think that this space is provided. So if there's too much of an overlap in multilateral fora, and everywhere the discord and dissonance and divergence of interest is shown. People's people ties, I do believe, and I repeat and underline, is always overrated. Not all member states are democracies. Not in all member states the public opinion matters to change and modify the policies. The continuous regional unity is not necessarily an advantage, but it's a challenge because violence and terrorism and organized crime, ethnic violence, might spill over from one regionally contiguous partner to another. There is a great scope for multi-sectoral ties, but not in the immediate future because there is no agreement about the common interest in any one sector by all sectors by all member states. The prospects for connectivity remain a distant dream because this involves infrastructure development, it involves commitment of resources in a politically volatile member state. For India, this basic significance is there is one instrumentality to counter Chinese influence in the region. Challenges for India continue. India lacks financial resources. India has been a late starter. Past regimes in India have not accelerated the process. Chinese expansionism has taken an exit dimension. Political differences bilaterally with other member states continue. There has been delayed projects partly because of lack of resources, partly because of political differences with other member states. There have been shifting priorities. BIMSTEC was very important in one state. Then Quad came in and we were distracted. Quad took center stage. Then we were sidelined in Quad and again BIMSTEC becomes important. So the balancing of interest and priorities of members from South and Southeast Asia is a different challenge. There's a lack of strategic clarity is the most major challenge for India. How do you prioritize BIMSTEC versus West? What is the way forward? I think we can have figures to prove the point that BIMSTEC is very important because it has 20% of the world's population, it has $1 trillion economies, but the bottom line is that BIMSTEC has substance only because of India's membership, whether it's India's economy, GDP potential, India's proximity with its landlocked neighbors, what it can do or undo for them, and this is something which is an idea whose time had come long time back. But the lack of process for the past 2 decades means that it will be very difficult to revive it, rejuvenate it, re-energize it, while there are so many other distractions from Afghanistan to South China Sea to the park next door, and India dealing with problem of revival of economic growth in post-COVID times, India's relationship with US, India's relationship with Soviet Union, and of course India's relationship with China. We can't disengage so easily with China. So it is a good weapon in our armory, but not in a position that we can use it immediately. Think about it, ponder over the implications of BIMSTEC, and that's what we have for you in this lecture. We shall meet you again in another lecture soon with another neighbor. Till then, goodbye and thank you. And that's what we have for you in this lecture. We shall meet you again in another lecture soon with another neighbor. Till then, goodbye and thank you.
Welcome to Byju's IS and welcome to our lecture series on India's relationships with bilateral neighbors, big powers, its participation in international fora, regional organizations, international institutions, and all of it coheres to give you an idea of how international relations work, how an emerging power like India looks after its interests, how power equations change among greater powers, and how we do our best to cope with whatever the changing international environmental milieu is. Now, this time what we want to talk with you is the institution called BRICS. Now, old phrases, BRIC by BRIC is a great, is great, and when BRIC was first proposed, it was not called BRICS, it was called BRIC, and people thought that it would be an alternative international organization, a multilateral forum, which would allow developing nations to participate in a level of parity. So it would redress the balance between the developing countries and the developed nations, etc. It would cut across ideology, it would be transcontinental partnership, etc. Some hopes have been belied by now, partly because there are other multilateral forums which have been competing, there's a lot of overlap, but the most interesting thing about BRICS is that it was a regional grouping which allowed bilateral relationships to recede to the background, the hostilities, the conflict, and the cooperation element to come forward. It was a proposal put forward by the American merchant banker Goldman Sachs, so it could appear that the Americans would invest in the BRICS, and BRICS would probably balance Brazil, pro-America, South Africa, which will join later, pro-America, India, and online. So this would be a forum which would be more or less neither pro-socialist, pro-Russian, pro-Chinese, not pro-Western. It would be an alternative forum for investment. Slowly, the Goldman Sachs lost interest, and this became again a Russian-Chinese dominated grouping, and it lost out in the long run when compared to Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The same countries, except obviously Brazil and South Africa. So from India's point of view, SCO became a little more important, not more important, more important to some than the BRICS. But before we do that, as usual, we try to review the historical background and see what are the origins. The background is in 2001, Goldman O'Neill noted that global GDP was set to increase by 1.7% annually. The prospective members of the BRIC nations were forecast to grow more quickly than the group of 7. So this was the driving force was the rising importance of emerging economies, and the Americans obviously they thought they were foresighted to invest in these economies and control it. The world becoming multipolar or shifting towards east and south. So if the Americans took charge of this new forum, it would get them more than to hold in south, it would give them more than to hold towards east, and they would provide an alternative to the Bretton Woods system. This is what the demand was there at about that time at the turn of the 21st century. The BRIC leaders met for the first time, BRIC at the moment, Brazil, Russia, India, and China met for the first time in St. Petersburg in 2006 on the sidelines of the G8 outreach summit. So it was slowly expanding from the G7 plus G8 to slightly larger grouping. It was still very much oriented towards the worldview, strategic worldview, economic models of the West. Formalized in 2006 itself at the first BRIC foreign ministers meeting on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly meeting. So you see, the BRIC began not at the top heavy summit, it began at the foreign ministers level, it began into on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, it had close ties with the G8 meeting outreach, and Russia was very much included. And this was the time when the thaw between the West and Putin's Russia had not been jeopardized. Putin had always had a very great posture, but annexation of Crimea was far away, killing of double agent spies in foreign countries was quite away, sheltering dissidents from American camp was exploded, was not there, allegations of suppression of human rights, violation of suppression of dissent, etc. was not there. So it was very much during the first term of reign of Putin that there was hope that there would be collaboration, cooperation between the Russians and the West. The first BRICS summit was held at Yekaterinburg in Russia in 2009. So from 2001 to 2009, you see, it was an 8-year period. By this time, South Africa was accepted as a full member in 2010. So it would be truly tricontinental. Brazil was represented by Latin America, South Africa represented Africa.
continent. India represented South Asia, and of course, China was there, Russia was there. So you could say it was a tricontinental gathering. South Africa also attended the summit the next year in 2011 in Shanghai, China, and the 30th BRICS summit was virtually hosted in 2021 thanks to the cost of COVID. But it shows that it has managed to survive, even if pro forma, to even by virtual summit, it was hosted by India. So India obviously still attaches some significance to the organization called BRICS. It covers important issues under three pillars: political and security, economic and financial, and general people to people. Now, this is true of all multilateral fora when you divide it under military alliances. To say that it looks after an integrated fashion, commercial interest, strategic military interest, and underpinned by bilateral interest. So this is what. Now, what are the activities? The activities are again formal, like there are summit meetings, there are foreign ministers meetings, there are national security advisors meetings, there are ministerial meetings of detail subject of sectoral interest, there are parliamentary forums, there are people-to-people exchanges, cultural, educational, scientific, etc. There also is a concept like the G20 meetings of the BRICS Sherpa. There's somebody who prepares the way. Now, the word Sherpa, again, as we have mentioned earlier, is borrowed from mountaineering. Somebody who negotiates the more difficult obstacles and makes it easier for the people who follow the footsteps, maybe the top leaderships, to not get bogged down on differences but shared community of interest. People-to-people exchanges, cultural, educational, scientific, probably to my mind are the least important of the big activities because Brazil is a long distance away. There are barriers of language, Portuguese speaking, English speaking India, English speaking South Africa, Chinese speaking Chinese, Russian speaking Russian. So it doesn't seem that very easily you can maintain if you cannot have people-to-people interaction with next door neighbors like Pakistan or even in members of SAARC countries. It is difficult to imagine that people-to-people exchanges, cultural, educational, scientific. There can be token agreements, there can be symbolic movement ahead for progress ahead, but it's not there. Parliamentary forum, ministerial meetings again are formal routine meetings. I think the much more interesting thing is a meeting at the BRICS Summit's National Security Advisors meeting and foreign ministers meeting. So a lot of things which you cannot negotiate elsewhere, you probably can sort out here in these two categories, which is an activity which in recent past has been gathering momentum. The significance. Now the significance is interesting because it brings together all the major economies of the world. Well, not all the major economies, we keep out USA, but Russia is there, India is there, and of course member states cover 39 million square kilometers, which is 27% of the world's land surface. The members comprise 41% of the world population, maybe have 24% of the world GDP, 60% of the share members of the world trade. Now, I would say that we should not get carried away by these figures because you put China and India together anywhere and you would have a population which is an area which is dominates any other group. It could be BIMSTEC, it could be SEO, it could be BRICS. The moment India comes, and if China is there, you have these representations already there. It sort of overlooks that there are major conflicts of interest between India and China. There are territorial disputes, there are trade imbalances, there is hostility about the rivalry in a particular region for the dominance or at least claiming historical sphere of influence. So keeping that in mind, these figures are slightly misleading. It's considered that these countries are main engines of global growth. Now, this is what was thought when the BRICS came to existence. The Goldman Sachs originally proposed this idea. It lost interest, the Americans lost interest, the private investors lost interest because the main engines of economic growth were restricted to either China or for a short while India kept pace with that. So coming together to deliberate on important issues is only made possible, or can only be possible when there is no major conflict of interest raging between any two members. In this case, India and China have a major dispute. The South Africans unfortunately have not been able to keep their own house in order. They have been beset with gigantic corruptions by AIDS, by domination of the people, not of the color, rights, retaining control of political economy even after apartheid ended, turbulence in immediate neighborhood. So there is this problem where South Africa has not been able to pull its weight in the BRICS. Brazil again has in recent years had a problem ever since Bolsonaro kept power, that he's been reckless, he's been authoritarian, he's been disregarding scientific advice about COVID vaccine, he's been charged with destruction of the Amazonian forest, and of course following genocide policies against indigenous people. So all this is something which keeps Brazil and South Africa out. So you cannot say that they can come together to deliberate on important issues of common interest. Interestingly, the Goldman Sachs predictions are interesting for different members. While it may be flattering for China and India that in coming years they would become the largest suppliers of manufactured goods and services in the world, Russia and Brazil would become the largest suppliers of raw material. Now it is interesting if Russia would like to look upon itself as a supplier of only raw material, gas, petroleum, mineral resources, or it would also look upon itself as a power which has great technological expertise from space exploration to Antarctic exploration to nuclear submarines to nuclear reactors, and also in field of vaccine, medicine, military hardware. So it is difficult to imagine that Russia would look upon itself as the largest supplier of only raw material in the world. Now similarly, Brazil already is under pressure that it is a supplier of raw material. So what is supply of raw material? I mean, is it going to destroy the rest of the Amazon rainforest with impunity, either crony capitalism or corruption or indigenous people being dislocated? What impact it would have on the environment? So Brazil again is a country not lacking in technological skills from vaccine production to scientific research cutting edge. So it is difficult to look down on the countries in South, especially to say, and does it leave South Africa? So I think this Goldman Sachs positions were either very simplistic or very conforming to the Western worldview, and India was being accommodated. But India realized during the COVID crisis that it cannot produce goods, cheap, mass market quality products competing with China because its dependence for intermediaries or ancillaries on China is very great in the past 2 decades. So India has to take a realistic look on this. Services would India like to only be a provider of services, hospitality, tourism, infrastructure, and not worry about its growing technological might. India has been proposing the solar alliance. India has been proposing a vaccine diplomacy for the world, where India could be the largest producer of life-saving drugs. India could play a role in infrastructure development without certification of our quality benchmarking from anybody else. So why should India accept the largest services role? And then of course, what quantum of these services are going to be important for our GDP is there. So we keep this in mind, and then we see what are the areas of cooperation which are really there. It says trade back proposed by China as terms of cooperation. Now, trade back proposed by China has a certain problem. India already has a massive trade imbalance with China. Now, if China is proposing a trade back which doesn't address this problem of trade imbalance and makes India dependent on Chinese imports, advanced pharmaceutical intermediaries, other ancillaries, whether it's telecom or any other business, whether even infrastructure sector, customs cooperation is not going to make too much sense either. Investment visas for investors, BRICS Economic Partnership Strategy 2025 is again a rather far-fetched pipe dream, because where are the investors who are looking forward to enthusiastically investing in these countries? They are not looking for investing necessarily unless they are American multinationals exploiting raw material in Brazil. They have not quite met our expectations of foreign direct investment in India, despite they are waiting for a big ticket economic reform where they can probably enter retail, they can take over banking, take over insurance, take over transport. So this privatization and liberalization may open the way for investment, but would it not subvert the economic autonomy is something which we are doing. So the economic partnership strategy, we are talking of member states. We are not talking of USA at all. The original proposal of the time Goldman Sachs. Are the Russians going to invest in India? Are the Chinese going to increase their investment in India? Would we be comfortable with that, keeping in mind our hostility at the border conflicts? South Africa certainly is not positioned to do so. And then we talk of memorandums of understanding on human trafficking, cyber security. Human trafficking again is not in the BRICS. There is no human trafficking issue from Brazil. There is no human trafficking issue outstanding between South Africa or any other member state. There is no human trafficking as of this moment from China. There is no human trafficking of this kind for Russia. The drugs human trafficking don't make sense unless we talk in terms of what China provokes in India's immediate neighborhood. So that cooperation, I don't think the memorandum of understanding can make much difference. Cybersecurity is an extremely sensitive, covert subject. There have been accusations that the Chinese and the Russians have been mounting cyber attacks on Western countries and so on. India is not invulnerable to that. India is not immune to that. So if the Chinese turn the screws, bend our nose a little further, they are not going to cooperate on memorandums of understanding on cybersecurity. This might be a one-way street. So then we come to comparatively low-key areas of cooperation: BRICS Sports Council, BRICS Festival, BRICS Tourism Track. I would suggest that no progress has been made ever since India joined this in the present day. Because again, here the bilateral relationship, if it is at a jeopardy, you can't have either sports, you can't have diplomacy, you can't take for instance. India, we have to walk the tightrope balance. The Americans have boycotted diplomatically. Their teams will participate in the Winter Olympics in Beijing. China will again host the Olympics. But then, do we have the nerve to say that no, we boycott the Olympics a step beyond what the Americans are doing, or are we in a position to even boycott diplomatically? We would like to keep our channels of communication open with China. So the problem is that as long as the principal relationship in BRICS is India's relationship with Russia and China, if we follow an independent line, we cannot follow blindly footsteps of Americans or the Western democracies. So the sports council or the film festivals don't make much sense. Even before COVID, there were some packages to China, which are popular with Indian middle classes. But since COVID, this tourism track doesn't make sense. If you can't add to this the pilgrimage to Mansarovar, very small number of people officially join in a lottery and so on. Where is the tourism track for Brazil? Imagine the distance, imagine the cost. And Russia is a next door country literally compared to Brazil. But what is the tourism between Russians and Indians? I mean, very little. So I think probably the BRICS countries can coordinate their interests through conference of parties about environment. The financial areas of cooperation, new development bank, with equal boards, contingency reserves, arrange for about $100 billion, but $100 billion decided in 2014 Fortaleza summit is not enough to match what China is putting up in the infrastructure development bank or what even World Bank puts into these countries. So I think keeping in mind the area, keeping in mind the population, keeping in mind the needs of these countries, it is against the slogan Industrial Agreement for Cooperation on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Different countries are not even going through the Third Industrial Revolution at the same pace. So the disparity, the regional imbalances are far more acute among the member states. So of course you again have another politically correct, easily arrived at consensus about women's BRICS gender and women's forum. This again is contentious. Recently, Chinese tennis player accused a senior Chinese leader of sexual abuse at a case of and his residence and abuse of his official position. So this has been airbrushed, carpeted over, been whitewashed. There are other issues where we know that the women suffer as labor in gender bias. They suffer, of course, if they belong to a minority. They suffer if they have no choice, the labor laws don't give them protection. You have a very odd thing. The women's forum is not, again, you take something like the LGBTQ rights, you take the abortion rights. You again, Bolsonaro in Brazil is not exactly a promoter of gender equality or women's rights. So you have the problem in member states that it is nice to talk that this is an area of cooperation, but actual progress is very difficult to make, especially in areas of shared experience. Then we come to the crucial question: what is the significance given all the background, origin, evolution, past experience for India? It allows India to project itself as one of the emerging powers, emerging markets. Hopefully, look for enhancing the prospects for Indian exports. Although I think there are limitations. We already have talked about the imbalance trade, a large trade between India and China. We have a trade partnership with Russia, which is much less than what it should be, but it's not entirely for us to decide how it increases from 10% of India's global trade to close to what 40-50% with others. It will have to await for the reform of other multilateral institutions where this kind of collaboration can become possible. True, there's a shared interest in climate change, but the shared interest is not similarly in trade. It is vis-a-vis the Western world, but amongst themselves, the members do not have the same perspective. There is no similar status among the member states in terms of size of economy or their military power. The members are spread across the wide geography, covering the whole globe, and one might think that the united voice matters most if all the members talk in one voice. They will be bargaining in this position of strength. But for India, the most important thing is that as long as BRIC remains even in limbo, it provides yet another forum where it can seek reconciliation with China, not reconciliation as much as we repeat again and again, diffusal of tensions with China, and probably have a slight improvement in negotiating climate. Development cooperation, South-South cooperation was talked about often enough in the decades of 1960s, 70s, 80s almost, but where is the South-South cooperation? It has two countries which are lots of them. You have China, you have Russia, and South Africa, technically in South has never identified itself with the developing nations in South. It had almost been in semi-industrialized, semi-developed country all along. It was also argued that India could work in BRICS towards a multipolar world. But do we really believe that there is such a thing as a multipolar world? Or can we talk in terms of a multipolar world where we are seeking a dominant role for ourselves, if not dominant, predominant role in our own region? If India is the emerging power in South Asia, India has a legitimate ambition to exercise some influence in Southeast Asia, India wants to, through SEO, have access to Central Asia, then what are we talking about multipolar? The multipolar world has long ceased to exist. There is no longer a bipolar world, but nor is it a unipolar world. Nor there is a one supreme power, hyperpower, superpower, all portable United States. United States is in retreat, China is in ascendant. Russia is like low at the moment, and European Union is in a state of turmoil and flux. So the multipolarity can be basically the three big powers: China, Russia, America, in the order of their apparent significance at the moment, their postures, their vigilance, their determination to take on the Western retreat. And you have European Union countries, hopefully they put their house in order, so they have to work out a relationship with Russia and China, independent of America. So this is what the big of multipolar world needs to be said. When it was proposed, it was probably sensible to talk about this. India can raise issues that are important of it as such as terrorism, but there is no sharing of interest with India and Brazil, India and South Africa, maybe some degree of overlap between India and Russia, because Russia is also faced with Islamic terror in Dagestan, population in Armenia and Azerbaijan. So you could talk in terms of that perhaps, but is there a shared interest of terrorism, which China has a threat in Xinjiang, Uyghur Muslims, but China is quite capable of looking after that threat independently. It would not let anybody else interfere in their management of this threat perception, whether it's inhuman, genocidal, war crimes, war against humanity. The Chinese do not accept this allegation, and they do talk about terrorism, but they have not collaborated in India's favor in other forums like SU to curb Pakistan, but actually one could say that Pakistan is indulging in terrorism thanks to their patronage. What else challenges? The greatest challenge is that there is a disparity among the members. Russia and China are two overpowering members of this organization. There are also great political differences, strategic perspective between China versus India. There is a lack of resources between what the World Bank makes there and what the development bank can create for that. There's a lack of specific mandated targets. You can talk about general cooperation between South-South, tricontinental, without shared perspective between economics and strategy and culture, but also there is a reality of weak implementation and follow-up of commitments. There has been also another problem, which is economic slowdown. Both China, India, not both, three of them actually. China, India, Brazil have, in the wake of COVID, suffered economic slowdown. China has been the first to catch up, regain the momentum. India claims to be falling path, but it will be some time before it can catch up with China really substantially, and Brazil doesn't seem to be anywhere near catching up in this game of economic development. Challenges are many because first of all, China has so many fingers and so many pies. The most important is the BRI. And whether you call it the BRI, you call it One Belt One Road, you call it Belt and Road Initiative, you have the Old Silk Road, you have the Maritime Silk Route. China covers through this BRI collaboration, cooperation, technological, financial, strategic with so many countries that BRICS is no match to it. There is also politicization of key issues like pox, terrorism. We mentioned this before, as long as the Chinese choose to look at the other way. This is so serious because then India cannot project itself as a real rival either for leadership of Asia or even in South Asia. The Western powers have become suspicious of BRICS because it's dominated by Russia and China. Brazil is out of it effectively, South Africa is out of it effectively. India, they thought they had food in Quads, but post Quads and August fiasco, I do not know how much Americans can feel happy about this. They're not really happy about India's enthusiastic participation in SEO, and the growth in the BRICS economies has slowed down, not only after the oil price collapse, not after the global financial crisis, more so by the COVID crisis. So in 2015, Goldman Sachs, the proposer of the scheme, stated that it did not expect significant asset growth in the foreseeable future. So that was the end of the interest of USA and other countries in BRICS. So now they have written it off as a China-Russia club, which can be used against them, but not necessarily to further any of their own interest. What is the way forward? The way forward is always the most question. To our mind, BRICS has been outpaced by other organizations, whether it is SCO, whether it is India's greater interest in advanced stage quads, now trying to retain a foothold in South China Sea, Indian Ocean area. It is just not useful for India, either strategically or commercially or politically. But the point is, it's still important that it gives India yet one more forum to carry on its, shall we say, truncated dialogue with China after the hostilities in Myanmar, after Doklam, after China's surrounding slicing in Nepal and Bhutan, China's aggressive thrust in South China Sea and Indian Ocean, India, China threatening postures all across the sea from Djibouti to the Pacific region. So I think it does give India a option to use this forum to express its views and try to diffuse tensions elsewhere. More than that, I don't think that the BRICS has potential either in terms of economic exchanges, transfer of technology, providing markets, or having this complementarity of raw material and manufactured goods, services, and markets. So I think we should not be in a haste to dismiss this, but we should be realistic about when BRIC was proposed, became BRICS, then the promise was very optimistic, but the past will be exceptional that it is not worth it. So that is what we have for you this time. We'll meet you again in the next lecture with another topic. Till then, goodbye and thank you.
Welcome to Byju's Test Web IS. And we have a fascinating topic to discuss with you this time. That is the tripartite tricontinental relationship between India, Brazil, and South Africa, which goes by the name of IBSA. And IBSA is an extremely unusual cooperative platform which brings together a large segment of the world's population, almost one-sixth of it. It has a large economy, which is these countries share, and more important than anything else, it is truly a union of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which went by the name of the Third World. It broadly coincides with the divide in economic terms between North and South. And how does IBSA perform? What is its legacy? Why did it come to existence? And how has it been, shall we say, upstaged or put into the shade by BRICS, which is an organization which grew out of this, but all this in good time. Let's have a look at what it means. IBSA is a unique tripartite forum of three democracies. Now, you may disagree with the definition of democracies and say that all of them are democracies of the same kind. One is the Westminster model of the British Cabinet system, that's India. South Africa broadly falls into that picture, but it has had a history of apartheid and not equity between all members of the ruling elite. Even after apartheid was ended, the indirect domination of the whites has not ended. The multinational corporations seem to control the economy, they are much larger. And democracy there seems to be more aligned to not only the British democracy, because the population composition was Dutch and Germans also to a large extent. So you have a different form of democracy in South Africa of a much more recent vintage after truth and reconciliation than India. And Brazil is a different case. Brazil has had leftist governments, Brazil has had military juntas, and Brazilian democracy has operated under the constraint of the Monroe Doctrine, being the backyard of America. So you have these three democracies, all democracies, but democracies of different kinds. So it is an alliance of democracies, you can say, three democracies in the world, very large. It is underdeveloped, the third world, it is Afro-Asia and Latin America. In June 2003, the idea of establishing IBSA was mooted in the Foreign Ministers Forum, and very soon, a few years later, it was established as IBSA. The acronym became very popular. It was simply India, Brazil, and South Africa. It formalized a forum in 2003 itself in Brasilia, and objectives were to galvanize South-South cooperation. It is often been said, even in the 20th century, the argument was that the South was underdeveloped because the North, the economically rich North, was dominating it, and the North was again divided ideologically between the socialist Soviet Union and capitalist United States of America and its allies in Europe. So there was this ideological divide which filtered down to South. There were some countries in South allied to one bloc or the other bloc. There were various models of development which were confusing to these countries. Some countries were very small, so it probably did not matter that much to them. But the larger countries which had aspirations and potential of becoming a predominant actor in their region, Brazil in Latin America, India in South Asia, and South Africa may not have been the largest geographically country in Africa or most populous, but it was reckoned as among the semi-industrialized, middle-income countries, developed countries. So they formed three different kinds of things, but they were all shared in common the ambition to be the not dominant, but the most prominent actor in their own continent. The objective was also to cooperate and enhance greater understanding between countries of the developed world. They never intended to keep this platform only to the cooperation between themselves. But as we said earlier, if these three countries were three hubs where nodes in their continents, they would branch out, radiate out, and maybe influence other countries and draw them back into this tripartite alliance or partnership. All three countries were developing. They were also similar in another they were pluralistic, they were multicultural, multi-ethnic, multilingual, and multi-religious. So they represented, these three countries represented in brief a microcosm of the South, the Third World, the developing nations, Afro-Asia, and Latin America. So it was very promising. It was aimed at setting up an innovative developmental program which would inspire other countries regardless of the distance. Now, this is something which we cannot overdo. Nobody had unrealistic ideas that this IBSA would make very rapid progress, because if you look at the map, the distance between India and South Africa, between South Africa and Brazil, is very, very vast. It is not only the maritime naval route, it is also the aerial distances are very great. So when you talk in terms of fostering a trade relationship, closer economic partnership, you have to keep in mind these very, very real obstacles. So far, 6 IBSA leadership summits have been held. You might say that it was started way back, how you limited number of summits, but then as we pointed out, IBSA subsequently gave way to BRICS, and the focus became on BRICS summits, not IBSA summits. So IBSA remains what is dormant. It is almost, one should not say comatose, but in deep sleep mode at the moment. It might revive. It probably will get revived, and we'll examine the reasons why. Because once when we talk of BRICS, it includes Russia and China into the partnership. Now, the Russia and China dilutes the partnership to an extent of the third world countries and the objectives, because China is not a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious country at all. Russia has slightly greater diversity of population, but basically it is a Slavonic nation. It is an Orthodox Christian nation. It is the language unites them. So the pluralism of the original IBSA is diluted considerably. More important that both Russia and China are permanent members of the Security Council of the UN. They are veto wielding. They ideologically they have changed much from the days of the Cold War. It is not the Stalinist or post-Stalinist Soviet Union. It is not the Maoist China, but they broadly are a bloc of countries too, not entirely like-minded, but certainly not part of the capitalistic West or USA or its allies or European Union. Russia might be a Eurasian nation, China distinctly an Asian nation, but their size, their population, Russia is the largest nation in the world in geographical terms, China the most populous nation. So the other three countries, despite India's membership as the second most populous nation and Brazil's great geographical expense,
is diluted, certainly diluted. So then the interests, either individual or collective of the two, and China is, of course, the second largest economy, let's not forget that. So BRICS becomes a far more important forum in terms of economy, in terms of geopolitical sensitivity, but it also reduces the significance of the role of the regionally prominent powers like India, Brazil, and of course, South Africa. The most recent summit was hosted by South Africa in October 2017. So it is only dormant. It is not as if it is comatose and people have given up on it. And India is currently more important for us is the IPSA chair. So as long as India is holding the chair of IPSA, India probably can take a close look at its national interest in this global arena, especially in the context of the kind of irritants and disputes and discord it's had with China on the Himalayan borderland, about apprehensions about China's expansion in South China Sea. So India probably would do well to realistically revive IPSA and slowly shift the focus of its diplomacy towards IPSA rather than be focusing only on the BRICS. What then is the significance, the continued significance of IPSA? It is a cumulative market of 1.5 billion people, a little more. So this market size is tempting, but please don't forget the distances. So there has to be extremely efficient mechanism of cooperation set up between India and South Africa and Brazil to capitalize on this one. India, Brazil, and South Africa are among three of the world's fastest developing countries. Now, when you say fastest developing countries, the figures relate to a period in past pre-COVID. Now, all three countries, India, South Africa, and Brazil, have since faced problems. Now, the most disturbed country economically has been probably South Africa, where there have been allegations of a very corrupt rule of ex-President Zuma, and an Indian industrialist was also notorious for his interference in the issues of governance in South Africa, the Botha family. In Brazil, the rule of Bolsonaro has been very physical, very authoritarian, and he's been accused of being protecting the interests of international corporations, trying to take away the legitimate interests and rights of the indigenous people. He has led to the destruction of thousands of square hectares of Amazon rainforest. He has normally been very authoritarian, and what happens to Brazil after he ceases to be the president or is re-elected is open to question. But the point is that as long as there is uncertainty in politics and in economic recovery of Brazil or South Africa, even in India, so the growth rate which India was registering at one time faster than China, post-COVID has not been the same. But the one way of looking at it is that all countries in the world have suffered this impact of COVID, including the most developed nations in the world, including China. So this should not be worried about. But till we register similar growth rates, which we are doing in the first phase when IPSA was promising, we cannot take it for granted. India has 21.9% of poor people in its population. Brazil has only 9.16%, and South Africa has 30.35%. But these figures, again, are gross figures, are misleading. In Amazon rainforest infested areas where indigenous population stays, the poverty figures might be, as you can see, are the lowest. But how the poverty is affecting the urban segment of Brazil is causing concern to students of international relations elsewhere. There are protest movements, there are apprehensions about the civil society rights being stifled, about the erosion of democracy, which goes against the grain that all three participants are democratic countries. South Africans have also had terrible problems of reconciliation. The race relations there continue to be very volatile. They had hardly recovered from the AIDS pandemic when COVID hit, and the kind of resistance to vaccination or to modern science in indigenous unlettered population exploited. This is not the question that they belong to a different race, they belong to the dark continent. The same applies to even the President Bolsonaro in Brazil himself was poo-pooing the COVID, although he was stricken by COVID himself, but his attitude was anti-vaccine. Now again, Bolsonaro cocks a snook at Americans most of the time, even after the Russian invasion openly visited Russia. He has been hosted as a chief guest at Republic Day celebrations in India, but these are superficial, what shall we say, optics. Underlying fundamentals of the cooperation have certainly weakened from the early days when IPSA was mooted. So the battle with poverty continues, the battle with the pandemic continues, the battle to protect democracy continues, and there are different levels of articulation. So how of civil society of its priorities. So we have to consider that whether the common ground, which was obvious when IPSA was first mooted in the 1960s, can continue to hold relevance in present day. The three countries continue to be democracies. They pursue economic growth rates. They aspire for the common future of raising the living standards of their population, social justice. They want globalization in the human face. They want to curb the stranglehold of international corporation or large capitalist organizations on their resources. IPSA has helped to implement the developmental goals and values of equality that can be denial. They argue against the conditionality of the aid given strings attached to the international monetary and financial institutions. They stress the centrality of sustainable development. And please don't forget, Brazil has the largest share of the rainforest and the biodiversity on the planet. And so what Brazil does to this great carbon sink and this great resource, common heritage of mankind, which is also within its territorial sovereign jurisdiction, so they can claim that they would exercise that nobody outside their country can dictate to them how they should exploit for their own economic development, their natural resources, which are their resource. So there are issues. Issues which are not without contention, there are not issues which cannot become irritants, but all three, Brazil, India, and South Africa, believe in common but differentiated responsibilities of respective capabilities of member states to protect the environment. So there is a common ground between them. IPSA has always followed a three-pillar approach. Now, what is the three-pillar approach? The first is the consultation and coordination of policies amongst member states. Brazil is expected to coordinate the regional consensus in Latin America. South Africa was expected would be in a position to do so in the African continent, at least in the southern part of the continent. And India was supposed to do the same in South Asia, despite its animosities, its adverse relationship with Pakistan. But it was expected that there would be some kind of a broader platform between Nepal, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, onwards towards the part of Southeast Asia which is proximate. So there was this pillar of trying to coordinate within the region and extending it to the region, proximate regions. It was expected that the first pillar of the three-pillar approach would succeed in bringing about a coordination in diplomacy and WTO and Doha development rounds and climate change negotiations. Also, the three countries would have a common response to international terrorism and the growing threat of international terrorism in terms of fundamental interpretations of religion, intolerance, etc. The second pillar of this cooperation was supposed to be to develop concrete areas and projects through 14 working groups and 6 people-to-people forum. Now, people-to-people forum always prepares the ground, makes it easier for the governments to sell programs which are joint ventures, which are common programs, where there will be different ratios in which investments are shared, but there is an interest in carrying out these programs successfully. The third pillar of approach of IPSA was to direct it towards other developing countries by taking up projects in their countries. So three countries in IPSA would probably take up projects in non-IPSA countries, but they would be labeled as IPSA initiatives, IPSA projects. So there would be goodwill generated, there would be a brand building of IPSA, and which would probably consolidate increase its credibility and consolidate its power to make joint efforts. How is IPSA structured? The IPSA is structured in trilateral commissions at foreign ministerial level. So this is the apex body where the foreign ministers of the three IPSA countries form the trilateral commission. Then there is a business forum. Then there is a joint working committee which promotes sectoral cooperation. Within the areas of business, there are special areas of interest. There might be telecom, there might be automotive parts, there might be pharmaceuticals, there might be space, there might be vaccines and medicines, there might be agro industries, there might be food processing, there might be animal husbandry, there might be agriculture, there might be dairy, there might be telecom, whatever. Now all these would be 14 joint working groups that will form in various sectors which interact with the business forum. They overall work under the guidance and supervision of the foreign ministerial level commissions. The people forum, parliamentary forum, the MES forum, academic exchanges, academic forum, local governance forums. We talk about the business forum and editors forum and traditional forum on medium, small scale, and medium, micro enterprises. Now you see, this is very nice on paper, and it did make a substantial contribution in the early years. It was so broad based that there would be media persons interacting, there would be parliamentarians interacting, there would be businessmen interacting. the women interacting. So all this, but the problem which continues is that distance between India and Latin America is vast. So you cannot talk very easily about tourism promotion or people-to-people contact. But in this day and age, with digital technology, it is possible to remove the mental distances, the psychological barriers, and you can think in terms of low volume, high value ingredients or joint ventures established there. You do not have to cope with the challenge of distances. So you could have these joint enterprises in Brazil or in South Africa or the other way around in India where this could be done. IPSA doesn't have a headquarters located anywhere or a permanent executive secretariat. This is rather unusual. This is a flexible structure, and we think it is better than having a vested interest developing like UN specialized agencies somewhere where the headquarters is in one place, regional offices are going in different directions, different areas, subject areas are distributed all along regionally. So it might be federal, it might look like decentralized, but ultimately the purse strings are controlled at the head office, United Nations, ultimately. So at this level, the IPSA only counts on the summits of the heads of state in the government. So when the heads of state meet, a fresh momentum is imparted to whatever IPSA is doing, and what happens is the areas of cooperation can be enhanced or you can make course corrections and focus sharply on sectoral areas. Now, the areas of cooperation, again, there are some general areas about international relations. Both India, Brazil, and South Africa maintain that the UN needs urgent reforms, not only in United Nations General Assembly, but also bodies like WTO. There's been a lot of talk for quite a number of years that both Brazil and India should be made permanent members in Security Council, but this is such an important reform that which depends on the goodwill and general consensus of the veto-wielding members. There are other claims. There could be Japan on different reasons. There could be Indonesia for claiming regional primacy in Southeast Asia. So this is not likely to be met with in the near future. On peace and security, most of the time India, Brazil, and South Africa have an overlap of interest. One should enter a caveat right here because under Bolsonaro, Brazil has not always had an overlapping perspective on peace and security. We mentioned that recently after Russian intervention in Ukraine, he did go to Russia and he has been explicitly supportive of what Putin is doing. This is to tell America that they should not take Bolsonaro for granted, but this is it. There may not be, at the moment, 100% overlap or coincidence of interest or perspective, strategic perspective, globally, but what remains a shared perspective is about fight against poverty, fight against disease, to insist to struggle for a better quality of life for its people. Then, for example, the IPSA fund for poverty and hunger alleviation. Now, it may appear that the resources available to this fund are minuscule compared to what the problem requires, but at least it is a declaration of intent, commitment to do something on their own, whatever we can do without looking for aid and assistance from outside. On disarmament and non-proliferation or weapons of mass destruction, there also is general agreement between these three countries. There are other areas of cooperation. The globalization, the human face, South-South cooperation remains there. The idea is to maximize the benefits of globalization and cut down its ill effects. To strive for sustainable economic growth in all developing countries in South. First of all, in their proximate neighborhood, and sustainable development is a catch-all category to which all these three countries remain committed. Slightly less area of priority, but only slightly less, are tourism, because it provides not only employment, it also removes misunderstanding, it promotes transport, it mitigates in favor of infrastructural improvement, and it also creates employment and new opportunities, and it allows people to see the convergence or divergence of their interests. The lessons of tolerance are learned, the lessons of cooperation are learned, and integrated tourism packages and capacity building also helps preserve the cultural heritage, the identity of indigenous people, and of course promotes the idea of pluralism. Trade and investment combined market is 1.5 billion people, is a large one. It is almost around $5 trillion GDP which we are talking about. The figure is misleading. This figure is for IPSA. If you add to it the BRICS figure, the $1 trillion GDP is multiplied exponentially. Infrastructural development opportunities to implement projects through state-owned enterprises, public-private partnerships, and each other country as well as jointly in other countries is something which is very promising because once, take an example, an Indian company becomes active in infrastructure development in Brazil, then the distance is not insurmountable to go to Argentina, go to the northern tip of the Latin American continent, to Ecuador, to Salvador, to Bolivia, to Venezuela, to Nicaragua, to also not very far away, then is Chile and Peru and other countries. So once you have a footprint in Brazil, the other way around is the same thing. If the Brazilians set up something, if there's cooperation in pharma, in cooperation in their space technology, and Brazilians have a very strong scientific technological research base and innovation base. Earlier it was said that the one thing which divides us is also the language. The Brazilian people speak Portuguese, but Indians are not entirely non-conversant in Portuguese language. Goa was a part of Portugal for a little over 450 years, and Portuguese is not as alien a language to Indian after English than some other European languages are. So you could work on this base of Portuguese heritage in Goa, the Portuguese colonization of Brazil, and the commonalities. So you could think in terms of that. The infrastructure development projects, once they start, the best practices can be adopted by each other. Now, we have to implement projects not only in each other's territory, but think in terms of continentally. So if Brazilians undertake some joint ventures in India, the whole of South Asia opens up for them. The whole of Southeast Asia opens up for them. So there is an issue which we have to develop very, very carefully. Now, this is something which made BRICS attractive for Brazilians because it allowed them to interact with Russia and China as well as only the third world countries. The Brazilians normally have had, like most Latin American countries, close contacts with their metropolitan powers, Spain, Portugal. They looked at Europe as their cultural motherland, but then the problem is that once you start interacting, cooperating, you discover affinities. The science and technology examples are important. The IPSA celebrates technology days, and we have mentioned the technological capacity of Brazil. And at one time, the Brazilians were developing a nuclear weapons program, which they gave up, but they still have a substantial nuclear energy for peaceful purposes program. They have a capacity for launching projectiles into satellites into space. They have a very well developed pharmaceutical industry. So there is a ground where India and Brazil can cooperate. Now, it doesn't mean that India and Brazil alone can cooperate. They have to exclude South Africa because South Africa retains a strong economic resource base, mineral resource base, and its ties with other countries in the neighborhood and in the continent, and they can also be beneficiaries of whatever Brazil and India are doing, as was obvious in the case of AIDS pandemic. A cheap life-saving drug could be made available for the use of the African members in this partnership. There is an area of cooperation in defense, but defense not in the terms of crude military collaboration or becoming to each other's assistance in case of military attack, but preparing, building up the defense capacity of each other through maybe protecting against cyber warfare, against digital threats, against missile systems, against telecommunications, against information gathering through satellites. All this is defense collaboration. Although there have been some maritime exercises to symbolize that this area is not taboo, the joint naval exercises, if some are part of the IBCA, Trilateral Defense Cooperation, have also been conducted. There has been collaboration in the field of education. Special IPSA fellowship programs were granted to promote academic exchange between young scholars in the field of economics and social sciences to strengthen research collaboration. This collaboration is interesting because recently there has been a controversy in this country. In India, why should an Indian scholar go abroad to study either Indian history or Indian society or Indian economy? This is where the argument for this exchange comes in. Other developing countries, other poor countries have been facing the same challenge, especially if they are multi-ethnic, pluralistic, multi-religious. The same kind of challenges are faced by them, and they are rediscovering their past, they are rediscovering the pre-colonial past, they are talking about the indigenous heritage, traditional knowledge systems. So there is a lot which India and Brazil and India and South Africa can collaborate in this. The exchange of scholars and students, especially in social sciences and in traditional knowledge systems. The climate change is yet another area of cooperation which will keep increasing priority, whether it is rainforest, whether it is forest fires, whether it is disappearing biodiversity, whether it is rising the level of the water in the oceans, whether it is extreme weather conditions, which is fluttering of a butterfly in Philippines, creating an El Niño effect in Brazil, or the other way around. All these things, nobody knows adequately how interlinked. But this, when we talk of Global South, the IPSA seems to be the most appropriate platform to undertake this. Now, the IPSA fund, look, we must have it. The IPSA facility to end poverty and hunger is called the IPSA fund. It became operational in 2006. The mandate is to identify replicable and scalable projects, each other's best practices that can be disseminated to other developing countries on a demand-driven basis. So this is where a very small amount of the escrow fund, the endowment fund, can be leveraged. You are not trying to give out goals. You are not trying to give out loans either with strings or without strings. You are trying to propagate best practices. It is something like incubating by a venture capitalist proposal, which may not have commercial viability in the eyes of the commercial financial institutions or the international financial institutions, but it could be done by this. It says categorically examples of best practices in combating poverty and hunger will be propagated. The partner countries in the Global South to achieve the national priorities as well as other internationally agreed developmental goals. There is actually essentially no conflict of interest between internationally agreed upon developmental goals, whether they are millennium developmental goals, whether they are sustainable developmental goals, whether they are green initiatives, whether they are looking for future of work. But how this tripartite arrangement imbibes that is important because all three countries are considered as leaders, as pioneers, as pathbreakers in their own continents. So the IPSA fund since its inception has disbursed over US $44 million. The figure doesn't seem to be very large, but supporting 35 development projects in 31 countries. So if you see, it would probably be an allocation of a little over $1 million for a project. But this, if it is targeted at best practices and they can be replicable, they can be scalable, so it would have an impact, which would be a cascading effect, which would be a snowballing effect, which would be far more. The demonstration effect would sustain this thing. India has been a regular contributor to the IPSA fund since its inception and has contributed $15.1 billion. The figures are for 2022. Keep in mind that IPSA received into background, we shifted our focus to BRICS, but keeping that in mind, of the 44 billion, the Indians have pulled their weight along, and almost one third of the contribution India has provided. Now it's time to look at the relevance of IPSA for India. India is the incumbent chair of IPSA. It provides a platform for India to project its perspective, not necessarily all the time putting an emphasis on its limited national interest, but focusing on the shared interest, the community of interest between the other members and also the Global South. India has a bilateral trade of just $4.5 billion with South Africa and around $2.5 billion with Brazil. Understandably, geographical distances are very great, but nature of international trade is changing and it is likely to grow. Strategically, both countries express support to India's bid for a permanent seat in the UN General Assembly. As far as we are concerned, we think that the permanent seat in the Security Council is not the most important goal for Indian diplomacy, nor is UN perhaps the most relevant or most effective institution to either maintain peace, protect peace, develop or initiate an acceleration of sustainable development goals. But there is no dissonance between this. So this only goes to prove that there are no irritants, bilateral irritants between India and South Africa, India and Brazil. So collaboration can be easier. The defense joint naval exercises called IPSA maritime exercises are part of IPSA's trilateral defense cooperation. To our mind, this is more symbolic to show that there is no strategic squad. There's hardly any likelihood where the strategic cooperation between these three, unless it relates to the freedom of navigation on oceans and maintaining, preserving biodiversity and the common heritage of humankind in terms of natural resources and coping with the challenge of climate change. So these are long term. If to protect this and to combat international terrorism, piracy, smuggling, etc., we have to take in that no crude military collaboration is probably intended. Then this leads us to what are the challenges which lie ahead. First of all, there's a lack of effective coordination. What has resulted in the lack of effective coordination partly is the devaluation of IPSA since BRICS came up, and partly it is not only BRICS pushing IPSA off the center stage. Other priorities have distracted us, whether it is climate change, whether it is the long-term war in Afghanistan, whether it is the refugee crisis, whether it is the regime change in Syria, Iraq, Libya, where it is the continued protracted conflict between Israelis and the Iranians, Israelis and the Palestinians, whether it is the building of a humanitarian tragedy in South Yemen. So you have a whole, and more recently Rohingyas in Myanmar. So there is this problem where the developmental cooperational objectives have receded to background almost in the agenda of each of the member states, and this has led to lack of effective coordination. All three countries face challenges and competition from other countries in their respective regions for leadership role. So it is not that as India is recognized and undisputed leader by everybody in South Asia. Some of its smaller neighbors would think that it behaves like a big brother, a very wrong relation. It is a bully, it likes to dominate them. So actually SARC was voted not for regional cooperation as much as to cut India down to size by all its smaller neighbors standing up together, but SARC again is a comatose organization. But the point remains that whatever India does to project international cooperation in the South-South cooperation, its next door neighbor Pakistan is to look with great suspicion at its motivation. As long as we talk of BRICS, India has had hostile relationships, military clashes included with China. So this is what has eroded the credibility of BRICS itself, and Russia, since it has become more Eurocentric, more interested in whatever is happening towards Europe, and left Asian part of the strategic management to its ally for all practical purposes, China, it has forced the members of IPSA to look at their immediate neighborhood before they look elsewhere, before they look for continental partnership, before they look for tripartite partnership. They look for the immediate proximate neighborhood. India faces challenges from China and Pakistan, not necessarily as much from Malaysia and Indonesia, but the seeping Islamization of the Malaysian polity and also the similar spread of fundamentalist Islam and Islamization of the mindset of large segment of population in Indonesia creates problem. And Indonesia again has perceptions of a leadership role for itself. The archipelago extends from Andaman Islands to Andaman Nicobar Islands all the way to Papua New Guinea. It arches over Australia, and it is the leader among the ASEAN nations who have a very prominent trade relationship with China. And China's expansion downward southward aggressive drive causes apprehension in their minds. So this also is a cause where India cannot totally disregard what is happening in its neighborhood and keep talking about trilateral cooperation across the Atlantic or across the Arabian Sea or in Indian Ocean. There are other aspirants for prominent regional role, say for Latin America. Mexico and Central America is there, Argentina is there, and also more recently the experiment in Chile, where they are trying to have a different kind of a democracy, a different kind of a tilt toward the left. They might become role models for other smaller nations in Latin America. So there are these issues which have eroded from, what shall we say, the promise of IPSA that was founded. 2011 onwards, the BRICS, the larger group comprising China and Russia besides IPSA, has overwhelmed and overshadowed IPSA, and IPSA has lost its importance. But this is something which we would like India to reconsider, keeping in mind Russia's preoccupations in Ukraine and Europe and China's relentless ambitious drive towards South China Sea and the Pacific region. It probably should reconsider revival of IPSA for furtherance of not only its interests but to also the trilateral, tricontinental cooperation in a manner where the BRICS doesn't hang around an albatross around its neck. The challenges remain. There are irregular meetings, but in this day and age, especially since post-COVID, the physical meetings are not necessary. The digital summits can take place. It is not necessary that it should be downgraded and the meeting should be at the world level. If at the height of a war-like situation, the Russian president and the American president can meet digitally and foreign ministers can travel from one country to another, there is no reason why a digital technology savvy Prime Minister in India cannot interact similarly with the leaders in Brazil or in South Africa. The internal challenges are more acute. The domestic front, particularly after COVID, the downturn in the economy, the political tempers being frayed in electoral politics, concerns about erosion of freedom of speech, communal partisanship of political parties, all these combined with the economic downturn tend to focus the leadership concentrate on domestic politics. And when you focus intensely on domestic politics, little time is left for diplomacy in distant lands. There are also changes in global world order. First of all, the most noticeable trend is the decline of the United States as a hegemon, which is seen to be emerging. The retreat from Afghanistan has created an image of the United States of a country which is disinterested in participating in international affairs beyond its borders. It doesn't have the capacity to project its power effectively. It has let down its allies in Afghanistan and elsewhere, and it is a house divided amongst itself. There is no majority which backs up its President Biden. President Biden is suffering from age-related infirmities, as the critics point out. Well, although the kind of physical behavior and the mental stability of his predecessor were also questioned at times, but we're not getting into that. And the net result is that post-American retreat from Afghanistan and post-Putin's intervention in Ukraine and post-Xi Jinping's clearing his way for a prolonged period, maybe lifelong, as a leader of China, and the relentless drive to become not only number one economy but number one polity by the time the centenary of the revolution has brought about a change in the structure in the global world order. You might even say that the global world order is not the right term to use. The whole world order is a flux. So we don't know whether this chaos will continue for a time, how long the flux will continue, whether a new architecture will emerge in the near future. So in 2022, these are the challenges which confront us. Before we conclude, a few recent developments have to be reviewed. The 6th India, Brazil, South Africa Women's Forum met in March 2021, which is part of the people-to-people interactions. The 7th IPSA Academic Forum, again, academic exchange met in 2021. The economic to facilitate the IPSA Sherpas. Sherpas are the ones who prepare like mountaineering the ground for the climate, so follow them and reach the summits. They are trusted, specialized economics ministers dealing with economics or strategy or security or environment to bring about coincidence of interest among diplomats of these countries. The inaugural meeting of the IPSA National Security Advisors again took place in August 2021. So this was an India chair meet. The theme was democracy for demography and development. The iterations are interesting. They become almost a feature of Indian diplomacy since moving forward. But they have a use. Democracy for demography and development makes 2 points despite the iteration, which might be irritating for some, that there can be no democracy which regards the demographic composition of a polity, whether it is pluralistic, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, or otherwise. What is the division between the young and the old, the rich and the poor, the urban and the rural? This is something which is common to India, Brazil, and to a certain extent South Africa also. Now, once you bring that focus on this, then you say development issues are more important than more frightening strategic flashpoints which we normally concentrate on. How the climate change is going to impact on development, how it is going to be absorbed by the demographic profile of a country is something which we have to decide. So what we are discussing, the Indians at least seem to be aware of the challenges ahead, and they have started refocusing on IPSA in a manner where it can be revived as a useful platform. India organized the tourism ministers again in 2021. Again, we notice the time is very important. All this active activity under the umbrella of IPSA has taken place in 2021. It is post-Galwan clash between India and China. It is post-tensions rising between Russia and Europe and NATO because of Ukraine. And as soon as Indians are recovering from COVID onslaught, they are trying to revive this forum, whichever they can use. There was a time when Mr. Modi was opening out multiple options and establishing multiple special strategic relationships with different actors to keep all the options open. This seems to be part of that strategy. They should also revive IPSA, where India now probably is in a position to play even a more decisive, more significant role than it originally was conceived. So the SMEs conference is organized in 2021 again, it's the 6th national conference, and vaccine diplomacy. India made a vaccine Maitri initiative, delivered the COVID-19 vaccines to both countries, Brazil and to South Africa. Brazil was working on a vaccine of its own, but the Indian Maitri came very useful. What is the path ahead? The path ahead is that we must insist on regular engagement, not lose the momentum. There should be periodic meetings, digital or physical. There should be a constant effort to strengthen trilateral ties. Also, we must seek to deepen defense cooperation. It doesn't mean defense cooperation doesn't mean joint military exercises and force exercises. It also is intelligence sharing. It also is in the domain of disinformation. It is also in the domain of cyber warfare. It is also in the domain of ecological weapons being used against somebody in climate change. So the defense cooperation is very multidimensional. It should be there. The IPSA countries should play a leading role in building up their own training capacity, diverting attention away from China and US markets. Easier said than done, but most urgently required. Because some people argue that when the dollar hegemony is ended, the rupee trade might come. India might also like to deal with China in terms of yuan $1 and escape the sanctions. But this is going to take time. There has to be indigenous capacity building, self-sufficiency, self-reliance, but shared prosperity, not only within but with partners. This alone is the way forward. There is no other way. IPSA may at one time have lost some momentum, but I think the time is right for this idea. The time for this idea has come that there has to be better cooperation between regionally prominent actors to regain their strategic autonomy. That's all we have for you this time. Till we meet again. Thank you and goodbye.
Welcome to Byju's IAS.
And a very warm welcome to our special series of lectures on India's relations with countries in the neighborhood. And when we talk of India's relationship with countries in the neighborhood, we should keep in mind that this issue is integrally related with India's participation in regional fora, also larger international multilateral fora where diplomacy takes place. And these interactions affect our relationship with countries in the neighborhood and have a vital impact on our national interest and our foreign policy. So what we intend to discuss with you this time is India's participation in a grouping which is very important called the G7. G7 is an extremely interesting example of multilateral diplomacy and how it affects our relationship in the neighborhood. So we shall do it this time, and we'll begin with, as usual, taking a look at origins and evolution of G7. Now, there are very interesting points to keep in mind about origins and evolution of G7. It is not like any other regional forum or a effort at regional integration, which is a formal structure which has a treaty which brings it to existence. It has had a tumultuous past because it was started as a response to things which were unexpected in international relations. This was coming together in the embryonic form of major economies of the world in the wake of the 1973 crisis. Now, 1973 seems to be so much distant in the past, some mythological prehistoric era, but there was a time in 1973 when the Arabs thought that they would use the oil as a weapon to get what they wanted. But this administered a severe shock to the economies of the developing world, who had thought that they were immune to this kind of behavior by their client states in their area. But then the informal getting together of senior financial officers in the wake of the oil crisis in 74 is the origin of the G7. These were USA, UK, West Germany, Japan, and France. They became the group of 5. It was also called the Library Group because the first meeting had taken place in the Library Founders Building. A 3-day summit was organized in 1975, and you can see the progress is fast. 73 is the oil crisis, 74 the group comes formally together, and the 3-day summit was organized in 75. They added Italy to it. It became the group of 6. It was decided to meet annually. It became group of 7. Then Russia joined it. Then the second summit took place in Dorado, Puerto Rico, in June 76 to form the group of 7. It was the addition of Canada which made it the group of 7, not Russia. Then Russia joined later. It was group of 8, but Russia's membership was temporary. It was excluded after it intervened in Crimea, and then permanently moved out of this group. So G7 became G7. Otherwise, originally USA, UK, West Germany, Japan, and France. Then the topmost economies in the world. Add to it Canada, and then Russia's temporary membership, and it remains G7. So G7 starts with 5, then it becomes 5 plus 1, then it becomes plus 1 more, then this one is reduced, and it becomes again plus 1 was 8. 5 plus 1 plus 1, it came up to 5 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 8, but then the shock goes out and it remains G7 after all these additions and subtractions. There was a time when the world was going through an economic slowdown, prices were there was rising unemployment, there was deflation, there was stagnation plus inflation at the same time, and the OPEC oil embargo was supposed to be the cause of all this. So it was primarily a response of the challenge of the oil embargo on the Western economies. The idea was very reasonable that the industrialized countries would decide to coordinate their policies to tackle the situation. This is something which you must remember. It was the response of the industrialized countries to coordinate their policies. There was no perspective at this time to include developing countries or to coordinate policies with others. There was a shared community of interest between the industrialized developed countries who depended on Arab oil, and this was the response. This has not changed much. Cold War was ending. In 1998, Russia was prepared to join a decade after the dissolution of the Soviet Empire and breakdown of the Soviet Union. And 1998, Russia decided and it became the group G7, became G8. But returned to the previous name as Russia was removed in 2014 in response to the annexation of Crimea, and it announced permanent withdrawal from G7 in 2017. So you can see the relationship between Putin's Russia and the industrialized West has been a very fraught one. Putin has always been belligerent towards his postures, his country's response to what the West is doing. So there is no community of interest between the industrialized Western countries and Russia. So G7 becomes G7 again. The other interesting thing about G7 is, besides the origins, when it comes to the nature, we call it nature, character, essentially it's an informal group of advanced industrialist neoliberal countries. The country members will repeat again are United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Canada, Italy, and Japan. And if you exclude Japan temporarily for the sake of discussion here, you all have countries which are Western, Anglo-Saxon, predominantly white, sharing a strategic perspective in the world, and also ideology. It has over a period of time expanded its scope to issues such as security, trade, climate change, and most recently response to COVID pandemic. Again, it doesn't mean that the G7 has expanded its charter or mandate to give priority to global issues. It only says that again the emphasis remains on the interest of industrialized developed Western countries. Japan is an Asian country, the only one out of this grouping, but Japan also had very recently a total overlap on the security perspective of the United States in either the northeastern part of the ocean or Japan, Sea of Japan, or response to China and so on. So Japan has had significant differences in terms of economic growth, in terms of domestic political issues. A conservative mindset is not a part of the same liberal, so-called liberal democratic setup of the Western white Anglo-Saxon people, but this is what it is. So we move to the other part. What is the mandate of the G7? No official mandate, because we said it's an informal group without no secretariat, no structure, but members all shared certain values. Now this again, certain liberal democratic values is to be understood in a nuanced manner. The liberal values shared by France and Germany and UK and Canada and America are significantly different from each other. So you say that they are democratic values, but the democracy operates differently. It may be a presidential system, it may be a presidential system, it may be a two-party rule, it may be a multi-party rule, it may be a coalition like in Germany, it might be a strictly secular party like France, but it might be other differences. It might be a country divided along the middle like the United States of America at the moment. So what these values are and how much is of the democratic essence is contained in these values is open to question. But right now these countries, the members of G7 would insist that their values are democratic and they are the ideal values which the rest of the expanded version should accept. Members come together to cooperate and coordinate on global issues, but not to find global solutions. Their emphasis remains to find solutions to global issues which meet the requirements of some interests or the vested interests of these countries, developed countries. So they may be related to management of macroeconomy, it may be contemporary economic problems as they impinge on that. The problem is that primarily, as we have noticed, this group came into existence to deal with recent shock, Iran-Iraq war, Soviet occupation of Afghanistan in the 1980s, debt relief in highly indebted poor countries, and mitigation of Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1990s. More than a mouthful here. But these were all knee-jerk reactions to crisis we never expected. Nobody had imagined that there would be a meltdown and there would be a Chernobyl disaster. Nobody would have thought before this time that the high indebtedness of the poor countries would result in migration of refugees, creating conditions for unavoidable turmoil, social instability. Afghanistan was first military intervention and occupation by the Soviet Union, then the anarchical reign of the Mujahideen and Taliban, then of course the long-drawn war that America was conducting there. So this is all basically not really global issues. They are issues which concern impinge the interest of the developed countries and jeopardize and put at risk their continued growth and domination. So we have got the focus now, the contemporary focus is on global financial markets, global security, military cooperation, and climate change, development, and etc. You can keep adding human rights, you can keep adding refugees, but they are all interrelated issues. The ambition of the G7 is, forget about the mandate, is to provide leadership to global cooperation. Now, it is not genuinely promoting global cooperation. The reality of G7 is the G7 countries, the industrialized Western countries with liberal democratic values as they came, the largest economies of the world would like to retain their domination of the global politics and international relations. They would say that they are promoting global cooperation, but what they are really is is that their recommendatory suggestions for global cooperation should in fact be treated as mandatory dictats from more powerful, more richer people. How this works is interesting. It works. There is no treaty, there is no secretariat. The presidency rotates amongst members. The summit is hosted by the country which holds the presidency. The joint communiques are issued after each summit. Decisions are not legally binding, are independently ratified by member states. Now, it was no problem as long as there is unanimity among the principal founding members and the core members. But right now, we have sections and features appearing between France, Germany, and United Kingdom, between America and the members of the European Union, which are represented in the G7. The apprehensions which Japan has after America's United States of America's retreat from Afghanistan. So there is no cohesion as it was at the time it was founded. The White has moved much ahead from 1973 oil energy shocks. Now the challenge is to cut down the fossil fuel consumption. There's worried about extreme weather events. Terror has taken a much more aggressive role than it was in 1973, and also the limits of the superpowers to mold events elsewhere in the globe according to their desire is not there. The kind of approach, the kind of thaw which had taken place after the Cold War ended, as you could even argue that there are signs portents of a new Cold War between Russia and the world, China's exposure. So these things are this independent ratification by member states may not always be easy at the present moment. Obviously, the agenda is announced in advance before the summit, and people are prepared to follow their request. Take a close look at what has been the significance, what remains the continued significance of G7. In 2019, it had 30% of the global GDP, 10% of the global trade. But these figures, we always insist, are very misleading because they give you an aggregate of the members' individual GDPs, individual share in global trade, and if you take care of the other groupings, if you put the same figures for European Union, you put the same figures for ASEAN, you put the same figures for BRICS, the figures would be even more impressive. It would be continental membership, it would be much larger share of population, it would be much larger share of trade, but then it would hide the fact, the harsh reality, that the bilateral trade figures, say for instance between India and China, or India and EU, India and America, are much more significant than taking these group figures. It can of course be said that the G7 affects impacts global economy and financial markets because they are the richer countries, because they are the most powerful countries, because they are the largest economies in the world. It's stating the obvious. But does it mean that the Indians or any other country has to take G7 seriously or look for other fora of interaction where it can leverage its weight, its population, its economy, its markets, etc.? It reflects the policies of the major developed countries. This is something which we would like you to consider carefully. Does the world today have to concede the point that the policies of the major developed countries are they coherent or are they really coordinated in a significant fashion for India to take note of? Take the case of Brexit. Take the case of America's dissonances with France after AUKUS. So even the developed countries, even the major economies, are not having always coordinated and coherent foreign policies. They are unpredictable. So should India give G7 the significant? This enables coordinated macroeconomic policies by the major economies in the context of post-COVID recovery. It's much too early to concede this point. We don't even know how different countries are going to respond to the economic challenges posed by the trauma of COVID and how much of coordinated response will be there. There has been sanctions and pressures between the European Union and UK, between America and the rest of the world. The economic sanctions which America has imposed on Russia, China, and other countries, Iran. So there is the major economies dictating the course of the trajectory of economic recovery is again open to question. Of course, if you want to keep continuing emphasizing on significance, you will also concede that it sets up to be a forum where the world's most influential and open societies and advanced economies are brought together for closed-gate discussion. The closed-gate discussion context was very right when the organization came into existence. But if you talk of contemporary days, are the societies really open? Are the societies they claim to be open and they accuse that whether it's China or Russia is open? They would say that in India there's been a steady erosion of democratic institutions, open values, etc., open human values, etc. But then is it the advanced economies are totally independent of their entanglements with the so-called underdeveloped economies or developing economies? Take a case of you say that advanced economies of the West, G7, are so dependent on the supply chain from China that they can't claim that they are the only advanced economies in the world. There are other advanced economies outside it. It could be Japan. Japan is very much a member. But what about China? What about Russia? What about other countries which have capacities like Israel, cutting edge biotechnology? So I think the world is not very easily conceding the point that it is the advanced economies which are closed and which should be taken very seriously. What are the accomplishments? Now, 1985 Plaza Accord is much too far back in history. You practically is about 25 years ago. It was dealing with the Accord of global currency markets then. So global currency markets then in 85 are not really relevant to what the G7 decides deliverates today. There has been a significant role played by G7 in creating a global fund to fight AIDS, TB, malaria. And one would argue that these are concerns not of developing nations. AIDS was very much a concern of developing nations, but TB and malaria is something which they have conquered. They are not interested in this. But AIDS showed that even if like Ebola virus, it starts, you can blame somebody else that it started in a backward country in Africa, but as long as transmitted in the age of globalization first, it was very much a problem of the Western world as well. Now, but again, should keep in mind that the fight against AIDS has been also undertaken not only by G7, but by individuals like Bill Gates and Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation, who might not like to accept all their claims, but there has been progress on this front outside the G7 as well. Then there's the Global Apollo Program of Clean Energy Research and Development in 2015. This, I think, is an interesting initiative which provided the momentum which led to the Paris Peace Summit in 2015, prepared the ground for it. It calls for the developed countries to spend 0.02% of their GDP over a period of a decade, 2015 to 2025. So now you see, even if you say there's a massive GDP figure for the G7 countries, but 0.02% is not really the figure of a resource allocation which can make a difference of a great crisis, especially over a 10-year period. And there has been a hiatus, there has been an interruption since 2005 to 2021, thanks to Trump withdrawing from the agreement of the conference of parties in 2015. Much time has been lost, and we really have a 4-year period in which this 0.02% of the GDP can be utilized, not utilized, we can call about it. You can claim that the accomplishments are the ones that led the way to adoption of the Paris Climate Agreement, but the Paris Climate Agreement, as soon as it was reached, it was sabotaged by the United States. President Trump, and the democracy has provided its own hands over it all the time after this. One US president like Biden might come back to the agreement, but his successor might walk out of it. If there is no credibility of sovereign guarantees or even treaties entered into, then how much credit can be given to G7's informal understanding and creation of climate? Measures to strengthen global economy and combat tax evasion is again something which helps the industrialized Western countries, the common basic minimum tax structure for corporate tax evasion, money laundering. These are issues which are of their interest. What is the criticism? Which is the short feelings? And depending on whether you are ideologically inclined to concede the primacy in leadership to the developed world, to the Western world, to the largest economies, you would find reasons. The first, most interesting criticism, most important criticism is that G7 is not inclusive. Its legitimacy is under question, but legitimacy is under question only when there is a treaty element. If there is an informal forum where people are interacting, the question of legitimacy is not so important. Of course, you say the proceedings are okay, but if no forum except the United Nations General Assembly, you have totally transparent proceedings. The lobbying takes place even in the United Nations behind the scenes on the sidelines. You will find out what the deliberations among the 5 members of the Security Council were before they decided to either accept a resolution or exercise a veto. So I think G7 has always claimed and exercised a disproportionate impact, especially on global economy. It is more like living on the brand equity, encashing its image that we are the largest countries, we are the democratic countries, and we have played this role. Now, you see, this dates back to G7 in 1973, after the oil energy crisis, goes back to the formation of military alliances, NATO, SEATO, CENTO, European Union, Marshall Plan for Reconstruction of Europe. So where the victors, the allied powers who were victorious in 1945 after the Second World War, who played a role as the permanent members of the UN Security Council, have had the self-image that they are the ones who decide whatever else happens wherever else in the world. And with minor skirmishes between themselves, the Russians and the Chinese, these 5 people, in this case in G7, Russia is not there, China is not there. So the claims of being a powerful actor to influence global economy again are there. You want to argue that the Western neoliberal agenda is not acceptable to everybody. There have been protests at every summit, protests not by the members, of course, but protests by people who are affected by this. Russia and China's exclusion, despite their being global powers, doesn't make sense at all. At one stage, Russia was included, at other stage, Russia was excluded, had to be hounded out. But the point is, the friction among G7 members themselves about trade tariffs and how to respond to Russian membership, how to respond to an aggressive expansion in China. You might have joint communiques issued at all summits, but no one was issued after 2008 summit due to differences when Trump was the president of the United States. Outdated and ineffective due to exclusion of major global economies, India and the ASEAN bloc. So these are the limitations of G7, which on balance make us realize it may have had a potential at one stage. It was a club of rich and the affluent to protect their own interests. Much time has passed since then, but it has at times made broken responses to retain the claim that it is concerned about global issues. But this claim cannot be accepted or sustained that the richest and the most powerful countries have the monopoly to decide how the world others should respond to global challenges. What specifically is the significance of G7 for India? The Prime Minister Modi said that G7 are major countries in G7 are major allies of India. We share liberal democratic values. There is dual still out of this one. Some people think that India has lost out on liberal democratic values in the past 7 years since the new government took place. Those who support the government would say that this is a false conspiratorial criticism of the government which is making India more powerful, more self-reliant, and our democracy cannot be a mirror image of the democracy of Western democracy either in America or France. They would say that liberal democratic values are at risk everywhere, including in America, in the United Kingdom, in France, and Germany. Would name anything. Free and the other temptation is that the free members share discomfort for Chinese policies. This is the greatest solidarity of interest between India and the countries in G7. All the members in G7 feel that the Indo-Pacific region is threatened, free and open trade in this region is threatened by China, and also if we sort of have a trans-Pacific partnership, if we have a regional partnership in this area, it would benefit India more. It's difficult to imagine that how automatically this would lead membership, or not membership, receiving an invitation to come to participate as a guest in G7 summits would attract a large source of potential investment to India. If it's foreign direct investment, the potential of India as a country where people should invest in would be measured, assessed by either countries or private investors. It's equally interesting to find out that how it will automatically promote technology transfers, particularly related to data security, artificial intelligence, etc. Now, I am a little allergic to the word etc. because what I think happens is that you try to think sloppily. You don't try to think rigorously. You don't focus on areas and then examine whether this is a real potential, real promise or not. Now, artificial intelligence is an area highly technical, contentious at the moment, even in the West. So when we talk of cooperation, technology transfer, and artificial intelligence, which has great potential for military use also, well, the G7 countries will do that to us. When they are not prepared to waive the patent regulations, even during the COVID vaccine diplomacy, at a crisis of the pandemic of the global level. Data security again is related to cybersecurity, cyber wars, cyber attacks. So I think this is basically just trying to add on a dimension and say in an asymmetric attack on the interests of the developed countries in G7, they would have to take in mind that there might be a small country where there is the rogue hacker which is launching cyber attacks or is throwing a spanner in the works in the artificial intelligence field. But this is more distant scenario, not immediately. The members in G7 are large markets for low-cost exports from India. This depends on the crucial thing that will Indian industry, if possible in future, be competitive enough to have low cost, but also the expectation of the G7 countries is high quality products which can compete not only with their own products, but compete with the products of the Chinese. Now, the interesting part in this is that post-COVID, each country is trying to protect its own industry, workers, agriculture, farmer sector. So what happens is that with the rising tide of protectionism in the post-COVID world, how real is the potential of exports from India to member states of G7? The COVID recovery and relief efforts are still in flux. When talks of Delta variant, when talks of the post-Delta variant, that's not the story. There's a great confusion about lockdowns, about cutting air flights, exporting, perishable but dangerous goods, potentially dangerous goods, edible goods from a developing country to the developing world. So I think this is all which is significant for India continues only because India chooses to look at G7 as a high table. Being invited to negotiate there, participate there is a matter of prestige for it. It is a game of one upmanship with neighbors like Pakistan who sought parity. It gives it a leverage over countries much larger or exporting like Iran. It gives us an advantage over countries which are regionally potentially predominant actors in their own regions like Indonesia. But this is more a matter of self-perception and satisfying one's ego. Now, what are the challenges for India? It can't be denied that India lags far behind in terms of per capita income and development indicators. It's not likely to be taken seriously by the developed, rich, affluent, powerful countries till this happens. India is at home. India would criticize if it gave greater emphasis to G7 and its participation there as a willing victim to new colonial agenda. India also has to worry about can it really afford to upset China being closer and closer to G7 and expanded warm and would China react to sensibly? China is very upset about India's membership of Quads and it might happen there. Policy differences with G7 countries continue to exist on WTO on climate change. Most important, the challenge for India is to how to cope with the uncertainty about US policy towards G7, especially after America's retreat, dramatic, unexpected from Afghanistan. It has put a severe question mark on the credibility of the Americans. It's not only the American policy uncertainty about G7, it's about WTO, it's about climate change, it's about everything. Now, it's even about how to cope with Taliban and restructure the world post the Afghan retreat. Whatever India expected, the aid and investment has from Western countries have not materialized so far, nor are they likely to materialize in a hurry, especially if the world economy is disrupted after COVID. There continue to be concerns about decline of democratic values in India. This is an interesting issue in the sense that those who worry about the decline of democratic values in India turn a blind eye to decline of democratic values in their own countries, particularly if you talk the United States of America. They are very keen to criticizing decline of human rights, freedom of expression being curtailed, decline of democratic institutions in Russia. They target China. Of course, both have a record which is not entirely always very clean, but they don't look at their own selves. So I think when we talk of India, we talk in terms of the complex challenges which India has had to face. It doesn't have the religious homogeneity, it doesn't have ethnic homogeneity, it has linguistic diversity, and more it has been divided by the colonial masters since partition during the Cold War. These challenges have been different. So this is not, but the fact remains, as long as in the Western perception, in the perception of G7 countries, India is not protecting its democratic values, its institutions, human rights, is intolerant, the aid might not come, what little aid would have come. We have talked about the rising protectionism in the West in trade and the issue of migrants, legal and illegal, and when Western countries in India, a country of subcontinental proportion, faces this together. What are the recent developments? The 47th G7 summit in 2021 in England was held. The 2020 summit in US was cancelled due to pandemic. In any case, it's an informal organization. So I think the summits could have been conducted digitally in virtual space, but if they were not, the whole point was that several other issues were more pressing than holding summit of the G7. The 2019 summit bears on tensions between USA and transatlantic allies when Trump was the president. So this is a point we have tried to say that you begin with 18, 19, 20, 19, 20, 21 first summit. You see that one summit is cancelled, one summit doesn't make much progress as was expected because there are fissures within the member states. Trump was like a bull in the China shop. He upset everything. In 2021 summit, India, South Korea, South Africa, Australia have been invited to attend as participating guests. Now, participating guests is how is it different from observers? How is it different from special invitees? These things make a difference if the structure of the forum is more formal. In an informal forum, participating guests and there is nothing, no voting. There is no veto. So they are as good as members. This, I think, is what is happening is it is expanding G7 in a manner where it becomes much more amorphous, it loses its coherence even more, and probably it's time that we shift our attention from G7 to its expanded version, G20. Developments at the latest summit where landmark agreement reached by finance ministers and global minimum corporate tax rates, which is of primary interest to the developed economies, but it can be used domestically as a leverage where with the government in India is under pressure, there is lowering corporate tax. So if there is a lowest corporate tax which is generally agreed upon in a multilateral forum, then the Indian government can say, look, we are not favoring the share capitalist, we are only following the consensus on the lowest minimum share corporate tax. The Build Back Better is the concept Biden came back to counter China's One Belt One Road initiative. But now what happens is now there are D11. It's very nice to point these new phrases. There are 11 countries, G7 plus 4 special guests, and it makes D11. But if you want to include countries which are important and significant in this context, we have to go beyond the democracies. So you go beyond the democracies, and the figure becomes even more. And we are almost ready to reach the study of G20. There have been developments like carbon-based declaration in preventing future pandemics. Now, how future pandemics can be prevented by adopting a declaration is something very curious. You have the global climate crisis action to meet $100 billion US annual contribution to target climate change, halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030, within less than a decade, reach net zero carbon emissions by 2030. Now, all these are targets which have already been discussed in the climate change negotiations conference of parties in other fora. Criticism aimed at China's speculative COVID origin, human rights violations in Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and unilateral aggression in South China Sea. This is all likely to continue because China is not going to concede that it is guilty of any of these things. India raised the issue of misinformation, cyber attacks, patent restrictions of COVID vaccines, slow action to climate change. But then again, because it's an informal body, we don't know how what was decided, what was agreed upon, will have any impact. India impact highlighted the revolutionary impact of digital technologies like JAM-DBT, development of social empowerment and inclusion. It is becoming almost a wish list of everything anybody wants to say. The guest countries did not sign a communique which hit out at China. So everybody avoids provoking or upsetting China, and everybody is willing to include whoever is wishing for anything. This results in further problem of G7 becoming more and more effective.
Welcome to Byju's IAS.
And a very warm welcome to our special lecture series on India's relations with countries in the neighborhood. Which in these lectures we include not only bilateral relations with neighboring countries, we also take a look at the regional forum, other multilateral fora where India participates, and our diplomatic interactions there have a bearing on our relationship in the neighborhood. So we are this time going to take a look at G20, which is an expanded version of an organization which came to existence as G7, a very informal, loose structured, but significant because of the membership, because of the representation of the population, the GDP, etc. here. So we shall take a close look at this and see how India's participation in G20 has mattered for us and is likely to matter. First of all, like always, I look at the origins and its evolution. G7 members realized that there was a need to involve developing countries if global cooperation was to make any substantial progress. They could claim to be the most industrialized nation, they could claim to be the largest economies, they could claim and take pride in their general democratic values, but as long as it excluded the rest of the world, the poor world, the developing world, the not so democratic countries, countries which did not share these values, no substantial progress would actually be made in terms of economic cooperation. And these countries, the large powers, the richer countries, could not imagine that they would play a bigger role. So G7 finance ministers announced the creation of Group of 20, which became more famous as G20. The G20 finance ministers and the central bank governors started meeting in 1999, and you can see the emphasis then was at global economic cooperation. G7 had been born as a response to a crisis, the 1973 oil energy crisis unleashed by the Arabs, so its expansion also was due to the realization. The primary focus was on economic restructuring. But it was only in 2008, when the world leaders saw the need for real global financial cooperation at the highest level. This was due to the financial crisis of 2008, which the world was facing. The G20 meetings were then elevated at summit level. You see, earlier the level was finance ministers and central bank governors, and because there is no structure, there is no formal secretariat, it could be done informally. So it was expanded to summit level meetings in 2009 at Pittsburgh Summit, and it was more or less institutionalized. Now, of course, you can't institutionalize things informally. It is a convention, it becomes customary, but then it becomes like this. So it became a main forum for global economic and financial cooperation. But before the cooperation came deliberations, negotiations. So G20 heads of state government have been meeting since then, since 2009, annually ever since 2010. So over a decade has passed where this informal, loosely structured organization has assumed the position of the main forum where this discussion can take place. What is the significance? Obviously, the significance, we could go back to statistics and data. It brings together world's major economies on a single platform. It represents 80% plus minus of the global GDP. It represents plus minus 75% of the global trade, 60% of the global population. Now, the moment G7 is expanded to include countries like India, it obviously the population would be represented far more larger. The GDP would become larger, the economic share will become larger. It also takes into account other relevant issues of global importance, not only economic restructuring, but terrorism, climate change, energy, etc. Of course, continues to be in the realm of economics. Meetings are elevated at the highest level, so it allows an opportunity for the heads of states, accompanied by the senior officials, to attend. It also successfully avoids the exclusivity of the G7, which was a gathering of not only the rich and the powerful, but with the exception of Japan, it was an Anglo-Saxon white Christian world which was there. So it could not be claimed as representing the global interest. What is the mandate? Now, we repeat once again, if the organization is informal, if there is no secretariat, if there is no structure, if there is no charter, no treaty, then the mandate again is informally arrived at consensus, which continues to remain in a state of flux and mutate. Primarily, it's a forum for international economic and financial cooperation. It does not change. It is basically a mechanism for dialogue. Now, dialogue and negotiations are different. Dialogue might not be negotiating a conflict of interest or a collaboration of interest or a minimum shared interest, but it is expressing views, opinions, and preparing ground for perhaps a more substantial bargaining and negotiation. It is systematically important among the important countries. So, objectives have been policy coordination between members to achieve common goals of economic stability and sustainable growth. Now, you see, the problem is that if the richer countries follow a trajectory of economic growth, which puts a great adverse impact on the environment, the issue of sustainability becomes very complex. The richer countries can switch from carbon footprint fuel consumption, increasing carbon footprint consumption, to something more cleaner energy, but the less developed countries may not have the option or the resources to do so. Also, the problem is this, that as long as the very iniquitous system of carbon trading exists, survives, the richer developed countries might continue polluting, continue using fossil fuels, and buy carbon credits and get away with that. Now, this is also coming to an end. By the end of this decade, there will be no carbon credits to be bought, so then these countries will have to face the issue of sustainability. Now, sustainability is that can you have economic development at a sustained growth rate, keeping in mind the sustainability of the environmental fragility or the climate change. So this is a challenge, and economic stability again is very difficult to maintain for the G20 when you have China following a trajectory of economic development and economic assistance to these countries, which has a built-in debt potential. There is one Belt and Road Initiative, there is the Belt and Road Initiative. The problem is the economic stability depends on factors, variables outside the control of the member states of the G20 to promote financial regulations and reduce risks and prevent future financial crisis. But what happened in 1973 was an unexpected crisis. Now, what happened to the global economy after the pandemic is an unexpected crisis. What happened when President Trump walked out of the climate change negotiations and agreement with parties in place 2015, imposed economic sanctions against China, Russia, Iran, etc. It were unexpected crisis, not triggered by an eccentric person, by a person who didn't share the values of the G7 policy making. This might yet happen in future. So there's only so much you can do in terms of preventive diplomacy, projective diplomacy to prevent these crises. Very ambitious. It says you create a new international financial architecture. Now, when the globalization was being talked about, when WTO was being put in place, one was even before that. There was a time in the late 70s, 80s when one was talking of a new international economic order. Now, you see, nobody talks today of new international economic order. Nobody today talks of the debates about the GATT being transformed, long negotiations of GATT and the trade tariffs leading on to WTO. Now, all these were also efforts at new international economic order. So, new international economic order talked in terms of basic conflict of interest between developed countries and developing countries. It talked in terms of the basic difference between economic ideologies followed by countries who belong to the socialist communist bloc earlier. They might have opted for a modified form of capitalism, state capitalism, social economic zones, but this did not bring about a new international economic order. So the word new financial architecture is one step shorter than clarity of economic order. But if the various countries do not belong to the same financial system, don't belong to the same exchange system, so it takes you back to a period whether the gold standard is there, the Bretton Woods system is there, the new cashless then so payment system is there. So this is what the financial transaction international operate into totally different arenas. So to create a new international financial architecture is a very, very ambitious plan. Let's see how the members are. The members are 19 countries and the European Union. The 19 countries are 7 members of the G7 original. We have 3 countries from South America. They are handpicked. Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil. Then South Africa is the only country representing the continent. Nobody else, not Nigeria, which is an oil producing country, not Libya, and the apartheid, which is an oil producing country, not Ethiopia, not Algeria. But you again see the bias towards countries which have a close alliance with the white Christian Western world. So South Africa may be a predominantly large non-white population. But ever since the end of apartheid, the real power has been held by multinational corporations or the whites, Afrikaners, who have retained control of the gold mines, the diamond mines, the natural resources, etc. At one stage, it was thought that South Africa would be the catalyst which would provide economic lead and economic development, but South Africa has been in a bit of a total mess, both in terms of economic development, both in terms of social stability. But its inclusion, to my mind, leaves a lot of questions. You can't say that Nigeria is more stable. You can't say that Libya is more stable. You can't say that Ethiopia is more stable. The political turmoil in Africa. So then what does it mean? You want to develop a relationship with Africa by having one country. You have one country which is a continent, which is Australia. Now again, if you see Australia is a country which is part of the AUKUS. It is a part which is being of the military alliance system of ANZUS and with the American At the moment, it has very adverse relationship with China. European Union works as a membership as a bloc here. Other countries are basically countries. So now this bloc again is a house divided amongst itself. Brexit, UK somewhere else, but UK is represented elsewhere. France and Germany are represented elsewhere, so they are out of the European Union. They have a double membership, so to speak, in this group. But does it make any difference? Does it accommodate the interest of things? Portugal, Italy is up there, but Greece and Spain. Spain has been given a membership. Permanent membership, but it's a non-member inviting permanent. So it doesn't include in this list. Now, then what happens to the countries which the European Union has expanded and embraced? The countries once belonging to East Europe, like countries like Poland, countries like Hungary, and also the countries which are in the European Union but keep to themselves. The Scandinavian countries, or the countries which are countries like Ireland, countries like Belgium, countries like Netherlands, which do not agree every time with the European Union's joint policy making procedure. You have 7 countries from Asia. You obviously have India, you have China, you have Turkey, you have Singapore, you have Indonesia, and these countries again do not necessarily. There is a group of countries of ASEAN. So these countries exclude Turkey belong to ASEAN. So ASEAN has a group interest as a bloc, and different countries have important relationship with India. So if you expand it in a manner like this, South Korea, Indonesia, Turkey, then it becomes a very loose organization and it loses its focus. The G20 is not treating countries of regional significance with equality. You only want to include Turkey because Turkey is expansionist, Turkey is supporting the Islamic nations. Saudi Arabia is part of this group together. So the relationship between Turkey and Saudi Arabia is different. The relationship between Saudi Arabia and Turkey and other Muslim countries is different. This still excludes countries which the US doesn't like, countries like Iran. So the problem is that can you have a G20 which has odd splitting of countries with diverse interests, not necessarily coherence or consensus. Several international and regional organizations also participate in the meetings of G20, like IMF, like the World Bank, like International Labour Organization, like WTO. So this again becomes a circus under one canopy, large canopy, which almost replicates the image of the UN General Assembly. That if you include all these people in all these organizations, various countries are members of these UN-sponsored things, IMF, World Bank, ILO, WTO, etc. And if these bodies speak representing their specialized interests and the guest countries invited, you have a situation which I think dilutes the purpose for which G20 was expanded into from G7. How does G20 work? It's again like very much like G7. It does develop from agenda activities are set by rotating presidencies in cooperation with other members. They work. This is interesting because the membership is larger in number. They have a troika. There is a president, there is a past president, and there is a president designate succeeding. So these three work as a troika, the triumvirate, which are something like the permanent members of the Security Council, who set the agenda, who do not have a veto, but they ensure continuity of the G20 functioning. The chairs rotates since 2010. Now, this is interesting thing depends to a large extent how much momentum retained or lost would be, who the president is, how the president is, how harmonious his or her relationship with the other members is. There is one finance track to focus on economic, financial, monetary, and tax issues. This probably is the more easy part of the negotiations where professionals, experts, meetings of finance ministers, central bank governors, and Sherpas work together. Now, Sherpa, the metaphor is borrowed from mountaineering. Sherpa is a hard-working porter or a coolie, an expert in mountain climbing, who is engaged by all the climbers in Nepal, whether they were climbing Everest, Lhotse, Chemakan, whatever thing, and they prepare the path. They knock with the path, they lay the ropes, they put the staircases, they build the crevices, so they avoid the risk and they prepare ground for successful negotiations between these professionals. So, like Piyush Goyal was appointed Sherpa for these negotiations, and the Sherpas also represent, they walk a step ahead of the principal negotiators, and they represent the head of the state, etc. So, the failure could be blamed on the Sherpa, and the progress can be declared by the head of the state. But in this case, you must keep in mind that this is the easier one. The outcome flows from the communique adopted by the leaders in the summit. But again, as we have said before, it has no binding force. The communique has recommendations which G7 members thought were mandatory for the rest of the world. Now the membership has been expanded to an extent where there is no such clarity that how these recommendations will be accepted. The Sherpa track focuses on non-economic and financial issues such as development, anti-corruption, food security, where agreement is not always possible and is broad general terms, so but you prepare ground for future dialogue and negotiations. Addressing procedural aspects of G20 process, because it is not structured, there is no secretariat, so the Sherpa prepares the ground for an unstructured but still more meaningful discussion or dialogue. The finance and Sherpa tracks carry out the preparation for summit meetings, negotiations, implementation. Now, implementation, there is no binding, so you take stock, you take action, take a report kind of thing, review the progress or otherwise. There are several sectoral initiatives. G20 Alliance for Empowerment and Promotion of Women's Economic Representation launched in 2019 at Osaka Summit. G20 Innovation League launched in 2021 at Rome Summit, involving a variety of stakeholders from the innovation ecosystem. Now, you see, the point is that it is nice to talk of an innovative ecosystem. It is nice to talk of the empowerment of the women in the constituency, but it's very difficult to implement whatever the alliance or the innovation lead. It is an effort to convince the world that it is a constantly evolving organization and no institutional framework would be required to make substantial progress. But as long as the organization remains informal, remains unstructured, these again have only limited substantial value. We come to examining and evaluating and assessing the achievements of this. It cannot be denied that there is a far more representative body of nations. It mixes developed as well as developing countries from all over the world. There is regional, at least on paper, there is adequate regional representation, but as we noticed, not equitable. One country from the whole continent of Africa, which is 25 countries, representing this, and not everybody agrees with South Africa as the leader of the whole continent. There are claims for the regional leadership in West Coast and East Coast, in the northern tip of Africa, Maghreb. There are larger countries which have rich oil resources, mineral resources. There is flexibility. The other achievement is that it has proved the flexibility and not everybody agrees with South Africa as the leader of the whole continent. There are claims for the regional leadership in West Coast and East Coast, in the northern tip of Africa, Maghreb. There are larger countries which have rich oil resources, mineral resources. There is flexibility. The other achievement is that it has proved the flexibility to expand the mandate due to informal nature. But excessive emphasis on the informality of negotiations and the flexibility, you stretch a rubber band and it loses its elasticity. So the flexibility is lost if it is abused. Regular summits ensure cooperation at the highest level, yes, but then this is not the only forum, from Doha rounds to special invites to G7 to BRICS to Shanghai Cooperation Organization. You have a whole lot of interaction among ASEAN. We have other forums also. So there is no clarity whether regular summits ensure cooperation at the highest level. They ensure meeting at the highest level, but they not always be cooperative. Coordination for global economic stability and sustained growth is probably facilitated. There has been some kind of fiscal stimulus after 2008 financial crisis, but that again is almost 12-13 years back. COVID has changed all that. Economic problems in America, economic problems in China, which China is contributing at the moment, economic stresses and strains since Brexit in the EU, all these have made the successful coping of the 2008 financial crisis a thing of past. It does drive reforms at international level, like taxation, poverty, minimum maximum rate for corporate taxation, focus on new emerging issues as privacy and data across the borders. It was talked about in Osaka Summit, but these are much too early. Early days to talk either in terms of privacy. Different countries have different concept of privacy. Data across borders is again involved with inextricably mixed up with emerging artificial intelligence, cyber warfare, misuse, abuse of big data, how data used by individuals on their phones or their visits to social media sites leads to invasions of privacy and how it can be abused, and failure of the big companies to maintain this privacy and manage data security is something open to question. Shortcomings are enough. It would not prevent the Eurozone financial crisis. Unable to prioritize global economy due to not only host of other global crises, lack of consensus about what should be prioritized in global economy. Dominated by G7 continues. It continues to be dominated by G7. Rest of the countries do not have an equal voice, nor are they likely to have an equal voice. Because if you take the first 5 large economies and you take the technologically developed, industrialized and rich nations, you would have countries on the threshold. You would say, not developing anymore, but middle income developed countries. So there would be different definitions of different countries, and the hierarchy would not change from the big five, big six to anything else. There have been an inability to reconcile differences of developed and developing states because this basic clash of interest will remain between the rich and the poor, the powerful and the weak. Those who continue to be sympathetic to the free market capitalist world, those who believe that capitalism has to be modified. So the convergence which Galbraith talked long years ago between a technological state where elements of communism and elements of capitalism would merge in a welfare state, it was apparently very promising. And then the Cold War ended, and people talked of the end of history, and they thought that capitalism had defeated communism decisively, but it has not really been as simplistic as that. There's been patchy and superficial progress. You could argue this is better than no progress at all. This we have mentioned before. Most of Africa, Scandinavia, Central Asia, Balkans, and West Asia, with the exception of Saudi Arabia, remains underrepresented or totally underrepresented. And these are the areas, except Scandinavia, which are the flashpoints where the new crisis might come, which might explode and engulf the rest of the world. Basic problem remains: no secretariat, no enforcement mandate. Enforcement mandate, of course, you can't even have even the Security Council passes a resolution. The sovereign states are free to disregard it totally. Forget about the big powers. The classic case is Poland and its conflict with the European Union at the moment. You say that we are a Christian country, our Supreme Court passes a law which is supreme for us, and we don't accept the jurisdiction of the European courts. They were willing to do so and willing to share the values when they needed the European support. But right now, when they feel a little more sure of themselves, this conflict between the sovereign, what a sovereign state will do. Not only Poland. Look at Trump. He would physically and absolutely irritably move out of commitment. But why blame even only poor Trump? What Biden did in Afghanistan has severely dented the American credibility. So you cannot possibly have commitment from an adversary as a sovereign state to follow a rule-based system when you violate the rules totally. So this enforceable mandates issue remains very tricky. Members often reach a stalemate due to divergent geopolitical strategies, which means that the basic conflict of interests continues among rich and poor, powerful and weak, also large and small countries. This large and small is purely in terms of geopolitics, population, area control, etc., and ambitions of regional actors. All this continues to plague the result in shortcomings of G20. Significant to India. Now, India tries to look at the silver lining in the darkest cloud. So, India feels that getting a seat at the high table, whatever it might mean with big powers, is an achievement enough. It thinks that it has potential to impact on global economy by membership of G20. We always feel that there should be a caveat added to this. Unless Indian economy is making sustained progress at a high rate, it has no potential of impacting on the global trajectory. It is a platform to highlight global issues like terrorism, quite true, but merely highlighting a problem doesn't make sense because as far as the G7 countries are concerned, as the P5 countries in Security Council is concerned, they are only worried about terrorism if it directly hates them. If it does not hate them, they can differentiate between good Taliban and bad Taliban, withdraw from a theater of war without adequate preparation, leaving the population civilian at the mercy of terrorists. They would pass resolutions but not effectively put pressure on a protector or nursery or secretary of terrorism like Pakistan as far as India is concerned. So we may keep focusing on terrorism, but no sufficient progress to protect our interests would be made. It holds the promise to channel anti-China dialogue in coordinated and unified action. Now, this is something which is interesting, but it's a very complex challenge. Members in G20 grouping, which continues to be dominated by the G7 members, would each take a call on how to deal with China, keeping in mind their interests. Despite the trade war declared against China, Trump made it very clear it was difficult to disengage from China almost overnight. Germany found so, UK found so, France also realized this. So the problem is that the Chinese impact on the world economy is so great, it has ingratiated itself in infiltrated system so well that having a channel where anti-China dialogue can be pursued meaningfully to united action is very difficult. How countries would respond to it in South China Sea, in Indian Ocean area, on the African continent, the One Belt One Road initiative, China's strategy of putting weaker countries in a debt trap is there. So the value of G20 in global GDP may continue to be 80%, may continue to be important in global trade, but how much of this 80% would be beneficially used by India? How could it increase its share? How could it reduce its trade balances? Remains a question open. So are the deliberations of key issues like market access and data security. We have covered this before, we'll repeat it again. I think in the post-COVID era, most countries are protecting their own industry, protecting their own markets, at least in the immediate future, and it's difficult to imagine that they would open this for India just because it's a member of the G20. India is in a position, is believed to voice its concerns and interests of the developing world. This again is a very, very pretentious ambition. The rest of the developing world in Asia, Africa, and Latin America is not necessarily and always and everywhere waiting for India to provide the thing. This is a very distant memory of the days of online movement when India had just become independent. Majority of countries had not become independent until 1960, decolonization. Some messages remain, but by now it's quite clear that there are two contenders for articulating the concerns and interests of the developing world. China is at one pole, polarizing influence. India somewhere after China, much less influential. And then again, some countries we believe to be more humane, more liberal than the United States of America and the European Union might articulate the interests of the developing world, like human rights in terms of climate, in terms of punishment of war crimes, etc. But what is most important from India's point of view is that India will be the next president hosting the 2020 summit. So if by that year, next year, India has got its act together, if India has got its economy back on the rails, if India has tried to convey to the rest of the world in a credible manner that it is protecting the interests of minorities, we are not allowing any violations of human rights, we are not allowing any terrorists to go unpunished, but we are not making baseless charges which disturb the climate in the subcontinent vis-a-vis our neighbors. So if India can do this is easier said than done, but then India would be in a position to influence, if not influence immediately, to carve out for itself a larger role in G20. And then it would be if India can persuade its immediate neighbors, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, Sri Lanka maybe, which is aligned at the moment definitely to China, to follow, don't call it follow the lead, but build a consensus with the smaller neighbors. We probably would be in a position selectively to have areas of cooperation with ASEAN region and have some kind of a coordinated policy with Indonesia, which shares many things in common with us. It has regional leadership ambitions, it has technological sophistication, it is a diverse population, and it's a country which is also coping with the problem of terrorism and homogenization, Islamization, disturbing its traditional sectarian civilization. So if we can manage to do this by 2022, and we can keep our relationships on an even keel with Japan, and keep in check the Chinese militaristic interventions into our territory, and distract us from it, then India probably, when it hosts the 2022 summit, would be in a position to carve out a much more substantial role for itself. Challenges for India. Obvious, it has been slow to progress. Too many members with polarizing interests. India has been criticized for without reason at times, without erosion of democratic values, subversion of institutions. It has lost much of its international credibility of being the largest democracy in the world. Economic shock due to COVID has caused a massive setback to everybody but India's economy. India is confused whether it's an aid giver or an aid recipient. Now, it may not call it aid recipient, but if we are not capable, self-reliant, at cutting edge state of the art technology, whether it's military hardware, whether it's climate change, whether it's computers, whether it's telecom, we are dependent on. We say that this will facilitate our transfer of technology from the developed world to the developing world. It is an admission that we don't call it the name of aid, but if we are dependent for state of the art technology, even today in various fields, we are a recipient. And if we are aid giver, who are the members in the international community who are willing to receive the kind of aid, not financial aid, but technology aid, which we can do that? Even countries like Singapore, even countries like, shall we say, Nepal have access to other aid givers, financial, technological. So it is not simple that our membership will open this door for us. There are major geopolitical differences with China and Turkey, the two countries from Asia which find in this. So how do we believe that there will be an easy consensus? There is rising protectionism in different countries, especially in the West, which we have talked about this. There is neither credit flow to emerging economies. India might say that we are almost emerging economy, but we are dependent on credit flows and foreign direct investments. At one time it was thought that the West problem with China ultimately would lead to financial investment in India and industrial investment to India, which has not happened in the past 2 years. So what is the way forward? The way forward in this case is more easy to answer. It's a far more meaningful forum for India than G7 is. So if we concentrate our energies and focus on G20, and before that, we realize that we are going to be the next president, and we see to it that we can register and claim credibly economic progress, higher rate of economic growth, better relationship with our immediate neighbors, lowering of tensions, both with Bangladesh because of the immigrants issue, because of Rohingya issue, can bring down the tempers. With Sri Lanka, we think the Chinese have made inroads, but without repeatedly saying that they have sold out their trapped country, they are going to fail. We should maybe convince Sri Lankan government that our policy towards Sri Lanka is going to be fraternal and not imbalanced because of the domestic politics in Tamil Nadu. The same applies to Bangladesh and the state of Bengal. It applies to national population register. It applies to the amendment of the Citizenship Act. And as long as we do not alienate our neighbors into hostility by reckless, irresponsible statements, and as long as we can show that our judiciary is independent, it keeps the executive in check. Draconian laws have been vulnerable in the past, they have been abused. Then we can say that we can cope with peaceful civilian protests, whether it's farmers or students or others, opponents. As long as we can succeed in communicating this image, India would probably be in a much better position to utilize to disadvantage the G20. That's all we have for you in this lecture. We shall meet you again in another lecture, another topic. Until then, thank you and goodbye. Welcome to Byju's IS and welcome to the special lecture series on India's relationship with countries in its neighborhood. We examine in these lectures the relationship at the bilateral level, and we also focus on the multilateral dimension of this relationship. There are many international fora which are either representing attempted regional integration or sub-regional integration. Some are on special areas of shared interest, sectoral interest, and we try to have a look at it that how India's relationship, how India's policies are affected by interactions either bilaterally or in these fora. Because when the membership of a regionally important international organization is being discussed, we come across, we encounter a totally different phenomenon. Instead of multilateral diplomacy, bilateral diplomacy is put on the back burner. Multilateral diplomacy comes to the forefront. Does it change the process of negotiations? Do members, again, are you divided or united into blocks or sub-blocks? The membership is small, 7 or 8 members, but it are 8 members. But put 4 members on one side, 3 on another, 1 somewhere in between, or 4 is the issue about unanimity and so on. So this is what is a very interesting exercise, and what we are discussing with you today is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Now RCEP, as it's called, is the new kid on the block. It is the latest effort at multilateral, mutually beneficial trade and economic partnership relationship. So this is what we shall discuss with you today. When we come to the origins, negotiations started only in 2013. It's not even 10 years. It has made some progress. It has created some ripples. There have been some disappointments. There have been some hiccups. But it continues to be far more alive an idea. It may be an idea whose time has not yet come. It has been overtaken by international developments. China's aggressive posture in South China Sea and Indian Ocean area, in Pacific frontier, China's deteriorating relationship with America, trade sanctions, China's extensions of One Belt One Road initiative. So when so many activities take place together, the regional integration takes a backseat, and also the efforts of multilateral cooperation are retarded. You have the very disturbed situation in Afghanistan. Americans beating a hasty retreat after the longest war in their history. There is the aggressive posture of Putin's Russia in Ukraine, Crimea, elsewhere in Europe. So you have this interesting situation. Although the idea was mooted in 2013, it remains an idea very much alive. It is not like SARC, it is not like some other organizations, but at the same time, it cannot be said that the progress made has been sufficient or to satisfy everybody. The original membership was the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and 5 regional partners signed the original Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, the RCEP. Neither China nor Japan, the region's largest economies, were politically acceptable as partners for the project. So what does it mean? You are keeping out China, which is the second largest economy in the world. We are keeping out Japan, which is after China the largest economy in this region. And of course, this was basically a creation of ASEAN. Now, if you say, can we call it a triumph of ASEAN middle power diplomacy? Now, it's interesting. The middle power as a nation state is a concept which international relations students have known for long. But middle power status being claimed for a regional integrated entity is something quite different. How would you place European Union? Would it be a middle power, or would it be a power claiming parity with all the powers, including a superpower? Because European Union has member, and before Brexit, it had 2 members who were members of the Security Council. So why would it accept a status in international relations lower than either Russia, or maybe USA keep it boasting of its solitary superpower status, but not Afghanistan? So if there's a superpower in decline and in retreat, and there's a collective entity, but unfortunately, ironically, even the European Union is on the verge of dissolution because of its overextension of memberships, refugee crisis, and the big powers there is members looking very differently at their core interests and the interests of the poorer countries. So can we talk in terms of a middle power for something like a regional organization? India and United States were to be members of RCEP and Pacific Trade and Program, CPTP, Trade and Partnership Program in the Pacific region. But interestingly, how many overlaps can be there? Now, United States, when the scheme was mooted in 2013, was in a different dominant position. So it was desirable to have it RCEP. But would you have it RCEP and not have China? Japan and America would share a strategic perspective, not necessarily from the point of China. They were, if not enemies, adversaries, and domestically inclined to the international arena. So this CPTP arrangement was America's favorite program of trying to talk of a Pacific century and Indo-Pacific area. But would you have India and CPTP and not RCEP? What would you do with China? But both India and United States withdrew from this alternative scheme as well. The overview is interesting. The idea is to have regional trade agreements to liberalize trade in goods, services, as well as investments. Is another forum needed for this? Wasn't WTO supposed to do this? Or was it that the obstacles in the path of either dispute resolution management or enforcing a regime of free trade in goods and services, patents and protection was failing under WTO, and you wanted to have at least a smaller geography which was operating on its own. Initially, it covered 16 countries, all the countries of Southeast Asia, the conception, and then China, India, Japan, and South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. India withdrew from the negotiations in 2019, and negotiations started in 2030. So no progress was made from the point of view of 2013 to 2019. And please remember, in 2014, a new government with a different political ideological competition came to power in New Delhi. In 2014, Mr. Modi led his party to spectacular victory in states and majority parliament. And then everything which had been done before 2013 came under review. So the new government, the new prime minister was very keen to make a new beginning and leave his imprint on foreign policy. There is a particular issue of continuity and change in foreign policy. In some cases, some elements continue. In some cases, there is a change. In some cases, there is a break from the past. If there is a need, the justification for this is if there is change in international review or an event which was unforeseen. In this case, you could keep talking that it was the world's biggest free trade agreement, but the biggest free trade agreement never actually fructified because China was there, but India withdrew. Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand diluted the original conception. So we have what is the importance of this idea even today? 15 member states account for 30% of the world's population. Now this again, we have argued again and again, shared with you. If China joins any organization, it would skew the balance of the population representation totally. You can say the same about BRICS where India and China both are there. You can talk the same about Shanghai Cooperation Organization where India and China are both there. You could even talk in terms of SARC or BRICS, mere presence of India and Indonesia, the second largest population in the world, would see to it that you sort of have a balance. So this 30% population doesn't really mean much in terms. What it means is that what is the level of concord and discord, harmony and conflict between what comprises the 30%? Is there a convergence of national interest, or is there a need? Or this forum we provided dispute settlement mechanism, back stage operations behind the scenes diplomacy. It says 30% of the global GDP. Now, this again is very, very odd. If you throw in China, if you throw in Japan, if you throw in India, the GDP figures become very implicit. But what is the distribution of this wealth? Even China, the second largest economy in the world, is having a problem, and Xi Jinping has had to talk about shared prosperity and social responsibility. So as long as in domestic politics of member states, these two elements are not reflected, can we think in terms of these figures meaning any or making any substantial difference? The strategic importance of the Indo-Pacific region, I think, for the past 2 decades, the Americans have been trying to promote the idea of the Indo-Pacific region. Now, if you examine it objectively, has there been a historical legacy of the Indo-Pacific interaction, or is it only the large number of Indian indigent labor inhabiting Fiji, which would be a connection with the island in Pacific for us? Otherwise, India's presence, India's diaspora presence, India's cultural interaction is more with Southeast Asian nations, not necessarily Pacific. And we are not talking about mini micro-states, Kiribati, Nauru, Solomon Island, Marshall Island, Papua New Guinea, and so on. The interesting thing is this: Pacific has been a theatre of interest for French for their nuclear tests, spying what is happening through their telescopes there, area of interest for Australia and New Zealand, and area of interest for China, who wants to enter and sort of exclude any external influence from the region. So there was a time in 1946 when India had organized the first Asian Relations Conference. People talk of Asia, and Sardar Panikar had talked of Asia under Western dominance. So there was a concept of one continent in the old world, Asia, where people were united, but did not talk in terms then of West Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, but the idea of Asia has been fragmented during the Cold War. There were countries which joined the American military alliance system, there were countries which joined the Soviet Socialist alliance system, countries which joined the Chinese. So this concept of Asia was splintered. So now we talk in terms of Indo-Pacific region, because for two reasons. Not only the fragmentation of the idea of Asia, different rates of progress made by different countries, some because of discovery of oil, some because of the trade route of the development spot. So whether it was Singapore, whether it was Malaysia, whether it was South Brunei, they suddenly found themselves affluent beyond their imaginations. Many of them also were confronted with ethnic strife, communal strife, violent upheavals, including Indonesia, and this distanced them from the South Asian dominant neighbor India. So India's interaction with Southeast Asia also eroded slowly over the period of years, partly because India was seen as a country falling behind in the developmental race from China. Since China became a member of the Security Council, India's relative weight in diplomatic terms also was reduced. After the 62 debacle with China, it was isolated. And most countries which had looked up to India for leadership mentorship became more arrogant and started lecturing India. At that stage, the Americans, when they were withdrawing from Southeast Asia, decided to involve India in the regions of countervailing influence with China. Also, their relationship with China was steadily improving. So what happened was the Americans brought in the area of Pacific and said that if India would be interested, they would want to talk. First, there was talk of Asian century, then was the talk of Indo-Pacific region, and then there was the Pacific century. There was a journal published in Canada, a journal called Pacific Community, but this Pacific Community did not include India. There was nobody on the map identified India with the Pacific region at all. But right now we talk in terms, thank you, Americans, of the Indo-Pacific region, and India is expected to play a role commensurate with its ambitions. So invest here, have a naval presence in the Indian Ocean, and go beyond all the way to the Pacific. So I think this is a general statement about the importance of the region. But if India looks at it, its own strategic interests, its own commercial interests, they do not actually justify overextension of its power or trying to project it to the Pacific region. The problem is with Australia, the problem is of New Zealand, how to cope with either Indonesia, large umbrella over their head, or China's number first. How do they behave? The Quads was formed to be effective instrument for India to play a more meaningful, substantial role in the Pacific region, but when AUKUS was created, Quads was reduced to insignificance, obviously, though nobody would accept it. So for reasons of India's pride, Quads continues, but AUKUS has substantially replaced it. So geographical proximity for India does not apply to the Pacific region. Geographical proximity applies to Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, a step removed to Vietnam. The Indonesian archipelago is vast, but even in Philippines, among the member states of ASEAN, or the small enclave of Brunei in the northern tip of Borneo, there is very little to do. All you can remember is that to keep the Sultan of Brunei in all good humor, he's very fond of, he used to be very fond of polo playing as the foreign Sultan, and Indian prince from Jaipur was sent there as an Indian high commissioner to play polo with him. So now the point is that these are the very sporadic symbolic contexts. The geographical proximity is really overrated, because you see the name of Indonesia has an Indo part, the Indo-Chinese colonies of France have an Indo part. So this is an area where people think that China and India meet, and they have historically had their place of influence. But the colonial period disrupted these old historical cultural ties, and the Cold War did further damage. So geographical proximity is probably with Myanmar. But look at it, what is the state of our relationship with Myanmar? So if you look at this, the geographical proximity has not even bilateral relations. So it's very difficult to imagine that it will be promoted in a forum like RCEP, and then you have India has trade deficit with 11 out of 15 member countries. How does India rectify this trade balance? And especially in the post-COVID situation, when people thought RCEP would gain momentum, we again have met with a massive roadblock. Every country is talking of self-reliance. India is laying emphasis on Make in India, Made for India. Other countries are following the same protectionist route, including America and China. Then what is the significance of this, or importance, is open to question. What is the next position? India withdrew from negotiations in 2019 over significant outstanding issues. These significant outstanding issues primarily is a euphemism to say that we have major problems with China and we cannot have a common program. Japan awaits India's return, because Japan and India together could have made a difference with the RCEP. But if you have infrastructural development bank with China number 1 shareholder, India number 2 shareholder, so all these promising ventures of collaboration between China and India, the elephant and dragon dancing together in a very, very curious tango, have not been realized. The other members of the world economy at large, we hope, also would welcome India's entry to this. But what are we talking about the other members of the world economy at large? Is there a world economy at large which has a shared interest? Is there a world economy which is driven by interdependence? Or it is driven at the moment by almost unwanted infiltration of one major economy into the other economies? The classic case is China. Be it telecom, be it cheap products, be it infrastructure development, China has ingratiated itself not only to other countries in Asia and Africa, but into major powers in Europe. And even UK would say we can't disentangle from Chinese telecom immediately. Even President Trump, who had declared a trade war against China, had to say disengagement is not easy, it can't be done overnight. But it doesn't mean that there is a world economy with a shared interest. That ended with the WTO experiment, when the Americans on their part did what they could to sabotage the regime of WTO. The Chinese and the Russians are free. The Chinese today can say that they talk of rule system, but we are abiding by the rules of WTO. Americans are violating more. When you had unilateral, bilateral sanctions imposed on Iran, Russia, China, anybody who coped with them. So I think the problem is where no effort of the world economy, a shared interest is there at all. One could say that there is some kind of a shared perspective that even China believes in state-sponsored, state-protected capitalism, but it's not the same as the capitalism as it operates in America. Russia or other countries still have a very strong take in favor of state control of economy. The doors remain wide open. Now, of course, this is a phrase which is always used. India is the second most populous nation in the world. India is the fifth or sixth, depending on what the state of our economy is, largest economy in the world. India is an old historical civilization with a large civilization footprint. India has a substantial, large diaspora which can be used as a soft power, at least in the Western democracies. So doors will remain wide open. But is a door which remains wide open is what's intended? I mean, you normally try to push the door which has been closed on your face. You try to get a door hole, you push it ajar and enter. But the door is wide open for anybody to come in and do, then is it worthwhile to enter that room at all? Why India pulled out of the deal? Because domestic industry, it was claimed, was not ready for open competition or cheap foreign shipments, which was almost an admission that Indian economy had not become competitive. Vis-a-vis China, or vis-a-vis, forget about Japan, even Korea and other smaller countries. Government wanted to protect its constituencies. The argument was farmers and small industries. Look at the record of the farmers' laws related to them. There was a great dispute in education that the government was anti-farmer, at least one segment of farmers. So this jury is out of this one, whether these arguments made sense at all. There was an unfavorable trade balance with its members, trade deficit with RCEP, we mentioned this before. We have this with China. It hasn't stopped trading with China even after the military establishment government. We have trade balance with other countries. Have we stopped trading with that? Threat of Chinese exports flooding Indian market would be even more. This I think is a non-starter because the Chinese exports cheap products in Indian market continue to be sold under the brand names which are confusing: refrigerators, televisions, computers. Take the example of smartphones and telephones. All telephones, even though some of those large-selling, best-selling, made in India ones are reasonable Chinese phones. So I think whether it's computers, telecom, infrastructure development, India has today after the establishment government ostensibly become a district. All offers, including foreign direct investment, are considered one by one. But this is argument against misleading. China is having as much access to Indian markets and Chinese technologies as much in use in India as it was before the RCEP was voted. And the scale of our trade with China is so vast, with a massive trading balance of almost out of $90 billion, almost half, more than half actually, $48.5 billion or thereabouts is trading balance against China. So why bringing RCEP moving? Disagreement over rules of origin, auto mechanisms, non-tariff barriers, market access and service, base year of tariff reduction. These are matters of detail, but as we always say, the table resides in details. But these matters would have come in for consideration or different negotiations had India been a member. But you cannot say, oh, I think there are going to be great problems, I think the rules are going to be very terrible, so you don't join. So no rules are going to be simplified. We have gone across other regional fora, and this problem remains almost everywhere. Was India right to withdraw? Now this, you see, is an interesting thing. There are arguments for joining. It was a large market, it would have offered opportunities to Indians, it would have been a boost to exports, it was also become cheaper, there would be strategic gains will coincide with this. Otherwise, if India did not join China, we have an open field in India's absence. Entire world is getting organized into trade blocks, so why should we have a trade block? In that case, the obvious logic should have been that India should have a functioning trade block in South Asia, then should have a functioning trade block between India and Southeast Asia. If this is not happening, we are distributing ourselves, spreading ourselves all over the place. Arguments for joining, it falls in line with the FTC oil policy. We have again repeated this again and again in our lectures with you that only the free change. Once you look east, other times you act east. Once you develop front policy or you say the Gujarat doctrine, the name changes. But what propels Make in India investments plus exports plus job creation is a good speech for constituents during an election campaign. The Make in India would attract investments, if exports would be promoted, jobs would be created. But if each country is following this policy of protection and doing, then it is not going to be very easy to realize these dreams here. Becoming a part of global supply chain replace China eventually. The key word here is eventually. What is the time frame you are thinking of? The Chinese started on their economic reforms with a ruthless authoritarian hand to implement that, disregarding labor laws, disregarding environmental laws, not having a very labor-friendly legal system. But then they succeeded because they had a 10-year advantage, if not more, over India before India joined the economic liberalization and economic reform program. Can we compare the state of Indian technology, not only military technology, but Indian technology in communications technology, pharmaceuticals, as was exposed our reliance on our dependence on Chinese, even we talked of vaccine manufacture or advanced pharmaceutical intermediaries, and even with vaccine production intermediaries which we require. So the trouble is that ambition is grand that would eventually displace China. But we have been arguing again and again that grand ambitions should not become magnificent obsessions. If India realizes that it is not in a position, eventually it may displace. Chinese think not in terms of decades, but in quarter centuries, in centuries. India thinks in terms of, if not annually, maximum, the window horizon, the horizon for policy making is 3, 4, 5 years. From one election to next election. Same applies to America. From one presidential election to next presidential election. Even the sovereign commitments made by one president are disregarded by his successor. So I think, nice to say that if India joined, it would have influenced regional policies and politics. Would it really have? If it has not been able to do it with SAARC, it has not been able to do it with BIMSTEC, it has not been able to do it with Ganga Mekong cooperative projects, it has not been able to do it all these years, the closer relationship with ASEAN, how is one acronym RCEP going to change it? Essentially, India's capacity to influence developments anywhere else depends on the state of its economy, its relationship, militant or harmonious, conflictual or cooperative with China, and with its immediate neighbors, even if we forget Pakistan, what is the state of our relationship with Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, tranquil or disturbed? Till that, there's no point making a claim that this is inevitable in the future. Nothing is inevitable or inevitable. Possibilities may change. RCEP, like other efforts past, may be rendered obsolete. Something new might come, which may then appear imperative and inevitable. The theory of competitive advantages here. Now, this is again a very clever play with word where Adam Smith talked about the theory of comparative advantage. You have skills in doing one job particularly well, and you compete in the marketplace because but you can't have competitive advantage in everything. You can't have competitive. Here, word competitive means that somebody else, some other member state has an advantage in some other field. So it is easy to say that everything is a win-win situation for all, but all efforts at integration, regional integration, have shown that nothing is win-win for all. After decades of membership, Britain realized that continued membership was not win-win for it in European Union. European Union is realizing that they extended the scope, had members from Eastern Europe, from Poland, Hungary. They are realizing that it is not win-win either perceived by these countries, nor is it win-win to continue with the same relationship with these states. So I think where the experience has been much more concrete, much more substantial progress has been made. This win-win is a populist phrase used democratically. It doesn't serve the purpose. Arguments for joining where that will force Indian industry to become competitive. If Indian industry has failed to become competitive 75 years after independence, after the dismantling of the license public large, it has led to crony capitalism. It is not the case to discuss crony capitalism in India at the moment, but after 1991, we are living in 2021. So 3 decades have gone by and Indian industry has not become competitive. Some sectors may have become competitive, some sectors may have a global footprint, but how do we expect that joining a forum like RCEP would force it to become competitive? Then of course this is to console yourself that the long-term benefits outweigh the short-term harm. India is a functioning democracy and can account for that. So if there are short-term harm cause to the political prospects of the government, will the short-term harm be acceptable to them? And the long-term benefit leads us to another interesting question. Lord Bennet Keynes, a very famous economist, said once in long run all of us are dead. So nobody waits for centuries to pass. Maybe the Chinese have that kind of a memory to remember centuries of shame and gird their image to work for another century. The Chinese Communist Party has just celebrated the century of its foundation and say that we don't mind for another 50 years or so to wait till when we celebrate the centenary of our revolution, then China will be number one. So if we have a long-term frame and then we can counterbalance, put on balance the gains and benefits, long-term gains and short-term harms, then only we can make a decision. Arguments against arguing counter this. Indian market would be flooded by exports, it would have domestic industry, it would lead to job business, most impact would be the weaker sections, farmers, casual labour workers. But we will argue that the policies followed by the government of India domestically have not always been in the interest of either small industries or small farmers or casual workers or migrant labourers. The COVID exposed this terribly. There's been an argument that the government in power at the moment favours capitalists, it favours big money, it favours corporate sectors. It may lead to more efficient utilization of resources. It may register a higher rate of economic growth. But then as long as the pie is not may grow, but as long as the slices of pie are not shared, it creates political unrest and resistance, and this is very difficult. It says India loses more than it gains. RCEP countries account only for 16% of Indian export, but 35% of Indian imports. We have repeated this again. Comparing these figures in isolation is like comparing apples and oranges. you have a comparative table where we say what are the countries with whom India's trade has the greatest potential of growth and mutual benefit. Does not guarantee more market access and services. In the service industry in India is not tourism, not financial and banking services, because we have allowed our doors to foreign companies to actually banking and insurance, even in law. So we have a problem with what are the services we are talking about. Is it Medicare? Is it education? Is it working as cyber police, making programs which we have not invented, which we have not discovered? So we have not been able to make a chip on our own. We have not have a world-winning software program. We have implementation. So our skills, which can be provided as services, we put a lot of emphasis on that. But most of them are hospitality related, tourism related. So we have to consider this very, very carefully. Then of course we have something which is called China angle. Now what is the China angle? You call it a China angle, you call it enigma of China, you call it paradox of China. The problem remains that it is not an easy thing to decide that should India toe a consistently hard lines vis-a-vis China on all fronts, or follow a soft line in the trade economy front, continue to suffer economic trade imbalance, and mortgage our border security concerns, and turn a blind eye to what China is doing in the neighborhood, lack of protection against import surges, nothing can protect you for that, as long as the Indian economy is, Indian industry is not competitive, concern about non-tariff barriers, especially China, but these could be non-tariff barriers, could even be from Europe. We are facing every day, there are 5 sanitary restrictions which restrict the import of Indian food, Indian vegetables, Indian meat products, etc. And we have to fall in line because those are powerful restrictions. The economic reform should be carried out first. Now, this again is an odd question. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is putting the cart before the horse. How long do we wait for the Indian to accept big ticket reforms? This would include reforms in the agricultural sector. The recent experience shows it's easier said than done. So again, special threat to farming, food security, coal industry like steel. Again, energy sector, use of coal, its impact on environment. Not easy answers, not general consensus on any of these subjects. India's decision could impact Australia, India, and Japan. That is stating obvious. Now, if a big Indian entrepreneur industrialist rise up to coal mines in Australia, which were almost destroyed because the Chinese strains in the relations with Australia have restricted the export of coal from Australia to China, so there is an impact on indirect tangential impact on relations between India and China, but does it need an RCEP, or can this be taken care of by bilateral relations between India and Australia? India and Japan has an interesting structure of relationship, including overseas development investment, dam building, concern for environment, peaceful use of nuclear energy, climate change related issues. But then, does it justify that we must commit ourselves to this deep level in the Indo-Pacific area? Primary problem remains the Chinese threat to India's security, to India's borders, to India's self-reliance and economy, India's dependence on China, before India can even think in the distant future of supplanting China in the global supply chain. The way forward is competitiveness and negotiations. Again, a very attractive phrase, but how do you achieve competitiveness, if not in all, but in few fields? And how do we conduct our negotiations primarily with the principal adversary, China? As long as we don't do that, there is no scope for RCEP to be attractive enough for India to change its mind, join it. On the balance, at the moment, the disadvantages seem more than the advantages. That's all we have for you in this lecture. We'll meet soon in another lecture, another set of problems, and or regional forum. Till then, thank you and goodbye. Welcome to my news, and a very warm welcome to our lecture series on international relations that deals with not only India's bilateral relationships, its relationship with countries in the neighborhood, but takes up issues of India's participation in multilateral fora, regional organizations, all events and issues that build on our foreign policy, and we try to help you understand how international relations work. And this time what we are going to do is to talk about a very topical subject, India's participation in Quads. And the Quad is QUAD, is an abbreviation for Quadrilateral Security Dialogue. Now, what was the significance of this dialogue? Has it reduced in significance? Is India equally committed to it? Is USA still committed to this? Is something which is being talked about in all circles where international relations are studied. So we begin, as usual, with a review of the historical background. The background is, it started not as a Quads, but as a three-party dialogue, trilateral strategic dialogue, TSD, originally convened in 2002 between United States, Japan, and Australia. You can see that there is no mention of India here. There is no mention of any other country, either from ASEAN or from any other Asian country other than ASEAN as well, which is not an ally of or allied to the United States. So all these three countries, United States, Japan, and Australia, belong to the days of Cold War when they've been allied to the United States. So in 2002, obviously the motivation was to have a forum which would try to contend with what People's Republic of China was trying to do. The trilateral strategic dialogue came up to it on its own in 2004. When the 2004 tsunami took place and there was a vast destruction of countries, these three countries took the lead in providing humanitarian relief, in rehabilitation, in restoration of telecom, and there was a vast destruction of countries. These three countries took the lead in providing humanitarian relief, in rehabilitation, in restoration of telecom, etc., and exposed the possibilities that how cooperation in different diverse fields could be undertaken. Now, the idea of a quadrilateral dialogue, not only the trilateral dialogue, was first mooted by the Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. He had a foresight about active Japanese participation in international relations in its immediate neighborhood to begin with, and also very concerned about Chinese expansionism in this region. So it was a reaction to increasing Chinese influence and aggression into the Indo-Pacific region. Not only South China Sea, not only the Indian Ocean, but Indo-Pacific. So at that time, India was not very enthusiastic in accepting the concept of the Indo-Pacific region. Shebe was taking the initiative, but Shebe, in his mind, had an important role for India to play in this dialogue. So he talked in terms of a diamond of democracy. Now, diamond of democracy, of course, if you had Japan, if you had USA, you had Australia, you included India, it would give you the shape of a diamond. You know, this is more rectangle. I should make it more diamond looking one, something like this. But diamond of democracy sounds very interesting, but you had interesting concept still to cope anti-democratic China, totalitarian China, and its expansion. China in the meantime had established naval base in Djibouti. This was in the northern tip of northeastern tip of Africa, and it was also expanding in the East China Sea, in the Sea of Japan. So from the northeastern part of the ocean in eastern side to almost the opening of the Red Sea, China was trying to dominate the ingress and access, entry and exit to these sea lanes. And these sea lanes, they are of very great importance commercially, not only to Japan, not only to Australia, but also to the United States in terms of movement of its goods to these countries. The no progress could be made as Australia pulled out in 2008. So you know the days. In 2007, the Japanese Prime Minister proposed the democratic diamond, and one part of the diamond sort of chipped away in 2008 because at this time Australia was so closely allied to China in terms of its economic development. There was a large number of Chinese students studying in Australian universities. There were hundreds and thousands of people of Chinese origin who had become naturalized Australian citizens. Some of them were elected members in the legislatures, in states, and in central federal government, and they were lobbying for closer Chinese-Australian relationship. Now China was also exporting to Australia was exporting to China coal, it was exporting meat, livestock, it was exporting wine, and it had a large part of its exports targeted to China. So this Australians could not disregard. Some Australians were very worried about the Chinese lobby working in universities, working in think tanks, in parliaments, some diplomats. But so Australia at that stage could not do much about war, so it moved out. Now, again, democratic security diamond was another similar idea moved by Shinzo Abe, which by the time in 2017 was more or less was an idea was time had come. Because by that time, the Australian apprehensions about Chinese interference in its democratic process through purely legal constitutional means was becoming quite obvious. It was not only a Chinese lobby asking for a favorable relationship between Australia and China. There were cases where Australian politicians had accepted hospitality from China, retired diplomats were working for China, and Australian citizens of Chinese origin were proclaiming a policy which Australians thought was not giving priority to Australia. So the first idea of this democratic diamond was mooted at the ASEAN East Asia Summit. I find this a little curious because you have the ASEAN and East Asia Summit, but when you see the Quads, none of the major countries in ASEAN is part of the Quads. They must as a special invitee as an observer. Neither Indonesia nor Vietnam was in the Quads Quad. It never became a better or things of the kind. You see. Now, what is the agenda? The agenda was to set up a forum which was informal. Informal is an important thing. Strategic dialogue between India, Australia, Japan, and USA. Now, you see, once India joins, it has to be an informal strategic dialogue because if the Americans wanted some kind of an application of NATO in the Indian Ocean area, the Indo-Pacific region, India would not be a party to that. So, three allies, erstwhile allies, aligned to countries aligned to the United States, and India, non-country. It would say that this would maintain, had the promise of maintaining a stable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific region. It would resolve, it was hope, political and territorial disputes in the region. Now, again, if you see, it's curious. Because the parties to a territorial dispute in the region are outside the Quads. So how do you have a forum which does not include, say, China, which is a territorial dispute with Philippines, with Vietnam, with Malaysia, threatens interests of Indonesia, and then you say that the members of Quads, which is Japan, Australia, India, and US, would help settle this. Of course, you would say that regional cooperation would be promoted, but that again is a bit of a curiosity because if 10 countries in ASEAN, which are already integrated in the regional cooperation, integrative union, cannot do regional cooperation, how can these members do that? It was suggested that the focus would be on the Indo-Pacific region. Free, open, secure, peaceful, and prosperous trade. Now, if it is free, open, secure, hopefully it will be prosperous automatically. But the question here is, and the big question mark is, who defines what is free and open and secure and peaceful? The Chinese have always argued that their presence secures free, open, rule-based transit through this area, the sea routes. They think that the entry of an outsider, and the outsider to their mind is the United States, from the Cold War, from Vietnam War, from the China War, from their participation in the post-Cold War era to contain China, has been intrusion. So they keep saying that whenever members join Quads, particularly India, they should not fall into the trap of the American scheme to isolate China by an outsider. The outsider is USA. Now, maritime security again is perceived differently by different countries. Indonesia is an archipelago from Sea of Andaman to, of course, Papua New Guinea, and almost to the fringes of the Pacific coast, or arching over Australia and New Zealand, has certain concept of maritime security. The maritime security of mini micro states doesn't count in the Pacific region, either for the neo-colonial French or the US, which has bases there. Chinese, of course, think that their presence excludes an outside power and provides maritime security. Now, freedom of navigation and overflight is again something which matters for Japan, matters for Indonesia, matters obviously for Singapore, and to India. The point is that freedom of navigation through states of Malacca, states of Sunda, further down in the Indian Ocean, it has a direct correlation with China's expansionist posture in this area, and it creates artificial islands, it draws EEZ lines from that place, it establishes bases there, it claims that there's a 9-dash map thing which dates back to an ancient maritime route, and these claims may not have any historical basis. But there's a conflict. There's a conflict about what maritime security is, who is an insider, who is an outsider, and what are the interests of these people in this region. I'm repeatedly mentioning people in this region, countries in this region, because Quads would say, somebody would say that even Australia is a country outside the region. It's present here as a continent, but it's in the southernmost fringe, and it's populated by Anglo-Saxon whites and Christians, and it really was a penal colony, so it has tried to redeem its honor, but the fact remains that the Aboriginal people, the indigenous people, were geographically eliminated from there. So Australia could also be an outsider. US obviously, China is an outsider. Japanese, they don't say they're an outsider despite their fraught relationship with Japan. It's an Asian power, but China would like to settle its differences with Japan on its own terms. Now, if you have all this in mind, we come to this point in the agenda. It underlines the centrality of ASEAN. But I still think it is difficult to comprehend how ASEAN centrality can be produced, can be ensured by a regional forum which doesn't include either Indonesia or Vietnam. It says we are in a rule-based order and economy will be promoted. This is again a contentious issue. The Chinese would say that of course we always abide by rules, but it depends whose rules. We will not abide by rules imposed on us by colonial powers, neo-colonial powers, imperial powers, Western powers, where we have had no role to play in either the evolution of the international legal system or the regimes or the rules. Then again, one other item was that there would be debt financing as an alternative to China. Now, this seems like an afterthought and add-on because whenever there is an organization or a new multilateral forum to counterweight China, you try to disguise it, saying that it's not a military country, it is not a strategic one, there's an element of finance, there's an element of cooperation, there's an element of technological cooperation, and so on. Because there are other mechanisms. You see, when you are talking in terms of BRICS, you are talking in terms of where China is involved, infrastructure development, Asian development, so you have a problem that when you add debt financing, you can't spread yourself thin over every area. What are the areas of cooperation? The areas of cooperation as to tempt India into this was military drills. And the military drills are joint military exercises called Malabar, in which Australia took part, in which Japan took part, in which Malaysia was invited. The other thing was, it said climate change, because we mentioned that it started as a response to the tsunami, and since then, since 2004 to present day, the climate change challenges have become far more complex, far more deadly. Even the recent series of tornadoes in the United States, with extreme weather events which flattened townships entirely like matchboxes, and hundreds of people died. Loss of property is very great. There have been flash floods, forest fires, mudslides, rising temperatures, droughts, so melting of polar ice cap, etc. So climate change, understandably, was an issue for the members of the Quad. But again, you see, the point is that climate change, if it doesn't bring it onto the table, the largest country in the world in terms of population, China, or it doesn't bring a country like Russia into these negotiations, which is a very large producer of and exporter of fossil fuels, whose fossil fuels are linked to the energy security of Europe, you cannot possibly have just USA, which has a very interesting policy when it comes to domestic cost prices. The various presidents support the oil producers, gas producers, take even the UK, but UK is not in the picture at the moment. So if USA and Australia and Japan are concerned, how much can they do to climate change on their own? Maritime security, as I said before, maritime security is primarily something which will concern United States of America, India, and China, coincidentally not always working in an overlapping manner, not always coherent. Now, during the COVID pandemic, 2020 towards the end to almost the present day, the end of 2021, what it was suggested that a great role in vaccine diplomacy and vaccine partnership. Now, this again also, it says relief and rescue, but relief and rescue in times of peace, in times of natural calamities, is a different category, but during pandemic, it is not so much rescue as it's providing relief and providing vaccines. Now, the vaccine diplomacy and the friendly ties it would promote were jeopardized very early because each country reacted in panic by keeping the large hoard of vaccines to themselves. They promised to give vaccines to poorer countries, developing countries, but it quite worked out. It created a divide between the developing countries about the AstraZeneca vaccine and produced in European industry units not being exported post-Brexit to United Kingdom very easily, or the Americans saying that we have vaccination of all our citizens, which did not work out that way, and this created problems in the vaccine partnership. Then, of course, there's another area of cooperation is Five Eyes Alliance, which is in the sky, USA, UK, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. Again, if you see these telescopes, these radar soundings, do not include the members like India of the Quads. It is again USA, Australia, New Zealand is not there, Japan is excluded, UK comes to lecture later, we'll talk about AUKUS later, and Canada is always a trusted reliable ally to give American overtures a facade of multilateral diplomacy rather than unilateralism, which America is trying to disguise. Now, logistically, India carries on bilateral negotiations, has agreements with USA, Japan, and Australia, so they are trying to reinforce a bilateral relationship between India and these countries, providing a face of a multilateral cooperation where this can be done. There's an infrastructure development, there's a blue dot network. Now, this blue dot network is again something which is, I think, much is made of without any substance. It is a benchmarking of the quality control of the infrastructure development project certified by Japan and USA. So, if India is indulging in technological cooperation with any other country, it would have to take a certification from either Japan or the United States to say that it has world-class technology or world-class infrastructure development. So, you are again submitting your technology and your infrastructure to somebody else's certification. What are the activities? The interesting part is this, that Quad was more resistant Quad. The moment Quad was 4 countries, and the concept was mooted of Quad Plus, which means that in 2020, the Quad members had a meeting which included representatives of New Zealand, South Korea, and Vietnam to discuss what their respective approaches to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. So it was again interesting that even if you were discussing COVID diplomacy, why was Indonesia being excluded? Why was Malaysia or Singapore, which had the best practices, not being included? Why were Cambodia and Laos excluded? Myanmar was almost a paria, but it was because of military dictatorship, not permission to deal with the COVID crisis. Why was not being mentioned? So maybe Burma was to be excluded, Myanmar to be excluded. Why were you not having Thailand, which had a problem with COVID? So this is what I think I find incongruous, that when you say that Quad Plus, I suspect that the ground was being prepared to devalue Quad already in 2020, because behind the scenes the Americans were trying to have another initiative which became famous as AUKUS, which would keep India out, which would have Australia, UK and United States, and it would even leave aside people like France just realized outside there. So when the virtual summit of leaders met in March 2021, it was a lot of a senior level COVID vaccine experts group. Now you say senior level COVID vaccines group, you start with the organization which is a summit level meeting about the heads of government, heads of states, foreign ministers and so on. Then you suddenly come to the nitty gritty of everyday cooperation, and the level is reduced, not even to head ministers, but senior level officials and experts groups dealing with vaccine. Now all of us should remember there was no unanimity between the experts of different countries, vaccine manufacturing capacities of different countries. India was an exceptional case because of Serum Institute of India, because of the Vaccines Bharat Institute, some others had the capability of doing that. But it also, the experts were not really clear about what vaccine should be given, even the emergency use exception by WHO's capability was very low. So actually, we must remember that the activities undertaken by Quad Plus since March 22 presently have been confined to an area where there is no agreement possible, either among experts or easy collaboration possible. And people, they're still excluded from the Plus, which matters most. Indonesia is both in terms of population, in terms of geographical expense, in terms of technological capacity, and was having a problem because it's spread so far away about the vaccine program being implemented. So we suddenly see that Quad Plus is losing focus from shared strategic perspective, countervailing China, to areas of cooperation which are potential. There was the first ever in-person summit hosted by USA in September 2021. This again is more symbolic than actually substantial, because by that time the AUKUS is already there. And when we talk in terms of AUKUS, we'll come to that in a moment. But before that, Quads is a matrix of trilateral and bilateral relationships intermeshing. Now, what becomes trilateral, what becomes bilateral, what becomes quadrilateral is a matter of playing with words. It's aimed at free, open, inclusive, prosperous Indo-Pacific, but it's certainly not inclusive logically, rationally, because if you say the centrality of this relationship is to recognize ASEAN's substantial position, you don't have Indonesia, you don't have Vietnam, you don't let them come into share a strategic perspective with China. Some of them might do it openly, some of them might do it quietly behind the scene, but they were not even invited. So uphold the rules-based order and great integration, you keep repeating this, support liberal democracy in East Asia, you might again have a problem with what is the liberal democracy, are all democracies equally liberal, equally liberal, equally authoritarian, and who's the United States of America, whose own democracy seems to be at the moment in tatters, in relation to others. Now it says joint development of infrastructure projects, regional economic growth. So regional economic growth will come if infrastructure projects bind various participants together. But then we talk to the blue dot concept, who's going to accept the subordination of the quality control of its projects by somebody else? Japanese will decide what is best practice, US will decide what is best practice, what is the world-class state. It increases dependence on one of the developed nations more than anybody else. Countering China, inculcating confidence among regional countries, has suffered a severe blow since when we discussed AUKUS. Australia, UK and US, the three white Anglo-Saxon Christian countries, all capitalistic, when they took up the responsibility of countervailing China militarily, India was placated because India felt left out. That India will still play a very important role in Quads, but what will the important role? It will be vaccine, it will be climate change, it will be matters of cultural interest, it will be matters of technology transfer. So it was a second tier. It was not the first tier of countervailing World War against China. So India did not know what it is. Like France did not realize what it hated, because behind the back of France, the US had negotiated a nuclear submarine deal with Australia. The French were very upset. Biden was forced to say that we had made a mistake by not keeping the French in the loop. But by the time the damage was done, the pressure of China being what it is, nobody can break apart from the United States or say that we don't need the NATO forces in Europe. They have to worry about the pressure of Chinese technology, infiltration in their economies. They have to worry about their dependence on the Houthis, Russians, not to, and the gas security. But when you come to security, the naval cooperation, the logistics, the maritime domain and awareness move over to AUKUS, and AUKUS is greater than what would say what Quads was supposed to be. Now, it says that Quads was made to restore the place of ASEAN. Again, you might keep repeating it, but ASEAN as a bloc, as a group, has not been invited or included even in the Quads Plus strategy. So I think this argument is only recession, is only to let people know that it's a multilateral forum. Ultimately, it boils down to three countries trying to maintain the status quo to their advantage in this region and keep Quads as a, shall we say, supporting secondary structure, which if India is happy to play that role, we should not comment about that. We should otherwise be totally excluded from this area. Secondly, for India, India thinks that Quads will provide funds and technology to propel growth. We would like to point out this is the intermission of bilateral and trilateral or quadrilateral relationships. I think the funds being made available to India or technology transfer to India would depend far more on India's bilateral relationship with Japan, USA, UK, France, Germany, and expanding scope of this relationship. Not that Australia can transfer much, but Australia can be important in terms of fossil fuels, which now we can't export to China. Also, we can have some nuclear fuel support from Australia, but political and military support to counter China is impossible for India to live with the land we come to Quads. That is being looked after by AUKUS. Intelligence sharing for counter-terrorism is interesting, but again, the threat perception of terrorists is limited to the United States, where terrorists can strike its assets at home in USA or its military installations elsewhere. In India's case, the threat perception from terrorists, Islamic terrorists, Taliban from Afghanistan, those who are sheltered in Pakistan, is very different from this threat perception. So this, I think, the intelligence sharing can also be only of military use, not necessarily through Quads. It could still be intelligence sharing either coming from Israel or coming from the United States, or even a pitch coming from Russia. But what is the Quad significance of the intelligence sharing? One is difficult to fathom. It says strengthens confidence of littoral countries in India. Now, littoral countries which deal in this area are Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. You go to South China Sea and you have Vietnam, you have Cambodia. Now, Cambodia, the infiltration by the Chinese has been massive. They have trapped Cambodia into the death trap, as they say. It practically is a client state of Cambodia, where succession of a hardcore communist autocrat is underway. Thailand is dependent so much on tourist traffic to trade goodwill from Americans that I don't think that they depend for their confidence in India. It will be a long time before India can assert its naval presence and power projected in South China Sea and Indian Ocean to reassure even countries which have a territorial dispute with China, like Philippines and Vietnam. So I have a feeling that this again is to give India a feeling of greatness, feeling of participation. And these countries are not going to depend on feel more confident about India's aid to them because of Quads. They are going to feel confident if India is asserting its naval power, projecting its naval power in the region where it matters to them. So we don't have to go as far into Pacific region. As long as we are in a position to take on the Chinese, to use our phrase, assert, push them back from South China Sea, and let Indonesia feel that the Chinese naval militia cannot, Coast Guard cannot come and harass them, neither the Philippines, nor the people Malaysian territories in North Borneo, nor the Southern Brunei, not Vietnam. At that time, we have to worry about that. Significance of India also is this is very illusory that we have got powerful friends. Talking of powerful friends, the only powerful friend we have is what is the United States of America. If the United States of America's relationship with India is harmonious, UK and others will fall there. I don't think that the Japanese, Australians can be treated as powerful friends, either in military terms or in economic terms. They will be happy to have the support, even in the second tier for India, which is an insurance policy for their economic development when China withdraws and puts pressure on them. But how can Australians appear as powerful friends to India, either in economy or transfer of technology or strategy, is difficult to understand. More significant arguments for significance for India are there. It is a prominent platform to advocate its interests and call out adversaries. We would again like to point out there is such a proliferation of multilateral fora in international relations that you can't say that any one platform is prominent. What we are arguing that you can follow the negotiations in one multilateral forum to another multilateral forum. It doesn't necessarily mean that you will be able to enforce and advance your interests, but at least you will be able to minimize the conflict and reduce the differences. But call out adversaries is again a phrase very loosely used, often enough in demagogy, in to address domestic constituents. If you are reluctant to even name China as an enemy and leave it to an army general to say so and say we have an enemy towards the north, there's been a transition against our territory, etc., what is the point of calling it out in a forum which doesn't really share your strategic perspective? Another significant for India is that it is thought by some experts that US policy in the subcontinent is shaped by whether India participates in quads or not. I do not think that either the policymakers at the highest level in the United States or India think that their policy towards India is shaped by the quads. It will be shaped more by the Indo-Pak relations, US relationship with Afghanistan and Taliban, and what is happening now more towards our Western front and in the Arabian Sea and the Red Sea area, India's relationship with Saudi Arabia, India's relationship with UAE, India's relationship with also Israel. Now all these relationships are being restructured. India's relationship with Iran is also being restructured, hopefully in the near future. So what happens in India is trying to realign its time-tested friendship, bringing with the Russians also. So I think these things will shape US policy in the subcontinent more than anything else. Also, India's relationship with its neighbors, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, we have a bearing on this. It's difficult to imagine how to boost export from India. Whatever is being exported or imported to Australia will continue. What is being exported, imported from Japan will continue. India is not is an important partner for the ASEAN nations, but what is not impinging on ASEAN as we said earlier. And India, surprisingly, ironically, the largest trading partner continues. It may be second in some COVID, post-COVID, is China. So, I mean, is India in a position to follow American lead, trying to signal to China that is going squarely in the American lap and afford to suffer the exports or imports, highly imbalanced trade with China? So we much rather be happy to export and not have tensions in any other area. There's a different question that the Chinese are twisting our arm every which way. They have launched military offensive against us all along the frozen border. They have been tricks on the eastern border. They keep changing India to surrounding slicing in Nepal and Bhutan. They put pressure on Myanmar. They have not given up their one belt one vote, which is closely related to a string of pearls, poison pearls along India's neck. Pakistan acts as a procedure export. So I do not think that how quads could either deepen bilateral ties between India, US, India, Japan, India, and Australia, or have an effect on bilateral ties with its neighbors next door. Agenda is in line with Yogi's policy, which I think is a catchphrase. Somebody says Yogi East, another successor Prime Minister says Act East, but East is defined from Bangladesh, Myanmar, all the way to Japan. So, and also some people will go beyond that and go to the Pacific region. So I think one might also talk in terms of free trade, shared prosperity, but India has opted out of the regional comprehensive economic partnership program. So as long as India has opted out of this, what is the point of mounting slogans which say that India is going to benefit from this economically? Challenges for India are not inconsiderable. Differences of opinion among members about what exact role India should have in this partnership. Dependence of members upon China, upon the members of Quads, Australia continues to be dependent. It is hoping that the relationship becomes less stressful and they can resume at least their trade in livestock, animals, wines, etc. It has passed on the burden of polluting fossil fuels to India, where an Indian entrepreneur takes charge of the Australian coal mines and maybe reroutes them to either China differently or routes them to India. And India, like China, has a problem with the climate change stipulations that we are not prepared to give up our fossil fuels immediately, particularly in the post-COVID situation where economic development is directly dependent on it. There are doubts about the levels of commitments from partners to stand up for India against China. I think one should not miss one. It is we are also apprehensive about American US commitment to standing up to India, Indian interests vis-a-vis China, because they are withdrawing from South China Sea and thinking that AUKUS will be there to look after their interests. They have separated India from the AUKUS alignment, given India a secondary role in the Quads, and the way they have withdrawn from Afghanistan and the way they seem to be grappling with their economy, climate change events, and so on, their relationship with partners in Europe, etc. I do not think that the levels of commitment can be expected vis-a-vis China. There are geographical barriers, obviously, because the distances are so huge between Australia and India, Japan and India, that you cannot possibly say United States and India, of course. So as long as you have these geographical barriers, you cannot have a small grouping of four countries separated from each other not only by geographical distance, but by the emotional distance of geographical barriers of Cold War, and present conflict of geopolitical interest and increasing rivalry and instability in the region, which means that India has to cope with it on its own, not necessarily in a multilateral fora created by somebody else. There are more challenges. The souring of India's ties with China continues unabated. China has shown no inclination of reducing tensions. The focus has been shifting away from neighboring countries, which to our mind should be the primary focus of India's foreign policy and international relations. Pakistan may remain unmanageable, but as long as we can have a more harmonious, more stress-free relationship with landlocked Nepal, landlocked Bhutan, next to Bangladesh, and the island republic of Sri Lanka, I think we are in a position to cope with our strategic challenges far better than depending on anybody else. I think the suspicion is very clear that outside powers are trying to intrude into this region, although they are forced to withdraw, but India should not become or seen as a pawn in the US-China rivalry. This is the risk in the devaluation of Quads is very strong. The uncertainty over US policy, of course, we have talked about, withdraw from Afghanistan, we have talked about. So the challenges for India are very many. The way forward, as far as Quads is concerned, our view may be a minority view, but we would like you to consider it wholly objectively. I think India should not waste any more time with Quads. We already have been reduced to a minor actor in the region, which is of primary strategic importance for us in the Indian Ocean, South China Sea area. The littoral entry and exit points to Malacca to this. So I think we should focus on our bilateral relationship with India and Indonesia, India and Malaysia, and also India and Vietnam. We have a shared perspective within ASEAN. We don't have to worry about if we internalize USA, if we internalize Australia. Australia doesn't have too much choice. So Australia, again, is geopolitically located in a situation where it has to depend on India after China withdraws its commercial interest in Australia. So I think, but the problem is that we should not let the Quads become an albatross around our neck and neglect our immediate neighborhood, which is our priority area. I think this is what we shall stop with. The Americans have been trying to form other Quads in Middle East, in West Asia, again, where there is no role for India. So if there was a role for India in Afghanistan, as long as the Americans wanted India to take up a burden on their behalf, opening up the second front, strategic, etc., I think India should be conscious that it has paid a price, not that there's anything free, there are no free lunches in international relations, but India should realize that it cannot be seen as always following the lead of Americans, even in multilateral forum, even if our interests converge, seemingly converge for a temporary period. I think even in West Asia and Central Asia, we have to worry about our relationship with Iran, our relationship independently what we want to do, humanitarian, organized Afghanistan, and also how we are going to deal with Russia. We could discuss these things when we are discussing other multilateral fora like Shanghai Cooperation Organization, but I think till then we should get rid of the baggage as fast as we can without being very aggressive. That's all we have for you this time. We shall meet you again in another lecture with another issue. Till then, goodbye and thank you.
Welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. One of the most important topics in international relations these days is WTO. It started off with a great where people thought it was Benicia, it was the final solution for international trade problems, but then it was facilitating globalization. But suddenly, in the past decade, there has been a loss of momentum. The glorious period
globalization seems to be over, and there is resistance to WTO mechanism, whether it is dispute settlement, whether it is facilitating trade, and it has not enjoyed as much support as people thought at one stage it would enjoy from the superpowers, from the major powers, and it would be something which would be serving the common good of mankind. There would be a shared community of interest of humanity would be looked after by it. So we shall now today take a close look at the WTO, World Trade Organization in the expanded form, and see what is right, what is wrong with it. How did it come about? As usual, first of all, we look at the introductory phase. We see how it was born, what were the hopes. The historical background is rather interesting. The origins of the World Trade Organization, although it was founded in 1995, can be traced back to the GATT, the General Agreement on Trade in Traffic, which was the ongoing negotiations between nations right after the Second World War to set international trade on firm foundations. So it is the 1947 General Agreement of Trade and Tariffs and Trades, which can be seen as an ancestor of the WTO. The primary objective of GATT was to phase out impediments and quotas and reduce tariffs on goods, and the failure of the Seattle talks in 1999 imparted new momentum and restarted the negotiations in the Doha post 9/11. Now you see, there was a stalemate in the GATT negotiations, and the Doha round 1999 was supposed to give them a new fillip, but what really generated interest in this was the events after the aftermath of 9/11, the terrorist attack on America, and when there was this threat that how would the international economy respond to this. Another important reason why WTO was supposed to be required imperatively was there were gaps in the agreements of GATT. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade had certain lacuna, certain gaps, certain shortcomings which had to be addressed. It was first of all heavily dominated by the Western world. This is understandable because even the political structure of the post-Second War international relations was dominated by the Western powers, the victors, and of course their allies which were with them. But they were nominal. Like for instance, nationalist Chinese were on the fringes, Britain was very badly devastated, France and Germany depended on Americans. So one could say without mixing words that it was US domination of the system, both political structure as well as the embryonic international structure. Then services and intellectual property rights were not covered adequately, which is called IPRs, in the GATTs. So there, and in the years since GATT had been established in a half century and more, the intellectual property rights had assumed much greater importance. It also lacked effective institutional structure or mechanism to implement the policies it suggested. Also, there was an extremely weak dispute settlement mechanism. So there were these gap shortcomings, call them what you like, and there was the Marrakesh Agreement, which led to the establishment of the WTO in 1995. It laid down the use of consensus among the members of the WTO. So it was always expected that the consensus would rule the activities of the WTO. The primary role of the WTO was envisaged as promoting unhindered international trade to ensure four primary objectives. One was the economic development of all nations. It was trade to be utilized as an effective instrument to alleviate poverty, reduce poverty, trade as an instrument of establishing, maintaining international peace. Obviously, the two are interrelated. If economic development, poverty elevation are effectively managed, then there will be lesser chances of the political system being challenged by social unrest. Then the fourth objective was the trade to promote sustainable development. Now, by the time the WTO was formed, the concept of sustainable development had also become very important. This meant that there should be no exploitation of the non-renewable, non-replenishable resources of nature, which could fuel development for a short while, but in the long term it would be counterproductive. Let's have a quick look at what the basic concepts related to WTO are. One of the major concepts is relates to import quotas. The notion is to determine the quantity of goods or services that can be imported from one country to another country. So the member states have to take a stand on this about what quotas they accept. Goods and services imported above the permitted quotas attract higher tariffs or are not permitted at all. So which means that there are two kinds of restrictions. One is that if a country thinks that its economy is not being held by this quota of goods and services, it can restrict them by barriers of tariffs. They can impose a duty, and it also reserves the right to ban them in totality all. The tariffs again should be understood clearly. Any particular good or service imported from one country to another country is subject to some tariff or other. There might be a custom duty, there might be an excise duty, there might be an offsetting tax on it. Whatever it is, it should not render the domestic production uncompetitive or handicapped in any manner. So this concept of quotas and tariffs and total bans is something which you should grasp in the outset. The other interesting thing is that the non-tariff barriers on trade. So tariffs we said is an imposition of a duty or a tax or a customs levy or excise or surcharge or tax to restrict the imports. The other is that you could also erect non-tariff barriers for a free flow of goods if you think it was implemented to your country. It could be quantitative, it could be qualitative. You could say that if it reaches beyond a certain scale, it should stop automatically. Or you could say qualitative is that the quality of goods being imported in the country falls short for a variety of reasons, hygiene reasons, for exemplary reasons. The quality as they promised is falls short of that. It does not maintain consistency of quality. It has a hazard of importing with microorganisms, disease bearing, and so on. So you could have non-tariff barriers also. You could also object to a country exporting cheap products to another country which is exploiting the labor, violating the international conventions of labor laws, or is depleting the environment, is disregardful of the environmental concerns. So there could be a green clause, there could be a clause against child labor, there could be a clause against human rights violations, and all this would be non-tariff barriers. In an ideal world, these non-tariff barriers probably would be considered very reasonable. But what happens is that when double standards are employed, when a rich developed country is very happy to import cheap material, produced by cheap labor, either in China or in poorer countries in Southeast Asia, it may be textile, it may be shoes, it may be sports food, it may even be highly sophisticated electronic equipment. They have no objections to what price the people in these countries are paying, because the capitalists would, in the Western world, especially the central like United States of America, would go to a market where the labor is cheap and they would like to maximize their profits. But then in modern years, this is being objected to because people feel that these cheap goods coming from countries outside are hitting the livelihood chances of the labor at home. Now, there's a very complicated issue that why the labor in which skilled labor in which developed industrialized countries are reluctant to do certain dirty work or bad manual labor. The blue collar workers are reluctant to do so. They are used to social security and relief. They are used to a more leisurely life. So more generous labor laws, more generous human rights entitlements are a complicated story. But the interesting part is this: that the government, when it is faced with politically powerful constituents, likes to impose some restrictions on companies which are dependent, which have done what is called business process outsourcing, are depending on a supply chain or cheap labor elsewhere. This is how China ingratiated itself into the international global system and in the supply chains. But with the passage of time, even the Chinese labor became more expensive, and it was at one stage the Japanese had priced themselves out of the market because of their insistence on a certain quality, entailed certain costs, and the labor was far more expensive, and their concern for environmental laws and for labor laws was far greater than what the People's Republic of China, when it sought to liberalize and catch up with the West, did in its special economic zone. So this is something which one must keep in mind. The non-tariff barriers are used with great discrimination, often with double standards. So the Western countries would like to have access to the market of the developing nations, but they would not like the free flow of technology, which would use the technology gap between the rich industrialized nations and the poor countries by transferring technology. They would say it's much too expensive, we don't know how to use it, you might pass it on to countries hostile to us. They also would not like to allow a free flow of services which depend on free flow of men, not only skilled labor, not only highly. So they would have two discriminatory regimes. They would allow under certain restricted regulations highly skilled people, but unskilled workers would not be allowed. And this again would be some kind of body shopping, paying a much lesser wages than you would do to the similarly qualified men at home, but relocate your businesses in the other countries. Now, non-discrimination and national treatment, which varies from nation to nation, is another concept pertaining to WTO, which must be understood clearly. Once the good from one nation enters a particular nation, another nation, it should receive theoretically the same treatment as the goods manufactured in the host nation. But this is not what happens. This is what the logic of all free trade agreements is. This is what joining a common market is. But the whole logic of free trade agreement or a particular common market is lost if everybody is allowed the same access. So there should be some advantages to the members, and there should be some advantages to the local manufacturers for domestic political reasons. After having clarified some of these basic concepts about WTO, we must have a look at the organizational structure of this world body. The organizational structure of WTO at one level is very simple. At the top is the Ministerial Conference, the topmost decision-making body of WTO, which meets once every 2 years and takes policy decisions and sets an agenda for the next couple of years. The day-to-day activity of WTO is looked after by General Council, which is responsible for day-to-day administration of the organization and ensure global trade flows smoothly. There's a free flow of international trade. The General Council also has supervisory control of its affiliates, which is the trade policy review body and trade dispute settlement body. These are ongoing activities, and these are the responsibilities of the General Council. Now, theoretically, it should have worked perfectly. Why it does not, and what have been the important agreements of WTO, what have been the shortcomings, we must try to appreciate properly. The important agreements of WTO, the most important aspect is the agreement on agriculture, abbreviated as AOA. Negotiated during the Uruguay rounds of the GATT, the dispute has continued because as far as the developing countries are concerned, they are dependent very largely for their income, for their national economies on agriculture. This is where the largest sector of the people are employed. But then the richer countries do not want to allow the agricultural produce from these developing countries to enter their market freely, and they always try to put barriers in this. So this is what takes us to the issue of subsidies, which we shall take a little later. But this is the major issue which WTO has had to contend with. It relates to three critical issues. One is the issue of domestic support. How does the government support its farmers or people employed in the agricultural sector? How does the government in a particular country provide market access to the agricultural produce from another country? And what is the export subsidy, which can be either accepted or objected to? So now subsidy is the quantum of assistance provided by the government to its farmers or people employed in the agricultural sector, which reduces the cost of production and allows the farmers to sell their produce at a rate cheaper than. And of course, if the wages are high, the input costs are high in a particular country. Theoretically, you would have the developed world depending on the agricultural produce of the developing world. Now, there are two categories of this agricultural production. One would be food, and the food security is as important as energy security. Also, it would be cash crops like cotton, sugar, tobacco, coffee or tea, which may be not essential for food security, but have a large enough market. Now, in colonial times, these plantations were controlled by imperial masters, but after decolonization, after the independence of nations, this again becomes a tricky thing, that what would you accept? Now, you also might have a situation where the developing world is producing a lot of food grains, which it doesn't consume directly because they're mostly meat eaters. They produce food grains as fodder for their cattle, for pigs, for poultry, for milk cattle, but then these can be dumped when the requirement is not there. It could be even fruits, it could be even vegetables, it could be dairy produced, and if they are produced in a mechanized fashion, economies of large scale are there, and if these are made available and there are no taxation on this production, this would practically destroy the agriculture in a developing country. So this is the major debate and major agreements with WTO make it difficult to have a consensus about it. The subsidies are categorized under these arrangements AOA are the general green box subsidies, which means that these subsidies are not they do not distort the price structure of agricultural produce in the market, and there should be no restriction on these subsidies. The amber box subsidies are is like the amber light to the traffic lights. All subsidies that distort prices of agricultural produce are in this amber box and should be can be objected to. Then there is the blue box subsidy, subsidies that distort prices and particularly should be to reduce and stop production of goods. So the point is that if all these three are negotiated satisfactorily, then the element of subsidies can facilitate the functioning of the WTO. But what the problems are? The general agreement on trade, tariffs and trade, GATT, could not successfully negotiate this bottleneck. They negotiated during the Uruguay round, the general agreement, most of the objections were because of this. The objective is to extend the multilateral trading system to the service sector. Now, what applies to production in the agricultural sector should also be comparatively applicable equally to the service sector. Now, as far as 4 modes of service delivery under GATS were proposed, mode 1 was cross-border service, mode 2 was consumption abroad, mode 3 was commercial purposes of these things, mode 4 was movement of natural persons. Now, movement of natural persons is a fraught issue because it involves people who belong to a different color of skin, who speak a different language, who practice a different religion, who might distort by their presence in large numbers, or even in some cases small numbers, the social harmony or homogeneity of a country which has a different kind of population, who, because of a variety of reasons, colonialism, imperialism, looks down on people coming from south with different legs. Whether the services and goods are exported for commercial purposes or for individual consumption, also you must have a differential taxation policy for that. So, the services which are provided cross-border include a whole range of services which are non-traditional, which are financial services, which are banking, which are insurance, which is media, and the pressure on countries like India has been very heavy that it should open its market to these services, where foreign banks, foreign insurance companies, foreign media companies would come and compete on a level playing field with the Indian actors, the Indian entrepreneurs. Slowly, under the WTO, slowly under the pressure of globalization, India has opened its market, but there has been no corresponding of the opening of the market for Indians elsewhere in these things. So India has to bargain hard every inch of the ground that we should have reciprocal agreements. It does not happen. On the contrary, when there's been an amalgamation and aggregation of media, banking, and insurance, where now the foreign companies play a very important, significant, crucial, decisive role. Now, interestingly, most countries in the world do not allow controlling interest to be gained by a foreign company. The classic case is Rupert Murdoch, who changed his nationality from Australian to British to retain control of his investments in Britain. The Americans are particularly strict about this also, but unfortunately, the developing world has not followed this lead and protected its stuff. The other important agreements under WTO have been trade-related intellectual property rights. Now, intellectual property rights at one stage till the middle of the 20th century were basically copyrights and patents. But ever since the electronic and the information technology boom has taken place, there's an issue of computer software, there's an issue of broadcast rights, there's an issue of transferring a printed work into a dramatic work from film, and there's a conflict of interest between something like, for instance, research patent was earlier granted to a scientist, but if the scientist's research has been funded to a large extent by multinational corporation, there has to be a division of the royalty between the scientist employed by the company or the scientist supported by a company, typically working in a university. So the university is a claim on this. What happens when these things cut across international borders? So if a multinational corporation in America is funded research in United Kingdom, where an Indian scientist has been employed and a product comes out in the market, this was brought out when during the COVID pandemic, when the vaccines were being researched, and this issue became very, very important. From the outbreak of the pandemic in Wuhan lab and suspicions about biological weapons being developed, or the virus staying out because of lack of adequate control, these things become problematic. The outcome under the Doha round of talks was watched very keenly, and this is the second Doha round of talks. So when we talk of Doha round, there is one Doha round of talks which is at the turn of the century, and the other Doha round of talks a decade after that. The objective was to focus on harmonization of IPR standards and following certain common standards. Now, this is easier said than done because even within the European Union, the regimes which have evolved about intellectual property rights, about computers, about scientific research, about copyright infringements, about trademarks, are very different from what the US, again, a federation of states, where different states follow different kind of systems and give different laws. They have not been reconciled even in the developed world. So it's far more difficult to reconcile these, harmonize these with other countries. And these are related to, in most cases, in IT or in medicine, either as life-saving drugs and vaccines or issues of privacy and violation of privacy or national security. Now, the establishment of minimum standards of regulation of national governments of other different from intellectual property continue to be there. So the people have sort of changed the goalpost from saying that there should be harmonization, there should at least be a minimum standardization of regulation by central governments. This can be understood only in the context of the background of the Doha talks. Negotiations for reform have been ongoing since 2001 with minimal progress. Differing interests of West and G20 over issues related to agriculture are, as we say, the primary obstacles. There also is no consensus about trade-related intellectual property rights. The talks continued, the various rounds continued from Singapore to Doha to Seattle, but from 2003 to 2008, not much progress was made. Only in 2013, The members were able to settle on a multilateral trade facilitation agreement at Bali, and which was greeted with enthusiasm and some relief, but there was still no solution of the agricultural conflict of interest between developing and developed countries. Now, you see, we continue with this. India's unique problems with regard to the public stock holding have also been considered a subsidy. Now, India, when it became independent, followed a model of economy which was the mixed economy. It had some elements of the capitalistic system, it had some elements mostly of the socialistic system, and the commanding heights of the economy, the core sectors of the economy, say for instance steel, or say for instance energy, petroleum, etc., were under the control of the government. Now, the logic of the Western, or the complaint of Western countries is that this is a hidden subsidy. If the government owns stock holdings, it is an indirect way of providing a subsidy to these industries, and where it should be not more than 10%. If it exceeds more than 10%, then it should be considered as a subsidy. In all the arguments between 2008 to 2013, the developed countries were themselves in violation of the spirit of the Doha Mandate on agriculture. Although at Doha it was agreed that a settlement would be reached about agriculture, certain exceptions would be made about the subsidies which the government had to give to save its agricultural sector or livelihoods of farmers. It was a very important political community. The issue of social harmony, political stability depended on this, but they backed out of these commitments regularly. The special and differential treatment which was to be given to these was given a short shift by USA and EU, and though they could not, themselves provide a set of regulations which would solve these problems, and they continue using the non-tariff barriers against keeping their markets protected against agricultural produce from developing countries. We continue with the same discussion by the 2015, the ministerial conference in Nairobi. It was clear that there was simply no consensus in the WTO for pursuing Doha round. The will was not there. It's not only a question. Had there been a consensus, there would have been an agreement. But if you have no, if you do not have the honesty to admit that you are not going to implement it, you simply drag your feet. You continue doing what you can because you are the more powerful one, and you exert pressure on the ruling elites in these countries, and you could get away with what you do. The USA felt that the appellate body indulged in judicial overreach on issues for zeroing in on calculation of anti-dumping duties. Now, the anti-dumping duties were against the produce from the developing world into the markets, destroying the agricultural livelihood and potential in the developing world. And there was this partisan ideological debate. The US was accused systematically of blocking consensus on appointment of fresh appellate body of judges, rendering the dispute settlement mechanism dysfunctional. It's a breakdown. It's happening for years. The USA would only choose to use the WTO mechanism when it suited it. There are some minor disputes between USA and Mexico, USA and Canada, which was a matter of their own American, North American continental dispute settlement, where America has such preponderant asymmetry over Canada and the other countries in Latin America that it could practically afford to make a little symbolic concession and get away with what it wanted. But when it came to the rest of the world, it would renege on its commitments and they keep talking about rule-based system, etc. But not like this example shows. If the USA drags its feet about appointment of judges on the appellate bench, no dispute settlement can take place even among other countries in WTO, and WTO is rendered practically useless. There also is another issue before we come to Doha talks of 2020, the key issues. The Americans had the problem of imposing sanctions against regimes which they don't approve of, whether it is Russia under Putin, whether it is China, or whether it is Iran. So if you impose unilateral economic sanctions, you go against the spirit of WTO of free flow of international trade. So you have two parallel systems. You have America without the approval of the United Nations imposing sanctions to protect its national strategic interests against countries it perceives as enemies, Iran, Russia, China, and at times Venezuela, at times other countries. But it doesn't work in tandem with what the WTO is. It doesn't take us through there. If any party takes there is no mechanism surviving to redress this. So what are the key issues which remain after the Doha talks 2020? The agriculture remains the most obdurate problem. Elimination of subsidies, focus on food security and rural development. All these issues are entwined. And it is not that you just say end subsidies and we can solve all these problems. The focus on market access to services continues to plague the members, especially the members of the developing countries. The trade facilitation has to be simplified. In the rules, in the web of rules and regulations, you need an international lawyer to read your way through it. The focus on environment and sustainable development, particularly in the light of the looming climate change and global warming crisis, has become important. These all are the broad issues, the broad picture. And the IPR and the focus on geographical indications is also complicating the negotiations after this. The IPR is integrally related with patents, technological developments, issues of privacy, computer software, but at the same time, geographical indicator also are special rights given not to an individual but to a community confined to a location. And you have some very interesting examples. Like the French can insist that only the sparkling wine produced in the two provinces of Champagne, Brand, and Petit should be called champagne, but Russia openly flouts it by calling the French champagne in Russia as a sparkling wine, and the Russian sparkling wine is the only one which can be sold under the label of champagne. So there is the lack of consensus about structure of what can be given protection of intellectual property right or geographical indicator remains an issue under dispute. We might have a look at India and its conduct in WTO. While there were some gains for developing countries such as India during the initial phase in the field of textiles and clothing, ready-made garments, the outcome has not been entirely up to our expectations. The other countries that take over the lead, there has been no community of interest perceived between, shall we say, India and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka or even China. They have tried to pursue their own policies in these sectors separately, trying to compete with each other, behind the neighbor, and far more favorable to the US and EU than other developing countries. Whether it is sports goods, whether it is ready-made garments or apparel, whether it is lifestyle products, this is what the WTO has not protected our interests. Let's have a look at what the recent developments have been. Some recent developments worth mentioning are the trade facilitation agreement and the Bali agenda. But the Bali agenda again has been more than 5-6 years back. And unfortunately, one can say that this was the period when the international economy was disturbed. There was too many shocks. There was Brexit, and right after that came the stresses, the financial crisis of Europe and Western world had hardly been recovered. Then we had the crisis about oil prices. Then we had the COVID, and after the COVID pandemic, when the world was still trying to struggle back to rails, came the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So what has happened is that in the past 5-6 years, practically 3-4 years have been wasted for most countries in the world. The impact has been felt far worse on developing countries. The countries which are oil rich, oil exporting, have survived a little better thanks to their small population, thanks to their amassed oil wealth, and they can probably tide over a couple of decades still. America can afford to do that. Russia is blustering and bullying, thinking that it can do that. China is spread thin at times, it appears. It also runs a parallel network of international trade to its very ambitious One Belt One Road program, and also trying to have the Asia Investment Infrastructure Bank controlled by China. So China has a different set of parallel network. Now all these things, the Western reluctance to agree on a consensus, to be more sympathetic towards the demands of the developing world, the Chinese reluctance to be a part of the Western system, the Americans refusing to let WTO operate or the dispute settlement management to do, all these have been hurting Indian interests longer. India tried to successfully argue for vaccine waiver about IPR, India and South Africa, for a TRIPS waiver for the COVID vaccines, but one wonders whether this can be a lasting gain or whether the multinational corporations will hit back soon by coming out with another version of vaccine, or not only vaccine, but a life-saving corona curing drug, which will be totally out of reach. So how many times this kind of a waiver would be secured? USA has had taken too many U-turns under Trump, and one had thought that after the return of sanity to American politics when Biden was elected president, this would be redressed. But there's again too many powerful lobbies working in America, industrial lobbies, business corporations, and WTO seems to be a regime which they pay lip service to free trade, but they do not actually believe in free trade. They believe in free trade only to secure access to the markets and natural resources of the developing world, which was once part of their colonies or exploited by imperialists, neo-imperialists. They would like that to happen, but the reciprocity of providing access to their market, to access to their technology, subsidizing greener energy, or accepting services along with mutual concerns has not really happened. These are the challenges which WTO continues to face. There's a decline in global trade due to COVID-19 and there's been a rise of growing protectionism. The unfinished agenda, such as Doha round or the Bali agenda, has now been complicated by inclusion of new issues also. The Chinese mercantilism has gone unaddressed. So we mentioned this that China is a universe to its own, and lack of enforcement of awards given by dispute settlement body is a problem. So it's almost a body without claws, without teeth, and it's almost important. The dominance of the Western world, which was a major argument against GATT and how it brought into existence WTO, continues. WTO continues to be dominated by the West, particularly by the United States and its allies. Many disputes between WTO members are in a state of limbo, thanks to US continues to block appointments to judges on the appellate body. Organization has turned into a forum for battles of influence projected by superpowers, USA, China, EU, and Russia, and at the peril of the other member states. Now, how do we cope with this? The Sustainable Development Goals, which the UN put forward, millennial goals, are 17 goals, including no poverty, zero hunger, good health for all, well-being, gender equality, etc. And they have not kept in pace with the negotiations in WTO. They are objectives, they are nice sounding words, but there is no exertion to find out how this can be realized. No time-bound scale, no roadmap. Any negotiated outcome in agriculture must contribute to these objectives. But that's what we said, the agricultural negotiations are stuck in a stalemate. Till it is unraveled, no progress can be made. The USA and EU have long subsidized their own agriculture, but are reluctant to accept that other governments in the developing world can do the same. The credibility of the WTO depends on these objectives being met and these shortcomings being remedied. Unfortunately, as of this moment, at this particular moment of time, it doesn't appear very likely that more life can be injected into WTO till USA decides to support it, and there is no reason why the USA, which is divided almost midway at home in domestic politics between white supremacists, who are the religious dominators, Christian evangelists, and people who look down on people of colored skin, and there's less of tolerance, there's less of respect for human rights, environment, or democracy within the United States. So it's highly unlikely that the WTO will find the US support. USA out of it, China running a parallel system, Russia at the moment engaged in the war in Ukraine. I don't think that anybody who's not very naive would say that the future in the next decade of WTO is very bright.
Welcome to Byju's Test Prep IAS.
What we are going to deal with today is a very interesting topic of the World Health Organization. This is a specialized agency of the United Nations, which has been quite controversial in the context of the COVID pandemic, what it did and what it did not do to declare an emergency in time to save the world from hundreds of thousands of people losing their lives, getting crippled due to the effect of long COVID. That's one part. The second part is that did it also drag its feet when it came to granting emergency use exceptions to vaccines that were under trial. And before we pile on to WHO, that's the short form of World Health Organization, and discuss what it did or did not do during the COVID, we have to look at the broader picture, what role has been assigned to this body in the scheme of the United Nations, and how it has fared over more than half a century, almost 7 decades, rather 7 decades and over, before we pass hasty judgments. So, as usual, the first thing we do is to have to get to know the organization better. What is the introduction to WHO? It is a specialized agency of the United Nations, like the FAO, like the ILO, and it aims to direct and coordinate all the actions of the United Nations, the most important international organization in the field of health. And in the field of health, when we talk of health, we normally focus on diseases and their cures, but the World Health Organization has a mandate and a focus which is much more broad-based. It goes beyond diseases, either epidemic or endemic, or their treatments. It goes into the whole question of a level of health and well-being which an individual enjoys or lacks in either a rich country or a poor country. The WHO, that's the short form of World Health Organization, is a specialized agency of the United Nations, and its mandate entrusted with the entire work of the international organization related to health. And when we talk of health, we normally talk of illnesses, sicknesses, pandemics, and their treatment. But the way WHO looks at the issue of health is much more broad-based. It goes into the nature of the level of wellness, the level of nutrition, absence of disease which an individual has. So it's correlated with its power, the poverty or the affluence of an individual or the country where he lives in, the life expectancy. It goes into mortality rates at birth. It goes into life expectancies, and it tries to ensure, theoretically at least, that everybody on this planet enjoys a level of health which is optimally available for him or her in a particular context. So it has a headquarters in Geneva, and it came into existence on 7th April 1948. That continues to be celebrated as the World Health Day. And WHO is a part of the UN's Sustainable Development Program because health is intimately related to how individuals or groups of people perform and can perform in economic life, whether they're healthy labor or sick labor, whether they live through their life without hazards, or they suffer from chronic illnesses which put a burden on the economy where they live in. So this is not only a question of taking care of older people, taking care of infants. So this one should get very clear before we criticize the WHO for its shortcomings. That is, its membership, WHO's membership is open to everyone, United Nations and non-United Nations members. If you look at the figures that present, there are 194 members of WHO, which is one more than the members of the United Nations. So even a dependent entity, even a non-member of UN can join this, because this is an issue, the issue of life and death and well-being of people. So there is no barrier to entry into WHO. The objectives of WHO are very, very broad, and that is what creates a bit of a problem as we discuss the function of this specialized agency. It says the attainment of people everywhere, the highest possible level of health. Now, the highest possible level of health, which citizen in an affluent country in America or Europe, Western Europe, aspire for, or which is benchmark, is not the same. But given the context, given the differentiation in time and place, it should be the optimum which a person can attain in a particular milieu. But that again is a difficult thing to do, because within a nation state, it might not be enjoying social equity or justice, and the health levels of health or access to healthcare or nutrition available to affluent members of the ruling elite and the underprivileged, impoverished people would be very, very different. So the gap between the developed world and the developed world would be reflected within the societies of the developed world in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Now, the COVID pandemic also displayed that even in as affluent countries as the United States of America and other countries in Western Europe, there were wide gaps between the access to healthcare, the issue of race mattered, issue of gender mattered, issue of social class mattered, and the imbalanced development of health infrastructure facilities in metropolitan areas, in rural areas, in big cities and suburbs, inner cities and outside, everything mattered. So this is what makes the life of the worker in WHO very, very difficult. It says the WHO aspires to have complete physical, mental, and social well-being of an individual. This is the broadest possible definition of healthcare. Thank God it doesn't mention spiritual health, but if you talk in terms of mental health, perhaps the non-material aspects of health are also. If a person is not suffering from mental disorders, social stress-borne dysfunctionality, you would have this. It cannot avoid addressing the broader socio-economic determinants of health. So access to healthcare, levels of nutrition, life expectancy at birth, mortality at birth, also in childhood and early adolescence, all are dependent on broader socio-economic factors, and these are the foundations of good health. If you go back to the Indian concept, this is Sarve Santu Niramaya. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. Sarve Santu Niramaya is the ancient Vedic verse which says that everybody should be without disease. So health is being without disease. It is not treatment of disease. It is not prevention of disease. It is retaining health, and retaining your health and optimal acuity, sharpness of vision, acuity of hearing, muscular capacity being impaired, and so on. It addresses its target is to enhance health equity and integrate pro-poor, gender responsive, and human rights-based approaches. Now, this is where I think the confusion starts creeping into a specialized agency. You say that WHO is a specialized agency, but the moment you bring into it human rights, obviously human rights are paramount. Without that, you can't have equity, you can't have social justice, you can't have equal access to healthcare, etc. But human rights also is a double-edged sword. There are other aspects, non-health related aspects of human rights which might be impinged, which might be prioritized, as we see the functioning. So if you are talking about International Atomic Energy Agency, you are talking of International Labour Organization, you are talking of Food and Agriculture Organization, they are more clear-cut. Although in recent years there has been a little fudging of objectives, a little integration of their tasks, it becomes more holistic, and the moment you become more holistic, you tend to be less specialized, and then life becomes difficult for the people who are working in an organization like this. It says to promote a healthier environment, intensely primary prevention, and influence of public policies related to health. Now you see the environment again is very, very difficult to manage for a specialized agency. The United Nations has an environmental fund, the United Nations has conventions dealing with that. So either pollution, you could say poverty is the greatest polluter, this is another one say. So but pollution and poverty may go together, but sustainable development might involve that how you protect environment, and these issues again is the destruction of an environment or destruction of biodiversity or climate change brings about transformation of vectors which carry disease. All these issues become much too complicated, and how to influence public policies related to health for a specialized agency of UN becomes very, very difficult. You can make recommendations, but your recommendations obviously have no binding force like all resolutions of United Nations most of the time. How does the WHO function? The WHO functions, ideally, it is expected to provide leadership in all health-related issues, on all matters which are crucial to health and engaging in partnerships with member states. So how does it provide this leadership? This leadership is, people would accept WHO's leadership mandates, leadership advice, if it is stimulating penetration and translation of its broad-based objectives into valuable knowledge transfer. So it could be about vaccination, it could be about eradication of endemic or chronic diseases, it could be about disseminating information about nutrition, and all these things would be, people would receive gratefully from WHO. It would have a credibility of a professional specialized agency advising them, and then they would be in a position to perhaps accept WHO's leading role when a crisis broke out, when something like Ebola breaks out, when something like HIV breaks out, when something like SARS breaks out, and something like, most recently, COVID breaks out. It also has a core function, which is setting standards. And during the COVID pandemic, it again became clear, it was not only a question of blowing the drum whistle and saying pandemic is come, take precautions, close down your borders, etc. It also was, can there be an accelerated development of vaccines? Because the WHO sets a protocol, what kind of clinical trials would proceed before a vaccine is considered safe, effective, and accessible to various people who might be vulnerable to a particular virus or bacteria or a disease. Now, this takes us to the debate of emergency use exceptions, which can be granted in times of crisis if it's a matter of life and death, not of an individual, but of millions of people at the same time. You don't know what the disease is, you don't go back to mumbo jumbo, you don't go back to alternative medical cures, but you say that whatever is being tested perhaps can be accelerated a little, and you can say that, all right, the safety of this vaccine is probably not guaranteed because we haven't had time to conduct clinical trials, but the situation is warlike, so we are granting an emergency use exception to the drug. So this setting of standard and monitoring the implementing of the standards is a primary function, a core function of WHO. There are also other core functions are broad-based to suggest policy options, articulate ethical and evidence-based policy options. Now this again, the ethical and evidence-based policy options are a debatable issue, because the concept of ethics is closely related to religious beliefs of the people. Whether you are a Christian, whether you are an evangelical Christian, whether you are a fundamental Islam, you might have reservations, a conscientious objector to vaccines, experimentations, which lead to the conclusions which are indisputable that this vaccine or this drug is effective, safe, and accessible. Now all these ethical, there's an ethics involved in costing also. The whole world knows that the markup in life-saving drugs and vaccines by major pharmaceutical companies is 2000%. 3000%. This is an issue which even medical ministers of the world had dealt with. So, and most of these multinational pharmaceutical companies are notorious for promoting drugs in the market which are expensive, which are not necessary, which after some time are found to be having harmful side effects, but by that time they have recovered the money which supposedly they have invested in research. Many of these pharmaceutical companies also support major drug research programs in national institutes, in university departments, and they not only retain patents right over these drugs or these vaccines. The ethical issue is this, that there are what goes by the name of peer group review journals. Lots of researchers who have benefited from these grants from pharmaceutical companies are extremely reluctant to expose the failure of a drug, its inefficacy, or its pricing in a particular manner. Now, if this, you see, this is an ethical issue as well. So the ethical issue is at two levels. When we go into the genuineness of the research which has proved the efficacy of a drug or a vaccine, and WHO is in a very difficult ground treading here, because it cannot decide the ethics, conscientious objectives to modern scientific medicine by born-again Christians or fundamental Islamists or even Jews, or it could come as that somebody believing strongly in Hinduism or Jainism might object to animals being used for clinical trials or vaccines using some animal products. This is an issue which became controversial when the world was fighting with the COVID pandemic. Now here we are not worried about how the world coped with the COVID pandemic. We are going into the mandate which has been granted to WHO, that it has a responsibility to articulate ethical and evidence-based policy options. Both are not undisputed at the moment. Then also is WHO is supposed to provide the core function, technical support to countries which do not have this. Now this is an issue which again is a very complicated one, not because WHO is reluctant, but because WHO has costly scarcity of resources, and it cannot always provide the required technical support to its members. It also has supposed to have a core function of monitoring what is happening, assessing health trends and emerging situations in the context of health all over the world. Now how does it do this monitoring with limited resources is something which is difficult to understand. After the core functions, there are work areas which detail the nature of work which WHO and its officers scientists should undertake. It's a prevention and control primarily of epidemic diseases, endemic diseases, specific diseases. It was malaria at one time, typhoid another time, tuberculosis another time. Plague was not considered for a major issue, and threats was a suspect at one stage because it transmitted from animals to human beings. There was great panic about the mad cow disease at one stage. So transmission from one species to human beings was one challenge, and then this is to keep an eye on emerging trends, and then prescribe medicines for that, or preventive measures is there. Again, the problem is that we are supposed to look to WHO to provide comprehensive health services. This is a function primarily of the state actors. A government in a country has to provide comprehensive health services either equitably or unjustly. But how does WHO ensure that this happens is again a very complicated issue. Its work areas also are family health, which in India is from family planning to family welfare to psychological health in a matrimonial home, stresses which adolescents go through. So family health and community health issues are very, very complicated. Environmental health, we have already talked to, is not only the issue of the state of the health of the environment, it is also how a degraded environment impacts on the health of the people who live there, who are breathing toxic air, who are having poisoned food rinse because chemical fertilizers or pesticides are played up with them, or how they are drinking contaminated water, not only polluted but contaminated by chemical effluents because they are situated, the source of aquifers are situated very close to the polluting industries. WHO is also supposed to keep a record of health statistics. Now health statistics again, it doesn't depend on sources, it relies on government providing it with facts and figures about various numbers, and many times these numbers, the state actors want to fight them to not to tarnish their own image abroad, and the multi-dimensional register indicators of poverty include one of these things, how reliable the health statistics are. Biomedical research again is something which is supposed to be an area of work area for WHO, and biomedical research again is closely related to what should we say dual use biotech research. What is used as a medicine, what is used as recombinant virus to be used in a vaccine would also be unleashed as a biological weapon. This is what the suspicion was when Wuhan first was struck by COVID-19, that the virus had escaped from a lab where experiments were on not necessarily to manufacture a vaccine, but it could have been worked on a bioweapon. So this is something which is closely in an area of security and transparency. WHO as a specialized agency working in the field of health is expected to be transparent in its policy making, in its operations. But if it goes into biomedical research, it is an area where it might have constraints. Assembling of health literature and disseminating of information is easier said than done. It does it very well in English language, it does it very well in European languages, but when it comes to languages or dialects of poorer countries, it again has to depend of necessity on the resources available or otherwise of the state governments. It is supposed to work in cooperation with other like-minded organizations and to have an equilibrium, the desired equilibrium in health state all over the world. It also has been entrusted with the task of classification of diseases. Now, classification of diseases is that it decides when a disease has been eradicated, when a disease does not require preventive medication, when a disease is not contiguous and one time is not required, when a disease is chronic but can be controlled by even drug-resistant medication, like this is the DOT medication for tuberculosis. How can it declare a disease to be a global emergency and a pandemic? All these issues are too much on the plate of WHO. How does it deal with all these things? It is necessary for us to have a look at the structure, the organizational structure of WHO. WHO has the agency's governing structure and principles are constitutionally established. It is headed by a Director General. It has the following principal organs. It has the World Health Assembly, which is like a general body, which is the executive board, which one might say is roughly comparable to the Security Council without any veto rights for any members. Then there is a secretariat, which provides the administrative backup, and there are various regional offices of WHO distributed all over the world because its mandate is to look after health all over this planet. So the most important body, the decision-making body which sets the agenda, is the World Health Assembly. Executive board, which is smaller number of membership, is like a cabinet in a parliamentary system, and secretariat is the bureaucracy which provides the administrative support. World Health Assembly is the supreme decision-making body, but with no executive powers. It meets once annually. It appoints a Director General, which is a fixed term of office, and each member has only one vote in the assembly. Whether you are large or small, whether you contribute millions of dollars, half a billion or thereabouts, or less, it doesn't matter. Everybody has equal vote. So superficially, it has a certain democratic structure. We'll see in a moment. In real life, it is not so. One who pays the piper pays the tune. If some country like America is contributing almost either government contributions or voluntary contributions close to $500 billion, it exercises far more influence on the functioning of this body. It threatened to withdraw, as Trump did, and actually did set up the machinery of withdrawing, and only after Biden returned, the return of America was possible. Again, time-consuming process. The main functions is that it sets the program, it sets the agenda, it reviews the work of the past year, it allocates the budget, and it elects the Director General, as we said, for a fixed term of 5 years. The executive board consists of 34 members. It has 194 members in the WHO, so only a few of them by term by rotation, representing different geographies, get included in this. Their term is 3 years. One of its most important functions is to prepare the agenda for the year and also to make budgetary allocations. WHO authorizes the board to take emergency measures to deal with events requiring immediate medical action. So the most important organ of the WHO is this 34-member geographically balanced executive board. But here again, the equity doesn't operate. You might have, it is almost like the permanent members and the non-permanent members in the Security Council, although if there is no veto provided for. But the more powerful members obviously have more say because they control the purse strings of WHO. The secretariat regional offices try to give the structure a federal look. The backup is needed for purely secretarial assistance, etc. The WHO has 6 regional offices, each covering a major geographical region. All work of direct assistance to the individual member governments is delegated to these regional offices. The member governments meet annually in regional committees and they communicate their recommendations to WHO in their areas of interest. Now, WHO's assistance is given in response to the requests and recommendations it receives from governments. The secretariat and the regional offices of WHO give the organization a federal look, a decentralized look. The 6 regional offices are distributed in different geographies, and they allow the state actors in these regions to pass on their recommendations and requests to the WHO, and the assistance which WHO is supposed to render and is in a position to render is also delegated to these regional offices. The secretariat looks after all the administrative backup work, publication and dissemination of literature, and coordinating activities, travel, etc. of the members of WHO. The member governments meet annually, they have their regional meetings, they have committee meetings, they make their recommendations, and they request from the government. So, on structure, this is a beautifully decentralized democratic federal structure. But when we look at funding, this is a controversial subject for WHO. This came up during the COVID crisis also. We see that the structure on paper is not what is actually deciding the activities of WHO. Now, if you look at the chart carefully, the United States of America is the largest contributor to WHO, which comes to a little over $500 million. Then the other, immediately after that, is United Kingdom, and then comes a voluntary non-NGO, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Then is the Gavi Alliance, and then there is Germany, and then the UN Office itself for Humanitarian Affairs. Now, see, look at this. This is the list of first 20 major donors to WHO. India doesn't figure anywhere in it. China comes further down, but United States of America, the government contributes very little, but the voluntary contributions made to WHO by American citizens, American corporation is very large. So this is what created the problem when the President Trump said that he was unhappy with the functioning of WHO, how it was creating a panic about this Chinese flu, it was interfering with America's economic development, it was challenging America's primacy. So he withdrew. First he threatened to withdraw funding, then he withdrew from WHO itself, and then the Chinese tried to reassure that because they were verified that Chinese had got the WHO under their thumb, so he had not put the burden about the pandemic of COVID. It was WHO was dragging its feet about carrying out an inspection about how the virus had escaped. So this had dented the credibility of WHO very harshly. So the Chinese said they would make up, but obviously they would not make up the contributions made by the American corporations, American individuals, American NGOs, and so on. Now, once again, this is interesting when you see the funding pattern. You see, why is there so much of private funding from United States of America, Germany, and before that United Kingdom in this list? It is there because these are the countries where the major pharma corporations are settled. And these major pharma corporations, as we mentioned earlier, produce vaccines, life-saving drugs, and drugs which may not be essential, which are just propagated because the research says this drug is important, this vaccination is important, and WHO's certification or WHO's granting the benchmark standards are important for these. So there is this, shall we say, the conspiracy of silence among the research in the field of medicine and health and its certification and benchmarking and credibility of WHO, which comes here. The funding comes out primarily from 2 sources, we say. The member states pay according to their assessed contribution. Now, this assessment is made according to their GDPs. So obviously, the GDP contribution is different from different members. So 194 members pay very different contributions, and this official contribution, assessed contribution by member states is very minuscule. What is larger is the voluntary contribution from non-member states and partners. Now, the non-member states and partners of WHO could be a pharma company, could be an NGO, could be an individual, and what created panic when Trump declared that he would walk out of WHO funding and membership is that once he did that, the American pharma companies, the British pharma companies, the French and German pharma companies would realize that the front of the WHO was now no longer available to them to promote their drugs, and if really this whole house of cards collapsed, they would have to look elsewhere to market and have credibility for their products. So this is the opacity of some of the work which WHO is interested with and it does, which cannot be monitored very effectively and dents the credibility of WHO. The assessed contribution is a percentage of gross domestic product, but the member state approve them every 2 years at the World Health Assembly. So WHO is always living not only a shoestring budget, it is living on a lifeline which can be broken anytime, like America did. Other countries might do that. The voluntary contributions from member states and from other United Nations organizations, again, you see, it's difficult to imagine that the United Nations itself is an institution constrained by a very stringent budget. How can one organization of the United Nations make a contribution out of its budgets to WHO, and WHO can expect that this will be providing the sustainability or survivability for long term? This is not possible. The transparency of issues and conflict of interest is quite clear between big pharma companies, rich nations, and the control of funding and the policies of WHO. Trump's funding cut was a primary example of this, as we discussed. But it would not be entirely fair to clearly WHO. The WHO, over the past 7 decades and a little more, has played a very significant role in improving the health standards all over the world, and its achievements and contributions are not few in number. The most important achievement, perhaps, is the smallpox eradication in 1967. in India accounted for almost 67% of all smallpox victims all over the world. Others were in Africa or more impoverished nations. But this elimination has saved several lives or disfigurement of people, which was a mental burden for the lifelong. So this is what is one of the major achievements: the vaccination and eradication of smallpox. The global polio eradication, almost 2 decades after the smallpox eradication, is yet another major achievement. There was resistance to polio vaccination. People were worried about the safety of the vaccine. First, there were injectables, then there were polio drops, and this is a major achievement. There were conscientious objectors to this vaccination also. People who thought that children should not be exposed to vaccines which were using animal supplies, animal blood, and so on. There were problems about halal and haram in this. The Islamic population was resisting it. Poor, illiterate, non-Muslim population of Hindus, Jains also was objecting to it, but it turned out quite well, and WHO succeeded in dispelling these fears, and a safe polio vaccination eradication would also be achieved. In between, in 1978, the WHO adopted the Declaration of Alma-Ata, which calls for a focus on primary healthcare and health for all. So I think it has been able to communicate even to the unlettered, impoverished population in underprivileged countries that WHO means well. It may not have succeeded everywhere. It may not have succeeded in eradicating malaria or Japanese encephalitis. These again are diseases of the poor people. But then, because globalization has made international travel such an easy job, such a frequent job, that the malaria can also travel, Ebola can also travel, SARS can also travel. So the diseases of the poor can strike the rich in the West and in America. So WHO has been forced to focus on this. It has been, its primary focus is diarrhea and primary vaccination inoculation against tetanus, against whooping cough, against diphtheria, and lots of life have been saved. And because the child mortality has been cut down, and there's a greater awareness in the relationship between nutrition, health of the mother and the child, spacing of childbirth, and also WHO has been trying to promote alternatives for nutrition, which in poorer countries can be more easily available in access, like millet-based nutrition and millet-based lactogens. So I think one should gratefully recognize what WHO has done in the poor countries also. Effective strategy and control programs related to malaria, dengue, and cholera are again significant achievements of WHO. And non-transmittable diseases in 2021 to 2030, the roadmap is being prepared. Now, what has happened is that the pharma companies primarily try to profit from manufacturing drugs which are lifestyle, which address the problem of lifestyle diseases, obesity, cancer, diabetes, blood pressure, hypertension, mental stress, stress-borne diseases, loss of immunity. So all these things have detracted the focus from private agencies and the governments from the major problems, healthcare problems, which their population face. So one cannot deny that WHO acts as a board. We are time and again reminded what our primary responsibility are there, and we do that. I think WHO is also focused on air pollution and antimicrobial resistance of drugs, vaccine hesitancy among people, and non-communicable diseases, which, as the life expectancy goes up, as people live up to older age, they are also prone to old age-related diseases or infirmities, which are earlier not there. It could be Alzheimer's, it could be Parkinsonism, it could be just dementia and senility, it could be chronic heart disease, it could be incidence of cancer. But the issue like cancer is also related to environmental exposures, predisposition to these diseases genetically, and deals with a variety of issues. Reduction of infant mortality, especially in Asia and Africa, I think is a major achievement of WHO. The Global Public Health Intelligence Network is an early warning system of potential epidemics. Unfortunately, during COVID-19, this early warning system did not seem to work enough, or work well enough. The introducing of the concept of essential drugs and the national drug policy is a major policy recommendation of WHO, but whether it is implemented effectively is the responsibility of national governments. Training and promotion of auxiliary health personnel, ASHA, in India is a direct offshoot of what India tried to improvise according to suggestions of WHO. So it was not necessary for people for primary healthcare needed ultra specialists or had to go to a specialty hospital. The primary healthcare, preventive healthcare, nutritional information could be done by auxiliary workers at the village level, and I think the Indian experience and Indian experiment in this field is almost a best practice for many other countries in this situation. It has benefited, WHO programs have undeniably benefited countries in Africa, and even in India and China. The work of WHO is directly related to improvement in life expectancy and life chances of people. WHO and India have had a very interesting relationship because India has been a founding member of sort of since 1948 of this body. The regional office for Southeast Asia is located in New Delhi, and India is a very vast store of professionals, the doctors, paramedical workers, healthcare workers, grassroots level. Because so India is in a position to imbibe best practices from wherever WHO communicates them to India and then transmit them into neighbors which are ill placed to do it directly themselves, like maybe in Nepal, maybe in Maldives, maybe in Myanmar, maybe within India. There is such a great disparity among different constituent units of the Indian Union, the states, that this experiment has been very useful for India. WHO has benefited in turn from India's human resources. At the moment, the chief scientific officer in WHO is an Indian. The executive board is headed, which is the governing council sort of, by an Indian, the Indian health minister for the next 3 years. The Indian doctors and Indian scientific personnel, specialist researchers, have contributed greatly to the knowledge base of WHO. The 4 areas for strategic cooperation of WHO with India are universal healthcare coverage, which is a major program promoted through Ayush and Health for All by Prime Minister Modi. Health and wellness by addressing the determinants of health, which are other socio-economic, which again is very great awareness in India now. Protection against health emergencies. This creates a gap in most developing countries where if there is a medical emergency caused by an accident or natural calamity, are their health centers accessible enough within distance? And so this has been tried to be bridged by use of telemedicine in India, which again in several states in India has been used very well. So telemedicine has been used in India and some other countries, but telemedicine again depends on efficient working of an ICT network. So this is here. We mentioned smallpox eradication. It could not have been done without India's wholehearted support to the program. Because we mentioned the majority of smallpox victims were in India, and the resistance to smallpox vaccination for religious or conscientious reasons was also strongest in India. Illiteracy was a factor, and India did that within a decade. I think it's a major achievement. The same applies to eradication of polio, and I think the government of India's collaboration has been very useful for WHO. In 2014, almost coinciding with Prime Minister Modi's election office, WHO removed India from the list of countries which were polio endemic. There are stray cases of polio, but I think there are exceptions. And the WHO country cooperation strategy in India, the white paper sort of is between 2019 and 2023. There's great optimism about it that India will do it better. That it has been jointly developed by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the WHO. It fully aligns, it comes itself with the WHO's billion targets and sustainable development goals. Now, sustainable development goals is often abused. Sustainable development goals, millennium goals tend to present a picture in such broad terms that they are unacceptable. Nobody objects to them. But when it comes to the nitty-gritty implementation, then it becomes difficult. But India has also submitted on its own a 9-point plan for WHO reforms, and these reforms are urgently needed. Despite India has done this, despite that India was elected to the 73rd World Health Assembly and the Indian Health Minister is the chairman of WHO, because India believes that the organization should be more transparent, more egalitarian, not dependent on the whims and fancies of major donors, governmental or private. But the criticism remains. The broader criticism is basically that it lacks effective power to implement what it recommends. Its mandate is very broad, and as the case of China COVID virus eruption escaping from the lab in 2020 showed, it is not in a position to regulate the conduct or behavior of state actors who are sovereign. It is not empowered to ensure binding regulation or impose sanctions, which other political bodies of the United Nations, if Security Council passes a resolution, which is extremely unlikely because of the veto stalemate, but then some sanctions can be imposed. There can be an expression of General Assembly by adopting a resolution which gives you the sense of the international opinion, but it can't be done by WHO. There is more important than anything else the conflict of interest between the pharma companies, who are also donors and who look towards WHO to provide policy guidelines, scan the horizon, tell about emerging diseases and problems, and certify and benchmark the standards and set up standards of clinical trials. Ineffective. It has proved ineffective in controlling the COVID-19 outbreak. It cannot be denied. The system broke down totally and is yet to recover its credibility. The Chinese bias that the then executive committee showed towards not delaying the declaration of the pandemic, then not dragging its feet about carrying on inspection. It could of course argue that it was not given access, but the fact remains that it did not have the nerve to criticize China directly, bluntly, and did not declare public health emergency when it was needed. There was confusing and worrying communication. They just take precautions, it will be safe. No immediate lockdown or closing of borders was advised. But I think even the greater failure was to certify for emergency use the vaccines which were in developing stage. The Indian vaccine, Covaxin, suffered greatly due to this because other pharma companies, the richer pharma companies, had come out in the market with the larger resources they had. They probably had been anticipating an outbreak of a vaccine of this kind. So while India is the largest producer of vaccines worldwide, the same Institute of India, it is not an independently researched vaccine produces. It produces vaccines on which it has got the patents. So the Covishield vaccine, AstraZeneca and Serum Institute had jointly produced in India, had other issues. When India's indigenously developed vaccine came to the market, WHO took much longer time and insisted on harsher benchmarks before emergency use certification was granted. So I think people do think that there is this bias which WHO showed, which may continue unless it is held to account. The US funding of WHO we have discussed. US officially notified it was working out of WHO. It started the process. It is getting in. A lot of time was lost, and credibility was of WHO was given a very harsh blow. It has rejoined under Biden administration in January 21, but then in this time the attention has been still focused on the multiplication and the mutation of the coronavirus and how the world copes with it, or the economic recovery. There have been the issues have gone strictly out of the mandate of WHO. It leads to livelihood, it leads to economic generation, it leads to sovereign states taking independent decisions over whether to close their borders, impose quarantine, or do away with it. Other issues like the crisis in Ukraine after Russian invasion has also distracted interest from the structure of the issue of reforms. Now, what is the reforms? The operational reforms which are absolutely urgently required. That WHO should be led not by international civil servants and not by delegates representing geographies by rotation, but by professionals, doctors, and healthcare professionals who are immune to political interference. This is easier said than done because even the top-notch doctors or top-notch scientists cannot be absorbed from political bias, ideological bias, or resistance to political pressure from their own governments or other very important non-governmental organizations. You see the list of funding right after the United Nations, the Bill, Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation there. So you see that there are NGOs in the world which exercise influence and resources much more than many countries in the world. So WHO cannot say that just by appointing health professionals it will avoid political interference. Actually, if you see that in certain theaters of war, the doctors who belong to Medicine Without Frontiers have played a far more significant role as daredevil, almost people on societal missions than WHO officially credentialed United Nations doctors and civil servants and healthcare providers. It says that WHO should be also transparent and open about its governance. It should have inclusion of alternative voices, additional global stakeholders, maybe civil society, maybe philanthropists, not only from the Western world, but from developing countries. And it should be, again, this is the most difficult way by the it should have binding treaties which allow it to impose sanctions on delinquents. This is hardly likely that the nation states, sovereign nation states would accept this dilution of their sovereignty. The WHO mandate must be clarified and narrowed down. I think when WHO came into existence in 1948, a broad mandate perhaps was necessary. But the experience shows that if you have such a broad mandate, everything gets mixed up on a tracker. So there should be a narrow focus, the time-bound agenda, that this is a 3-year priority, a 5-year priority, and let's not talk beyond a time frame horizon that goes beyond that. It must be provided with alternative and innovative financing mechanisms. This again is difficult because if the world post-COVID is struggling to regain its economic development and register a high growth rate, it would have very little money to spare. And the priorities of health, and especially the health-related issues which depend on socio-economic indicators, will be pushed from center stage. The major issue would be to accelerate economic development. Environmental health would take a backseat. Nutrition probably would only be taken care of as long as it contributes towards economic development. There might be small concessions made elsewhere, but there will be cutbacks on various other fields. And I don't foresee in the near future WHO getting a greater share of alternative funding, innovative funding from somewhere else. The major source is NGOs, pharma companies, research, and states. Volunteers. It should broaden technical expertise in WHO, but technical expertise can only be broadened if there is availability of a pool of professional experts and doctors from countries other than the Western countries. One of the ironies is that even when there is a super qualified specialist doctor or researcher, he is incorporated by the system in America or in Europe, and where either they join a pharma company or they join a prestigious university or research institution, and they are lost to their own countries. So the quota of these countries, which is again of the United Nations recruitment and representation, is done as a ritual. What then is the way forward? The way forward again is illuminated if we look at the previous questions. Consider the following pairs. International agreement setup subject. ANA Declaration, healthcare of the people. Hague Convention, biological and chemical weapons. The Langa Dialogue and the Global Climate Change. 4 under 2 position and child right. This is a simple multiple choice question which doesn't require application of mind and analysis. It just requires you are being confident about that you know the real answer. So the key is provided down below. You can see 1 and 2 only, B is 4 only, C is 1 and 3 only, D is 2, 3 and 4 only. So this preliminary question gives you a fair idea of kind of questions which can be asked in preliminary. A far more interesting question is which comes with a detailed writing which requires analytical skills. Critically examine the role of WHO in providing global health security during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have discussed this at length. We have discussed how it faltered in the beginning, tried to recover ground, did not quite manage to do so, but by that time, with the threats of US withdrawal from WHO, cutting down the funding, and the Chinese being utter defensive about the virus escaping from one lab, coping with the crisis led to such schisms within countries which are based on race or gender, social class, urban rural divide, and national rivalries, that this issue receded into the background. So you have to be critical about what WHO performed, but still keeping in mind the record, one can say optimistically and balance your answer by suggesting that WHO perhaps has learned from this experience, this extremely sad and tragic and inglorious chapter in its history, but keeping its past record in mind, we think that it may get back on rails and help mankind cope with further implications of the COVID virus. That's all we have for you this time. So this is an interesting review which shows that how UN specialized agency, which is constrained by funding, which is constrained by the UN Charter, who have adequate representation from different geographies, which has a structure which appears democratic, decentralized, federal on paper, is in fact tied down to strings of funding, and how the big powers and the big pharmaceutical companies can influence its working and lead to opacity and lack of transparency, which is detrimental. But at the same time, keeping the past record in mind, what it has done is to raise the awareness about health, treat health holistically, relate health to nutrition, relate health not only to diseases, treatment and vaccination, but has led to the optimal level of health which an individual or a group can enjoy, and how this can contribute towards not only personal happiness, but to economic development of the country is important. I hope you keep this in mind and answer your questions in a balanced and clear manner. Till we meet again, thank you and goodbye.
Welcome to Byju's Test Prep IS.
We have a fascinating subject to talk about this time, and it is the International Labour Organization. This is an international institution which predates the founding of the United Nations. It actually came into existence with the League of Nations, and concerns it deals with have been agitating the minds of people ever since the Industrial Revolution took place. The Industrial Revolution led to large-scale migration of people from agriculture to factories. The conditions in factories in the Western world were inhuman. One only has to read the novels like Charles Dickens novels, which tell us about the popularization of the poor, the conditions, the subhuman conditions they lived in, exploitation of labor of children, exploitation of labor of women, and how it led to various social tensions. So it was not only the rise of socialism, the rise of communism, it focused attention on the problems of the so-called riches of the earth, the working classes, the laborers, and it related to a whole lot of issues of working environment, working conditions, equal pay, gender bias, and so on. All these are the issues which the League of the Nations addressed, which resulted in the birth of the International Labour Organization. It survived the vicissitudes of war, and when the United Nations was formed, it was assigned an important role to look after these major issues. So ILO A is a 100-year-old plus institution. It has proved its worth. It addresses issues which are of concern to a large part of the world, especially the impoverished world, but it also takes up issues which are of concern in the developed world about trade unions, organization of labor, trade union rights, and also equality, equal work, equal pay, etc. So we would do well to get a good grip on what International Labour Organization does. It is one of the specialized agencies of the United Nations, but it has been far less controversial than WHO and then some other organizations at times. Let's have a look how we come to this space. United Nations agency whose basic mandate is to advance among the members the social and economic justice through setting international labor standards. Now, two things which we must get very clear about it. It deals again like WHO with a very wide mandate. It is not talking only of illnesses and treatments, it's talking of the general issue of health. So this ILO is also talking of economic justice, and also it is also talking of international standards. So there has to be some standardization, benchmarking of what is the common minimum acceptable standard in labor laws, and also social and economic justice are inextricably related with this issue of labor. It was founded in October 1919 under the League of Nations, as we mentioned before, and is one of the oldest specialized agencies. First and the oldest, not one of the oldest, it is the first and the oldest specialized agencies of the United Nations. It has 187 members. 186 out of the 193 UN members, plus one more the Cook Island. So because the issue of labor, issue of social justice, issue of economic justice, issue of gender justice is common to even dependent colonies, very probably is even more important at times. So you have dependencies at the member states. But you notice that some member states of the United Nations have opted out of this. While in the case of WHO, some non-members have also joined that specialized agency. The primary mission is promoting social justice and internationally recognized human and labor rights. Now again, this is getting a little tricky. We must not lose track of this. It began with labor rights, but labor rights integrally related, they are inseparable from human rights. If you talk of gender justice, if you talk of children's rights, if you talk of no discrimination because of race, if you talk in terms of elimination of bonded labor, if you talk in working conditions, these are human rights. If the environment of the workplace, the right to peacefully organize and protest. So human rights are closely related with labor rights, and labor is a segment of population for a variety of historical reasons, maybe illiteracy, maybe abject poverty. It is not even aware of what rights they are entitled to, and their rights, even when they are entitled to, a stronger exploiting master, whether it's a capitalist industry or a state socialistic enterprise, can deny them this right. There has been this argument that the fantastic economic growth of China has been possible only because of the suppression of labor rights within the People's Republic of China and this utter disregard of the laws of environment. So if you deny the rights to your own citizens which they are entitled to, you are violating their human rights, not only their labor rights, and it allows you to have a supply of bonded labor like cheap labor force, which makes your products far more competitive in the international market. There will be resistance against this. There will be resistance in the world today in the era of globalization about exploitation of child labor, women's labor, violation of labor rights, etc. But not that it has all been ended. So it is there. So labor rights are entwined with human rights, and also when we talk of social justice, these rights cut into the social justice. Even China has been constrained to admit that despite its high economic growth, there should be social responsibility and there will be sharing of the prosperity which economic development results in. This is what Xi Jinping recently in the Party Congress mentioned, and also promised to bring remedial measures to do this. So what the ILO does is integrally related to the human rights issue, it is integrally related to the environmental rights issue, and also the other social justice issue which lead to political stability or political stability, contribute towards political stability. Its mission is also, the founding mission is that social justice is essential to universal and lasting peace. So if labor rights are violated, social justice cannot be ensured. And social justice is not ensured, there will be political turbulence. If there is political turbulence, peace cannot be guaranteed. For this, these are abstractions. How does it achieve these objectives? ILO is expected to set labor standards, and these labor standards are hopefully observed by all the member states of ILO. What happens when they are violated? Again, the irony is that no sovereign state can be penalized by ILO for violating. There only could be public opinion against it. You could say that the consumer could stop buying that. If you say that child labor is being used to produce sports goods or textiles or shoes by large American companies, and if there's enough evil against these companies, their products will be boycotted by people with conscience, and this would hurt the companies, and that would be an indirect result of the countries which are violating these labor rights to remedy the situation. There are four strategic objectives of ILO: to set up and promote standards and functional principles and rights to work. Everybody has a right to work and earn a livelihood, and choose this voluntarily. Nobody should be forced into employment which is akin to slavery, bonded labor, drudgery, etc. Even others, forget about children and women. Also, ILO is expected to create greater opportunities for women and men to decent employment and income. Now, here again, you see there's an ironic situation. The word decent is very ambiguous. What is a decent wage? What is a decent working condition? In an affluent country in Europe or the United States of America is very different from an impoverished country in Africa, in South Asia, and elsewhere, where the priority is to survive. So even if you have bad working conditions, you don't get fair wages, but you get some wages, which allow you to survive from day to day. So you're not worried about the rights or the standards which ILO has prescribed. Even if there's an inspection, it's highly unlikely that people will complain and risk being thrown out of what job they're having. All countries have faced this problem, from Bangladesh to Nepal to Thailand to even parts of India, whether it's textile trade, leather trade, fireworks, edibles, sports goods, consumer durables, all these countries, the same applies to the Latin American continent, the same applies to Africa. So the decency part, the decent income and decent work conditions is a related issue. Enhance the coverage and effectiveness of the social protection for all. Now this is like insurance about getting hurt or accidental damage suffered by a worker in the place of work. Now this, how easily the employers get out of this. These laws apply in various countries according to the number of people employed in the factory. So either the numbers deliberately, they avoid exceeding that number, so they are obliged to maintain employees insurance fund or employees health insurance, and then an accident takes place, out of court accident kind of thing takes place, they are either sent home or they are given some kind of compensation or threatened if they don't accept it, nothing will be available to them, or compensatory employment may be offered to a relative, a family member, and this plays havoc with the system being put in place, which is the legal regime which is fair justice for all. It also seeks to strengthen the tripartism and social dialogue. Now, the tripartism and social dialogue sounds complicated to the employer, employee, and the state. So there might be a employer, there might be a worker, and they have an agreement. They're bipartisan agreement. But the government is always there to see that it enforces the labor laws. Unfortunately, in recent past, most governments have fallen prey to the temptation of having a faster rate of economic growth, either matching China, exceeding that, or not being at a disadvantage to compete on an unlevel free playing field. They have also restricted the labor rights which had existed. And this is a start which has been targeted at India also, that in recent years the labor rights have slowly been diluted. They may be related to the number of days for maternity leave. They may be related to obligatory maternity leave for temporary employees. They may be related to provision of crashes in place of work for women who have small children. It may be related to laws of portability, water and canteen and nutrition food, and breaks between monotonous work, which can result in accidents, which can result in nervous tension and breakdown. All that working shifts which are not too long, ventilated, cooled workplace, if you are working there, not handling hazardous substances without precautions. All these are there on paper, but slowly, when a person is in desperate need of subsistence, they voluntarily forego these things. There are other prominent features, other prominent functions which I was supposed to do. It is the formulation of international policies and programs to promote basic human rights, improve working and living conditions, and enhance employment opportunities. Now, this is again an objective which is so vast and sweeping it doesn't leave anything. It says increasing employment, improving work conditions, basic human rights being protected, and living conditions and opportunities being improved. Now, how does an international organization, even if it is a highly respected 100-year-old organization, ensure this? Because it is dealing with sovereign states who have control over their legislation and who also have population in most cases which is so abjectly poor, so unlettered, so unaware of its own rights, even if it's aware of its rights, so desperate to survive that it may just to stay above the poverty lines, avoid seeking accept anything which is given to them. Creation of an international labor standards backed by a unique system to supervise their application. Now, the operative word here is unique. Unless specific details are made available, which are realistic and feasible, what is the uniqueness of the system which can ensure this? You may have a system which gives you all the statistics which are reliable. You may have a system which tells you who has violated the system, but what do? Are you in a position to punish, or are you in a position to enforce these standards? It is not like the standards organization certification which all producers stamp on their products and they give credibility to their product. It is happening slowly. You have to certify, various suspect countries have to certify that the products which they are putting in the market have not used child labor, have not used unfair trade practices. It has been not violated. It's like the kind of a notice which comes being fulfilled that no animal has been hurt in the shooting of the film, nothing of this kind has happened, etc. But these statutory warnings or statutory declarations do not necessarily mean that the international labor organization's standards have been observed or are enforced. There is an extensive program for international technical cooperation formulated by international law. So this is dissemination of information. That is sort of brainstorming sessions. There is talking to consultants, there is talking to specialists, and in some cases, one must confess that one should not be very cynical that the international labor organization has drawn on experts from the developing world and found solutions out of the mock solutions or best practices which are being used by other countries now. The training, education, and research activities to help advance these objectives have been perhaps most sustained. And this is probably the easiest part. This is the lowest hanging fruit from the branches that you can spread awareness about these things. Take for instance the case of the child labor, an Indian non-governmental organization called the Bachao Andolan, run by Dr. Kailash Satyarthi, who actually went ahead to win a Nobel Peace Prize, but he had started a program to have a better deal for children and save them from being exploited in the labor market. There was another movement in India which was Badua Mocha Mukti Andolan by late Swami Anivesh, who again was heading an NGO, was an Arya Samaji, and there have been efforts in different countries to protect the interests of labor, whether they are children or they are bonded labor, and they have resulted in change in legislation which contribute towards the main objectives of ILO. How is ILO governed? There is a governing body, there is an institute body of the International Labour Organization which takes all the executive decisions. It decides the agenda for the International Labour Conference, adopts the draft program, allocates the budgets, organizes for the submission of the conferences, elects the Director General, requests information from its member states, appoints the commissions of inquiry, and supervises the work of the International Labour Office. Everything which organization is required to do. India has assumed the chairmanship of the governing body of International Labour Organization in 2020. So for the next few years, India would have its imprint on the ILO. And as we mentioned earlier, India's civil society has had a critical role in agitating for labor rights, labor laws, rights of children, rights of women. So I think this is something which we should take pride in. The governance initiative aims to complete the reform of ILO's governance structure to undertake the evaluation of the impact of 2008 Social Justice Declaration and act on the findings and outcomes of the evaluation. Now, this you see, all specialized agencies of United Nations are prone to giving out declarations declaring millennium goals, use words like sustainability, and they try to sort of say that they overlap these things. But the problem is when you make a social justice declaration like in 2008, and we are living in the year 2022, more than 12 years have elapsed, and this is not even a blip on anybody's mind that what the social justice declaration was, what were the points, what were the objectives, and then when you evaluate it and come out with a pro forma report after 12 years, you still don't know what progress on ground has been made. The initiative has the following 4 components: the social justice declaration and these main points, reforming the governing body of the ILO, reforming the International Labour Conference, evaluating the impact of ILO declaration of social justice, what it has been, reforming the regional meetings. Now, you see, most of it relates to the internal structural changes and reforms. Obviously, an organization which is 100 years old has to change with changing times. But more important part is that when you make a declaration about social justice, you have to be very careful whether the implementation of the social justice objectives has really met the targets. What has been the ILO's response? Let's see, to child labor. ILO's international program for elimination of child labor was created in 1992 with the overall goal of progressive elimination of all child labor. This goal of international program for elimination of child labor is operational in 88 countries with an annual expenditure on technical cooperation and projects that reach over $61 billion in 2008. Now these figures are severely outdated. They are 10-year-old, in some cases more than 10-year-old figures. Why more recent figures are not being made available or discussed this? Because these are not the priority areas, and this is only expenditure on technical cooperation projects, not exactly the progress on the ground about elimination of child labor. In this case, again, the Indian experience is worth remarking upon at some length. Our constitution, the directive principles part of the constitution, categorically has the objective of elimination of child labor, but is also very realistic. Like most poor countries, children form an important part of the labor force in agriculture after a certain age and in family-held enterprises. So the constitution of India realizes that you cannot deny the employment of children of a certain age by their parents at home or in family-held enterprises or in agriculture, small scale, as long as the children are not deployed in hazardous activities, not exposed to fire, acid, etc., or cutting instruments which can lead to maiming. So it makes a categorization of children of a certain age and activities which are hazardous or otherwise. Not that it has always been successfully implemented. Children have lost their lives in glass blowing industry, they have lost their lives in fireworks industry, they have lost their lives in accidents in the agriculture, etc. But the Indian constitution realistically, the Indian state realistically realizes that this evil practice can only slowly be eliminated. So ILO has only created this awareness in 1992. But India, the problem of child labor and the realistic dimension of it have been in discussion ever since we adopted our constitution. India has ratified all the core ILO conventions on child labor. Obviously, because again, as we may say, India itself has been ahead of the curve in this case. People can say that so many children are employed in industrial labor or hazardous activities in India. The number sounds deterring because Indian population is very large. But if you keep in mind India's population, the agricultural nature of its economy, and the level of poverty which India has been struggling since independence to get out of, this problem has been handled to a large extent realistically by India. So India has had no problem ratifying all the agreements, especially the conventions 138 and 182. India has by now ratified 6 out of 8 ILO's fundamental conventions. The convention number 136 is on the minimum age to employment, and number 182 is the worst form of child labor. Now you might as well pause and ponder about the age, because in most rural areas it is difficult to ascertain the age with a degree of certitude of a child. Now again, this is a problem not only in employment of child labor, it is a problem in juvenile justice system. And also when we talk in terms of hazardous and non-hazardous, the worst form of child labor arguably would be probably frustrated exploitation of a child for sex. But similarly, a child being employed in an explosive factory, in exposed machinery, is a worst form either. But then how do you reconcile a child being employed in a family-held dhaba? The child is exposed to fire, the child is exposed to a work environment which is toxic. But then again, the relative degree of the worst form of child labor is a value-loaded concept which has to be realistically interpreted. But India has had no problem. India has signed the conventions, and India with this bill tries to implement it. The number 138 convention adopted in 73 by ILO requires ratifying states to pursue a national policy designated to ensure the effective abolition of child labor. We mentioned this before. There has been in civil society a strong movement in India to do this. There has been strong legislation about this. There also has been growing social awareness about this. Even in the most abjectly poor families, there is a consciousness that the kids should not follow in their parents' footsteps. They should be educated at least minimally and find a slightly better employment than their earlier generation had. So this child labor problem, India has coped with the ILO stipulations as well. The convention number 182 concerns the prohibition and immediate action for elimination of worst forms of child labor. The worst forms of child labor convention, again, as we discussed a little earlier, is a relative concept, but the growing awareness is to it. The children are not exposed in the most harmful at the 8 fundamental conventions that ILO has promoted. Freedom of association and protection of right to organize, convention of 1940. the Right to Organize and Collective Bargaining Convention 1949, Forced Labor Convention 1930, Abolition of Forced Labor Convention of 1957. As you can see, that ILO has been active in these areas of abolition of bonded labor, abolition of forced labor, abolition, working to promote collective bargaining, promoting collective bargaining, trade union movement, but it has had only minimum success. The other conventions have also had a mixed thing. Minimum age convention in 1973, we did discuss the difficulties in finding the correct age in rural areas in illiterate population. Worst forms of child labor convention of 1999, agreements or disagreements about what is the worst form in a different cultural review. Equal remuneration convention in 1951. The equal remuneration convention has two aspects. It is same work, same pay, and it is also the gender bias which is reflected and legalized in certain cases. Discrimination of the employer and occupation convention of 1958. Now all these conventions have the one major problem which we reiterate again and again, that if there's a person who's dying of starvation, he's, as the phrase says, it, beggars can't be choosers. He would grab any employment under any conditions which comes his or her way, comes their way, and this is what makes a mockery of these conventions. These conventions, some of them date back to almost 70 decades, 80 decades, some are broken denunciations of principles. India has ratified 6 out of these 8 conventions: the Forced Labor Convention, the Abolition of Forced Labor Convention, Equal Remuneration Convention, Discrimination of the Employment and Occupation Convention, Minimum Age Convention, and the Worst Forms of Child Labor Convention. So India has, as we mentioned earlier, is worth repeating again, the Indian civil society has been very active in these fields of bonded labor abolition, child exploitation avoided, working in favor of of collective bargaining, trade union rights of the people. Even some political parties have taken initiatives in organizing labor and workforce even in an unorganized sector. So there is progress made in India. India, as we said earlier, has been ahead of the curve of the ILO. India has not ratified the core fundamental convention, which we must mention. The freedom of association and protection of right to organize, 1948, has not been ratified, partly because, as we said, because of the problems of colonial legacy. Government servants are involved, people who serve in armed forces are involved, so it has not ratified this. The right to organize and collective bargaining, same problem. The reasons of main reason for non-ratification has been 8798 due to certain restrictions imposed on government employment. Now, it is a chicken before the execution. Either the government changes the conditions and rules and regulations of government employment, or allows it, but there is no way trade union rights and collective bargaining can perhaps be extended to armed forces and security services. ILO has completed 100 years, so it has also initiated certain measures as a centenary celebration, shall we say. These 7 centenary initiatives are the Future of Work initiative. Very ambitious. You try to look forward to the future. You say what kind of employment will be available. It probably would be dependent on computerization, it would be artificial intelligence driven, it would be much more than mechanization, it would be digitization, and all this would render a large section of labor force not only unemployed but redundant, because people of a certain age might acquire new skills, get alternative employment, but people beyond a certain skill, as the old phrase, you can't teach an old dog too many new tricks, will people find themselves very dissatisfied and frustrated. So the Future of Work initiative looks forward and tries to anticipate the kind of problems that might happen, and it might allow people to train for multitasking, to alternative employment, and so on. The other initiative deals with women at work initiative. The larger and larger number of women are joining the workforce, both from rural areas who are recently migrated to cities, and this is changing the complexion of what we mean by the environment of the workplace and the special rights which women require, especially those who are pregnant, those who are childbearing, those who are raising children. So, and there is also the gender sensitivity, the possibilities of the sexual abuse at the place of work. So these things are there, which are again the central initiative is very, very welcome. There is of course a very ambitious initiative, end of the poverty. Now, it is like abolition of war. It's been international law has been active for more than 100 years now for the abolition of war. Now, war has not been abolished as yet. War is not likely to be abolished anytime in the near future or even in the distant future. So you cannot say that you can abolish poverty. There will be other forms of poverty. There will be poverty shifting geographies, poverty, multidimensional indicators of poverty. Which say you might become rich, but you might still lack health security, nutrition security, vulnerability in place of work, and so on. But even the material security is not guaranteed. The gross figures for nation state might be misleading. A segment of population might become very rich. The gross figures might indicate something very different, but the poverty at the bottom of the pyramid might be even more painful, more exploitative, more dangerous. The Green Initiative aims at arriving at sustainable development, being sensitive about environment, protecting biodiversity, no degradation of land, water, or air in the haste to make rapid economic progress. Also, there has to be social justice. The gains of economic development and sustainable development should pass on to everybody. The Green Initiative focuses on 3 main areas of critical importance. It is of advanced research and understanding the challenges and opportunities for a green transition. One part of this is transition from fossil fuels to green, sustainable, renewable energy resources. It may be hydropower, wind power, solar power, geothermal power, whatever. It may even be nuclear power once they're removed, because it is not entirely green, it is not entirely without pollution. It only postpones the problem for future generations. It also is related to social justice for all, and then to build a strategic partnership between national, regional, and international levels. We talked earlier of tripartite level partnership between the labor, the employers, and the government. There's another tripartite relationship which the Green Initiative proposes, which is the national government policies, the regional collaboration, and international levels, the networking. The standards initiative aims at enhancing the relevance of international labor standards. Now, how do you enhance the international labor standards is a tricky question, because the optimal, the ideal is never going to be implemented as a universal standard, a gold standard, as long as the gold standard operated across the board. Different countries, the national governments will choose according to their situations, in their national interest, standards which best suit them. There can be a general progressive movement towards improving them slowly over the period, but once you allow the relative difference in standards, the standards initiative is bound to falter or meet with problems which have to be specifically described at the outset. The objective is twofold: to enhance the relevance of international labor standards through a standard review mechanism, to consolidate tripartite consensus, and to authoritative supervisory system. Now, this is authoritative supervisory system doesn't mean that the supervisory system has an authority to impose its will. It only says that a body of specialists competent and qualified to do so are authorized to conduct a supervisory inspection exercise. But what if it is not being met? This brings us to the enterprise initiative. Establishing a platform under the ILO sponsorship to engage with entrepreneurs would contribute largely to the sustainability of the ILO's goals. Whether it's the Green Initiative, whether it's the Women's Initiative, whether it is the Work for Future Initiative, all these make sense only when the entrepreneurs or those who run big enterprises or small enterprises are sensitive to these goals. So this is a preferred best practices which have to be promoted. Building of knowledge base has to be enhanced, and the outreach program has to be accelerated. International initiative on entrepreneurial behavior should be focused on. Now, this is the ILO does, but ILO's focus so far has been on the working population, on the labor part. Now, it's also the other end of the spectrum where the enterprise is there, where it is working on. The governance initiative is to reform the ILO's structure of working, 100-year-old bureaucratic structure, suffering also from all the weaknesses of a specialized agency working under the UN system, the funding problems, and also the global consultations, the intergovernmental consultations which take place, which again leads to a plethora of options. Which option is to be prioritized is to be there, the governance initiative. Very briefly, it is reforming the governing body, reforming the international conference, evaluating the impact of ILO's declaration of social justice and fair globalization, reforming of the regional meetings. Now, except the fourth one, evaluation of the impact of ILO's initiatives and policies and conventions on the social justice for fair globalization, everything else is internal structural reforms of the organization. The one which is excluded, which is the impact of the social justice for all in globalization, is a complex challenge, because the issue of globalization, the human face, has been discussed even outside the ILO. And globalization seems to have met with some kind of a response which has wrecked the institutional structure which was supposed to manage the relationship in the era of globalization, like the WTO. We are living through very, whether everything in international relations is in a flux. So whether this stock taking will lead us there is questionable. How do we evaluate in all the job of ILO? The questions are the question which is most important is can be asked and which you should prepare for is critically examine the role of ILO in ensuring global prohibition of child labor. Now, this question is just one of the mandates of ILO, but this probably is the most important question which you should focus on because when you talk in terms of future of work initiative, it is the children who will be growing up into young adults and form the part of the workforce of the future, whatever form the work in future takes place. So, it is not only the exploitation of child at place of work today, it is also the future of the child as a labor part of the labor force in years to come. So, if the child is working in a digital economy, in an air-conditioned environment with a computer, is it less exploited? Is it less of a bonded labor? We already talk even of cyber police in the context of Indian or other underdeveloped country software engineers who don't make creative contribution to software but do programs or applets for whatever they are given by large corporations who want to save their money. So this is a question which you do. And when you talk in terms of critically examine the role of ILO, we would submit and keep in mind the provisions in Indian Constitution in the section on directive principles about how to protect a child from labor, because this problem again will remain. Children will always be born and there will be a ratio of the younger members of the global population than the older ones, and the workforce will be dependent on children growing into young adults, children being prepared to work in future, work as it will be born in future, the green initiative, the women in work, because children will always be half the population would be women. So this is something which you have to think. Anything which ILO does, the question seems to be narrowly focused. It's only asking you to critically evaluate ILO's work in context of children. But this involves not only children, but it is related to the emerging nature of work in future, green initiative, women in work, and social justice. So this is it. So you can't treat child as an isolated category. Whatever, because we started with this discussion that when industrialization, its adverse impacts were being felt in England, then people realized that the worst exploited segment of population or work relevant population were the children. So we come back to the third decade of 21st century, where children again are our future and the prime focus of the work. Whether it is health, nutrition, exploitation, potential, contribution, their education is again takes us back to the same issue again. That's all we have for this time. Till we meet again. Thank you and goodbye.
Welcome to Byju's IAS and welcome to the series of lectures on India's participation in multilateral forums, in regional integrated councils, committees, international institutions, and these are an inseparable part of India's foreign policy, India's relations with its neighbors, India's bilateral relationships, various issues which emerge in our interaction with other countries are taken up in the multilateral forums. And this time what we are going to discuss with you is SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in which India is a very recent member. It joined in 2017, but it has become an important plank where India can do something which it can't do anywhere else. We'll explore the forum and explore its significance for India in a moment. But we, as usual, would like to give you the historical background and see what was the necessity for India to join this, why it was started without India to begin with. There are international organizations and regional forums and multilateral fora where India is a founding member. In some others, India has been invited to join a little later, and they make a very interesting mix. So the origins of SCO, when the United States of America emerged victorious in the Cold War of Soviet and the disintegration of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics began, there was a period of instability and anarchy in present-day Russia, and the Soviet Empire was being dismantled. Some would say it was being dissolved, some would say it was being disintegrated. But the net result was people thought after the fall of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the other republics, which had been an integral part of the USSR, began to carve out a different existence for themselves. Most important thing was to have a border settlement and demilitarization talks with China. And to begin with, it was called the Shanghai Five. And the Shanghai Five signed a treaty of deep military trust and border regions in 2001. A Shanghai Five mechanism came into existence. Formation of SCO was announced in 2001, and a little later we'll see how it made the change from Shanghai 5 to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The charter was signed in 2002 at St. Petersburg, heads of the State Summit, came into force in 2003, and official languages of SCO are Russian and Chinese. So you can see the indication is that the forum came into existence after the disintegration solution decline of the USSR, and the new Russia trying to redefine its relationship with its earlier constituent units. Also, these constituent units, the Central Asian republics, trying to redefine their relationship with China, because as long as they were members of the USSR, they were governed by the USSR PRC relationship. But when the USSR was not there and Central Asian republics came into independent sovereign status, they had to renegotiate their boundaries, borders, and treaties with China. So there was a Shanghai Five. But you see, when the official languages are Russian and Chinese, it predominantly is a forum where the Russians and the Chinese dominate. Their convergence or divergence of interest, less divergence, more their convergence, when they realize that they have to cope with NATO. NATO has not disintegrated. NATO has changed its focus. NATO has been diluted thanks to the US lack of interest, but NATO very much remains a military alliance system which is very much active in Europe, and of course is confronting present-day Russia and allied countries alike to it. So the SCO was originally envisaged as a counterweight to NATO, primarily a partnership between Russia and China. Official languages are Russia and China. You see the charter just signed either Shanghai or St. Petersburg. So from origins, it was basically a collaboration between Russia, Putin's Russia, and People's Republic of China to cope with this. The membership originally was the Shanghai Five, where China, Russia, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Pakistan. They were the Shanghai Five. But very soon, Uzbekistan joined, and the Shanghai Five it was renamed as Shanghai Cooperation Organization. You will see that there was a gap of almost 16 years before India and Pakistan became members in 2017. Obviously, the Indians being much larger country, much more active in this region, and having interest in Central Asia, having a relationship at times episodial, mostly episodial, but a large trade relationship with China, and Russia had the largest supplier of military hardware and economic assistance and technology transfers. So I think India was a natural special invitee or observer, but it took almost 16 years before India and Pakistan became members in 2007. The latest member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is Iran, which is the newest member approved in 2021. In addition to these 9 members, there are 3 observers. This was the status of India and Pakistan earlier. They are Afghanistan, Belarus, and Mongolia. Now you see these countries, again, it reinforces our argument that this organization is primarily a collaboration between Russia and China. So Belarus is an independent country, but very much a country, protégé, a planned state of Putin's Russia. Similarly, Mongolia has the same position vis-a-vis the Republic of China. Now, Afghanistan is a very odd inclusion in this list, because if you see earlier, till a few months back, the Americans were fighting the longest war in the history of Afghanistan. They are literally in occupation of Afghanistan. But after they have withdrawn, there is so much anarchy, instability, and uncertainty in Afghanistan, whether this observer state of Afghanistan under Taliban can do anything substantial to promote cooperation in this SCO is a very good question. But interestingly, as far as Russia and China are concerned, both are on the same page as far as Afghanistan is concerned. The Russian leader Putin is telling everybody, including India, that sooner or later people must talk to Taliban and must contribute their bit for the reconstruction of Taliban, which has been left in ravages by the dramatic, sudden, and irresponsible, some might say,
of the United States of America. Now, Belarus has a problem of democracy inside, authoritarian regime, suppression of human rights and violation. China is accused of similar acts somewhere else, but these are more or less, these observers are to have on the sidelines. They will be promoted to a full membership later, and then the balance would remain tilted in favor of Russia and China as long as they are collaborating. So, but then, does it mean that India is out of place in this forum? No. This forum has extremely interesting possibilities. What is the mandate? Before we go to that, we look at the mandate. The mandate is the usual phrases: strengthening mutual trust and neighborliness among states, promoting the effective cooperation in politics, trade, economy, research, technology, and culture, as well as in education, energy, transport, tourism, environmental protection, and other areas, making joint efforts to maintain and ensure peace, security, and stability in the region, moving towards the establishment of a democratic, fair, and rational, no international, economic, and political order. This is important, but before we come to that, let's have a quick look at the other elements of mandate. Now, strengthening mutual trust and neighborliness among the member states is a generally unexceptionable principle. But how is this trust and neighborliness promoted among member states when one member is India and the other member is China? Have a long civil border dispute, clashes on the border, big breaks, adversarial relationship in South China Sea and elsewhere. So, how do you promote mutual trust and neighborliness among these two member states? Interesting question. It says promoting their effective cooperation in politics, trade, economy, research. Can there be effective collaboration when China has unilaterally unleashed the One Belt One Road initiative and has spread its tentacles all across the world, from Africa to Latin America to some European countries to Asia to Pacific? How does it allow India to cooperate in these activities like transport, technology, research, economy, politics, trade? Doesn't really make sense at all. It can only lead to one element where environmental protection is concerned, and we are talking about the climate change negotiations. China and India and Russia more or less share the same interest that there should be no immediate embargo of fossil fuel use, especially in the post-COVID era when we are trying to pick up the momentum for our economic development. And this, by having more time to utilize our fossil fuel resources for our economic development, is a shared priority. So this should link to probably the shared responsibility. There can be lack of hostility among China and India along the border along military matters to climate change. Now, making joint efforts to maintain and ensure peace, security, and stability in the region. Now, what region are we talking about? We are primarily talking about, we'll have a look at this. When we have the member states' largest, probably single membership of the in terms of population. If you have the geographical landmass, it's again very good. But are we talking of Russia from Urals to Siberia as a region? Are we talking from Arctic till Central Asia as a region? India and Pakistan's membership brings it South Asia into the region of Afghanistan. And then you have, China, the vast landmass of China, including autonomous region of Tibet, Hong Kong, and China's maritime claims in front of the Pacific. So you literally, when you say you're talking of a region, what are you talking of? You're talking of the whole of Eurasia, you're talking of whole of South Asia, you're talking of entire Central Asia, you're talking of practically all large part of East Asia, coming all the way to the Sea of Japan and then China. So I think when we talk in terms of a region, this becomes very confusing with how the 9 members can ensure peace, security, and stability in the region. Now, some would perceive Iran as a threat to security in the region as far as the Western powers are concerned. As far as Americans are concerned, they would think China is a threat to peace and stability in the region. As far as the Western powers and European big powers are concerned, for them, the Putin's postures of Americans are the threat of peace and stability in that Eurasian region. They would not look very favorably to Putin's adventures in Crimea, Putin's embassy posture in Ukraine, the uncertainty in Georgia. So I think this region is defined very vaguely. It makes sense as long as it was the Shanghai Five. And then as Russia joins in and Russia-China perceive, so it is their global perspective, ruling out perhaps Africa and Latin America, and America takes care of the whole globe. Now, what are the areas of cooperation? The areas of cooperation in politics, simple, ritual. There are equal summits. Latest 21st SCO summit hosted by Kazakhstan, SCO treaty on long-term good liberal relationship, friendship cooperation 2008 to 22, trade meeting of ministers responsible for external economy and foreign trade, economy multilateral trade, economic cooperation adopted in 2019, defense SCO defense cooperation plan in 2019 and 20, military ministerial conference is a highly specialized field, regional anti-terrorist structure, agreement to simplify access to scientific development for scientists. Now, you see, if you take all these different areas of possible cooperation, it becomes very clear that as long as there are outstanding major differences between India and China, it is impossible for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to have these mutual partnerships. You have India and Pakistan. Difficult to imagine, as long as Pakistan doesn't have the anti-terrorist structure in its own country, can there be a sharing of agreement about terrorist activities or about scientific development on the stage of scientists or any movement towards foreign trade, any multilateral trade economic cooperation? So you might accept a common program, you might have a plan which is agreed upon, but implementation is going to be almost impossible. Let's start with the SCO Treaty of Long-Term Good Liberty Relationship. What is a long-term good liberty relationship? India signed a treaty of peace and friendship with China as early as 1954, and what did it lead to? So we have a long term of more than half a century, and the relationship is neither good neighborly nor is it friendly, nor has there been much cooperation except unilateral infiltration of Chinese economic trade relationship with India. Now you have a meeting of ministers, so it's a ritual meeting of dealing with foreign trade, dealing with tourism, the experts dealing with multilateral trade. But can you have a SCO defense cooperation plan? What is even a weaker structure than what we, if you compare it with something like Quads, when you have joint military exercises. But can you imagine joint military exercises between the Chinese and the Indians, or for that matter, would the Russians be willing to do that with the Indians when China is a major partner in this organization? So areas of cooperation, you can continue. You can talk in terms of fourth industrial revolution. You can talk in terms of the field of culture and say Buddhism and Islam. But you talk of Buddhism and Islam, and immediately you have attention issues. You have Afghanistan as an and the Taliban in power in Afghanistan, and they blasted away the Bhagavad Buddha to smithereens. You have Islam, which is a common heritage of all the Central Asian republics, different kind of Islam, dating back to the old historic Silk Road. But Chinese worried about spread of Islam in Xinjiang, in Western Turkmenistan, very worried about the rebellion of the Uyghur Muslims there. There will be charges of the Chinese indulging genocidal practices, crimes against humanity. But then can we emphasize on Islam and Buddhism as areas of culture, and of course, say, in partnership with UNESCO and United Nations World Organization, etc. Now, I have a problem with this one. I think we already have a membership of UNESCO, and UNESCO has failed to, it issues a list of common heritage of mankind, etc. But as far as it comes to religion, sectarian belief, it has proved to be important. It could not do anything about the preservation of Bhagavad Buddha. There was universal condemnation. As long as the Islamic fanatics, dogmatic people believe that idols should be broken, no artistic heritage would survive that onslaught. So with Taliban in Afghanistan and both the shared heritage of Buddhism and Islam in Central Asia are threatened. UNESCO has not proved to be any great help in this matter. Now you have in education ministers meeting. Again, take a few examples. Education ministers meet, but can education ministers meeting under SCO auspices lead to better educational cooperation, whether it's a school textbook between India and Pakistan, India and Afghanistan, India and Iran, and of course India and the Central Asian republics? The education systems are different, the textbooks are different, the language, official language of communication in South Asia is Russian and Chinese. So Russians have access to the Central Asian republics. They would like to take them within their fold and bring them back one to one. They are also they have voted a plan like the European Common Market to bring them away from getting elsewhere. They would like to not let this area be entirely to Chinese One Belt One Road or a big initiative. But the point is that does it have a scope for India? Does it have a scope for energy? Of course, India will really covet the energy resources of Central Asia. But can that energy be brought to India directly? I mean, the only specific route in the land route is Afghanistan and Pakistan. But both being what they are at the moment, the state is not. It doesn't seem that either the North-South Transport Corridor or the pipeline would make sense anymore. Now, in the past 2.5 decades, when UPA was reigning in governance to present day, in the past 7 years, we have seen the ups and downs of these prospects. So the oil is there, the gas is there, but how is it being transported to India very easily? The connectivity is a major problem. Whether it's road, air, the infrastructure is a problem. You could talk in terms of promotion of tourism, but how do you promotion of tourism without connectivity? And as long as the Pakistan do not provide us the access, or unless Iran stabilizes their access to Central Asia through Iran, it doesn't make sense at all to talk in terms of tourism promotion, people to do activity, and so on. There are memories of Genghis Khan, there are memories of Ullah Khan, there are memories of Timur Lake, there are memories of Buddhist pilgrims, but all that is historical memory which is interpreted and perceived differently in different Asian republics. So you have to worry about, probably the environmental protection is one range where desertification and water conservation. The Indian expertise is in a manner where it can probably reach out to Central Asian neighbors and make a significant difference, even in husbandry, dairy, agricultural industries, agro-industries, primary healthcare, etc. It takes us back to the structure of SEO. It has certain inherent weaknesses. The chairmanship rotates among member states, so you can easily imagine if the chairperson is the Russian leader or the Chinese leader, it's a different ballgame. If there's a business president heading a member state, it is going to lack that kind of credibility much. The heads of the state council is supreme SEO body, which decides allocation of budgets, approves budgets, considers the government, and considers and decides important issues. Council of ministers is there for foreign affairs. There are meetings of the heads of ministries. Council of national coordinators is there who coordinate direct day-to-day activities. But we don't know. There's such an opacity that what are the day-to-day activities which the SEO sponsored programs do are undertaken. We talk in terms of regional anti-terrorist structure, but we mentioned that Afghanistan, Pakistan, India definitely are not on the same page on this one at all. There's a formal SEO secretariat. There's a business council of SEO. There's an SEO internet consortium, but these pale into insignificance when we put the scale of the population, scale of the expanse of the region it covers, and the funds at its disposal, because both China and Russia, who are the principal bankrollers of this organization, would much rather like to do it bilaterally, using this as a multilateral forum, but it's not necessary that India takes it at face value. Now, we examine seriously the significance for India. We go back again to statistics. Over 50% of the world's population is member of the SEO. 33% of the global economy is represented here. 80% of the urban landmass is covered by this. It can certainly play a significant role in advancing India's Central Asia policy. This takes us to a different question. What is India's Central Asia policy? Do we have a Central Asia policy? Do we have the same policy for Uzbekistan as we have for Kazakhstan or Turkmenistan or Tajikistan? Or we have taken these countries as appendages of Russia during the Soviet period, and we continue to wait for Russia to provide us access only to these countries? Interesting point is this SEO allows us to engage with Pakistan as bilateral engagement has been suspended. There are tactical diplomacies, there's meetings and encounters between the Indian leaders and Pakistani leaders on the side of another international forum, but SEO provides both countries to meet and talk of their not only countries of interest, but of different sovereign interests and how to contain conflict. It leads us again to a different problem between India and Pakistan. Afghanistan now is fight against radicalization and terrorism. Now, Pakistan is a theocratic state. Pakistan is governed by Sharia Islamic law. Does Pakistan have the same definition of radicalization as Indians have? Does Pakistan define terrorism? Clearly, it wants to become the victim card and say we are also victims of terrorism, but what India perceives as terrorism are thinly disguised Pakistani-sponsored quote-unquote freedom fighters in Afghanistan or elsewhere, ending on sanctions and disinfections of Kashmir by saying that they are talking about autonomy and self-determination. Now, the potential of SEO to stabilize for Afghanistan is probably one of its promising features. But here again, we would like to assert that India has a more limited role to play here than the Russians. When the Russians and the Chinese because of their interest in Pakistan, which is adjacent to Afghanistan, and because of their one belt one road which passes through this comes to Tajikistan, Chabahar, Iran, it would be interesting if India could leverage its membership in SEO to, without cringing for allowing access for humanitarian relief to pass through Pakistan to Afghanistan, as it happened recently, would probably should have a formalized structure that it should have the support from the Russians, it should have the support from the Iranians, and probably then not so much countervail China, but countervail Pakistan's insistence that it has a monopoly of allowing access to Afghanistan, either to the United States or to India. This other point is a little more interesting. Balancing India's ties with USA and Russia and China, SEO gives it the appearance of being a non-aligned country once again. If you join the Quads, it almost says that you are in the American lab. If you follow the American lead about Iran, it would appear that you are worried about sanctions that may be imposed on you. So this SEO significance for India, despite its very shortcomings, it might be a Russian-Chinese club primarily, are good for India because India has a time-tested friendship with Russia. It might have hostility with China thanks to China's aggressive postures, but it allows it to deal with Pakistan, with whom bilateral relationships have been interrupted. It allows us to maybe get a toehold in Afghanistan thanks to SEO, and it also allows us to diffuse the tension with China, maybe with Russian, not mediation, but Russian goodwill to contain tempers there. Whether it will succeed is another question. The energy resources in Central Asia are interesting, we have talked about that, but the word reconcile may be overstating the case, but this is a platform where an attempted reconciliation perhaps should be made. More, I would say, diffusion of tensions. The Central Asian connectivity is impossible unless we operate through SEO. What are the challenges for India? See, there is geographical continuity on the map. If you look at the map, the map of India, which shows part of Kashmir, India touching almost Afghanistan, India almost reaches Central Asia on its own. Pakistan on its own. It reaches the southern part of Iran. But that is not the reality. The reality is that there is Pakistan, there is part of Kashmir, and there is Chinese occupation in territories in Ladakh, which denies direct connectivity. So we have to have connectivity with Central Asia through SEO. We have talked about countervailing Chinese dominance, whether we can effectively countervail the dominance, we can push back China, or maybe over a period of time persuade China that we are not antagonistic to their interests if they are sensitive to our essential vital interests in the Malian borderland, in the northeastern border, and also in South China Sea and Indian Ocean. I don't think that at the moment there is any prospect of the Chinese changing because they have pushed America, they have shown their military posture, and they have not been pushed back effectively. So they think that they are a large economy, they are a military power, they are a permanent member of the Security Council. They don't have to treat India in parity. But India cannot accept a secondary subordinate role to China, either globally or regionally or in any other forum. But how does China manage that? How does China manage other members of the SEO? Pakistan is not going to come to support. Pakistan is very much a land state indebted to China for past 6 decades. Iran doesn't have the happiest memories of India not standing by it, thanks to US special sanctions imposed on it. So I think India will have a lot of repair to be done to other members of this. The Central Asian republics, none of them, however hard they may like to move out of the Russian orbit, geography is against them. They are landlocked, they have resources, they have small population, they are nomads, and their historical memories may not match the historical memories of either the Russian Empire or the socialist regime, but they can't reach away, they can't go anywhere else. It's a case like Mongolia. So Indians would have to realize that realistically, however much we value our historical, cultural, traditional relationship with the Central Asian republics, they cannot be revived in modern day 21st century and translated into coincidence and convergence of strategic economic interests unless both the Russians and the Chinese cooperate. It says infrastructure projects come under BRI, so Russia is very happy at the moment with China taking the lead in BRI and putting the rest of the defense and other Asian countries under its control. Over a period of time, it might worry about this, but not at the moment. But Pakistan's hostility perhaps can be combated to a certain extent in SEO. Here again, the question is, would the Russians stop treating Pakistan and India as equally important customers for the military hardware? Would they think that Pakistan, like the United States of America, thinks has an interesting geopolitical position on the map vis-a-vis Afghanistan at the moment? Vis-a-vis reaching out to Chabahar port, which India had tiny progress and thanks to the Indo-Iranian tensions because of the sanctions which Americans threatened, has been slow and Chinese have stepped in. So would they think that Pakistan is important? Maybe not as important as India, but equally sensitive for their interests. Also, India has to worry about this, that one might say that the security challenges are trafficking for drugs, arms, and humans. All these are not directly from Central Asian republics. They are primarily Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Texas. So the point is that this point again, India has to be very careful that whether we open the doors, we open the access, and it should not flood us with these contraband items in our thing, and it can only help the terrorists. Also, another risk is that India has to worry about it. India has to be cautious that USA and its allies do not see SEO as an not anti-China bloc, but USA and China would like an anti-China bloc to be dominant in this region. And when SEO India joins, is almost signified as we said earlier, it's non-alignment, is signaling that it's not anti-China as anti-China despite its problems with China, border, etc. trade events, as Americans would like this. One other factor is that India is a very new member. It joins the full regime member only in 2017, and all the other member states have different kinds of political system. Not all are adept at the same kind of diplomacy and diplomatic experience. It again boils down to India's interactions with Russia and China diplomatically, economically, and strategically. If, for instance, the cultural nationalism has been on the rise both in China and in Russia under Putin, the religious differences are very many. India is a secular country. Russia at the moment is a country allied to Christianity. China is an atheistic communist party. It is accused of persecution of religious minorities, but it has not made a difference to its relationship with the great powers. What is the way forward? The way forward is that we do not have too much of a choice. SCO presents with a forum where we can negotiate with Pakistan, if not bilaterally, in environment which is not highly tense, which is not always antagonistic. Pakistan would try to get general support. We would get Russia at least to support our legitimate vested vital interests. And also, this is a forum where we can seek to reduce tensions in our relationship with China, and also signal to the West that we are not totally available for whatever they are doing, whenever they are doing, and we are more or less online between the superpower rivalries. So we don't take sides between Russia versus US. We don't take sides between China versus US and Europe. We don't take sides between Iran and US anymore, and try to use SCO to the maximum of our advantage. The problem remains that it should. It has already split itself too thin, as we said, that the SCO covers from Eurasia to Pacific and from Arctic region to South Asia. So it really is how can we have effective collaboration among member states, keeping in mind that at least two members, India and Pakistan, India and China, have been adversaries for decades. But there is no option. This is the only place where India can assert its non-alignment. It can show to the West that it cannot be taken for granted, whether it's Quads or AUKUS or anything else. It also can use this forum to reinforce its relationship with Russia, a time-tested friendship, which has shown some strengths in recent years. But this is a forum which is interesting for India to assert its independence, its non-alignment, and it has possibilities. So it might have difficulties, but it is a forum which is very, very useful. So how does it interact with other such forums, multilateral forums? Maybe BRICS will we have to think about that. But much about that later. That's all we have for you this time. We shall meet you again soon with another lecture, another topic, India's participation in multilateral forums, India's participation in international organizations, and how they enrich our relationship with our neighbors and our foreign policy. Till then, goodbye and thank you. Welcome to Byju's IAS, and a very warm welcome to Byju's special series of lectures on international relations that familiarizes the candidates aspiring for civil services with important issues, events, individuals, power equations operating in the international arena. And this is important because our perspective is always Indo-centric. We try to examine how these things affect our national interests, how Indian foreign policy is formulated and implemented in response to these developments in the international stage. This time what we are discussing with you is a very interesting topic, which is nuclear suppliers group. And this is a subject which has been of some controversy, some headache for India in recent past, because India is a nuclear weapons state, but not recognized as such by the international community because of a variety of reasons. India not having signed the NPT, and also the nuclear supplier group has been trying to block India's development of nuclear energy even for peaceful purposes because it operates like a cartel, and there is no clarity why India is not given easy access to this suppliers group when India has always acted as a very responsible nuclear power. We shall discuss this in the proper historical context as usual. We do this time. About the NSG, the first thing is that we have to examine the origins. The origins of the NPT, Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, came into force in 1970. This was a time when the world was getting a little apprehensive about nuclear proliferation, especially the two superpowers which had large stockpiles of nuclear weapons. They had peace between them due to the balance of terror, due to the concept of deterrence, but they thought that they were the only responsible powers. If the nuclear weapons went to other countries, they might not be as responsible, the deterrence may not work, and there might be an accidental explosion of a nuclear weapon, which might lead to catastrophic results, or there might be piracy, etc., to more responsible non-state actors. So in 1970, the NPT was negotiated and brought into force. It was a multilateral consultation on nuclear export controls that led to the formation first of a Zanga Committee in 71 to prevent nuclear proliferation, and then the concerns emerged that there has to be cooperation in even civil nuclear energy, because the dividing line between the development of nuclear energy for civilian purposes and diverting nuclear energy resources to military purposes is a very thin one. You enrich the nuclear fuel to a certain extent, you have a technology and you have a delivery system, so there is this very close linkage between the peaceful use of nuclear energy, and some countries, developed countries, had been negotiating and helping out developing countries with nuclear energy development for peaceful purposes, but now they are getting a little apprehensive. Supply countries realized that they had a responsibility to have stop proliferation of nuclear weapons, nuclear energy for military purposes, and there had to be a treaty. Now, there was a larger context of this that people had been very worried about nuclear testing, so there had been test ban treaties, there had been discussion of partial test ban treaties, there had been negotiations about reducing the stockpile of strategic weapons, but the basic point was that this was a treaty which meant to sort of establish a regime in international affairs, which said that the two superpowers, and China, which had in the meantime acquired nuclear weapons and was recognized as a nuclear weapon state, so it was outside the the restrictions of the non-proliferation treaty. So it basically amounted to putting a restriction capping the nuclear capacity for military purposes of countries which are on threshold almost nuclear weapons powers, like Brazil, like Israel, like India. So this is what it was targeted at. India conducted its first nuclear test, which it called a peaceful nuclear test. It did not call it an explosion, it called it an implosion, but it did not disguise the fact that India was now a nuclear weapons capable state. Ironically, this message which sent to us that Buddha is smiling, so Buddha is the epitome of peace, symbol of peace, and Buddha smiling meaning that the epitome of peace was smiling, and the nuclear explosion, implosion, call it whatever you may. It became clear to the nuclear supply group that there was a certain urgency in doing this. So in a manner, one could say that 1974 Pokhran experiment by India successful led to the accelerated emphasis on the NPT and the nuclear supplies group becoming more important. A series of meetings between major world powers took place in 1974, first in London. It came to be known as the London Club, and from these meetings the nuclear supplies group came to be in 1975. So the dates are very, very clear. The India's nuclear experiment at Pokhran, London Club being formed, and then of course the nuclear supply group came to be. Now the interesting thing about the nuclear supply group is that it's a very interesting membership. It's an informal. It's not a treaty-based thing. It is not something which is coming to resistance to consensus. There was general agreement among the powers which had the nuclear technology, and it is a grouping of 48 members. The nuclear supplies group has top decision-making body as its plenary. The plenary can set up technical working groups to examine specific issues. It can set up consultative groups for informal exchange meetings over two standing bodies of the plenary. The permanent mission of Japan to the international organization in Vienna works as a contact point for energy. Because it's an informal group, it is an official group, it is some kind of a cartel which is coming to existence on its own. So Japan, as permanent mission in Vienna, provides the opportunity to have a contact point for all. Now, NSC also operates through a troika principle. There's a current chairman, the previous chairman, and the chairman to come to next chairman. So there is basically a extremely interesting structure, but which sort of keeps in place the monopoly of the power intact. How does the NSG work? The NSG chair rotates amongst members annually. NSG chair is responsible for coordination of work and outreach activities. In this case, the rotation of the chairman's post doesn't make too much of a difference because generally all decisions are consensual and there is no disagreement about proliferation of nuclear technology among the nuclear supply group members. So there is the outreach activities, etc., are coordinated easily. The plenary meetings, as we noted earlier, are held annually. NSG works by consensus. It is again an informal organization whose guidelines are not legally binding. But as long as there is a distinct, substantial overlap, coincidence of interest of these member countries, the chances of having legally binding decisions does not actually arise because these countries abide by these. The NSG issues guidelines that are implemented by each participating government according to its national laws. Goes without saying, but we go over the thing again. The guidelines provide effective control of the transfers of nuclear technologies and materials as well as dual-use items and technologies. So it's a very, very vast scope. It is not only trying to control the military technology, but anything could be interpreted as dual use, anything could be interpreted as a technology which is related to nuclear program, and this could be covered by the NSG. The NSG guidelines contain the so-called non-proliferation principle adopted in 1994, whereby a supplier not withstanding other provisions in the NSG guideline authorizes a transfer only when it is satisfied that the transfer would not contribute to the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Now, this you see is an interesting provision in 1994. It protects the interest of the countries like the United States, maybe of Russia. When they want to transfer nuclear technology to a country, they find convenient for their national interest. And if there is a big enough possibility of trade in terms of nuclear reactors in fuel supply groups, or for strategic reasons to keep the ally and say that we have asked you to forsake nuclear weapons, but you should not be derived of nuclear technology for peaceful purposes, for energy, for medicine, etc. So there would be these exceptions would be there. And if they thought that it would not be diverted, they could transfer technology. India, the NSG is an extremely complex topic. India has a long-term nuclear program. It started soon after independence. India needs nuclear energy for its energy security and for its development of research and medicinal purposes, used in agriculture. And what has happened is that India was assisted by Canada with the first reactor of from there. And India's record has been of a very responsible nuclear power. It has voluntarily forsaken to manufacture nuclear weapons. And some would say that it was a mistake that it did not forsaken to manufacture or test nuclear weapons before the NPT came into force. India would have also been recognized as a nuclear weapons state, and all the problems it is having in supply of nuclear fuel would not have been there at all. India has actively been cooperating. India has since also with countries on civil nuclear front. India has been dealt with in USA with civil nuclear deal, which was signed during UPA 1. But India had earlier also received nuclear assistance from the then Soviet Union and Russia on a different technology about nuclear reactors, thorium fuel being used, heavy water being used in Kuala in Tamil Nadu. India was provided with special exemptions by the NSG so that it could sign the deal with the USA. Now this is interesting because it was not because of any exertions on India's part diplomatically that ensured that it would have access to the NSG, but because America at that stage, President Bush was very keen to sign this agreement with India, and the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had risked the future of his government on the success of this deal. The Americans went out of their way to persuade other members of the NSG that an exemption should be made so this deal could be signed with the United States. India had been seeking NSG membership to further ease its cooperation with other countries for civilian nuclear purposes. Now, this is what has remained a fraught issue. While the American persuasion of the NSG allies, along fellow members, succeeded in getting the signature on the 123 agreement with the USA, India has not been given easy access which would facilitate its dealings with other countries on civilian nuclear purposes. The NSG membership criterion is that the ability to supply items covered by the NSG guidelines. India obviously fulfills this. Signing of the nuclear proliferation agreement. This is what is the major obstacle. India believes that as long as sovereign country is a sovereign country, it retains its right to enter into treaties voluntarily. And if there are dual standards, if there are some countries are allowed to get away with their nuclear programs without signing the NPT, they are recognized. India should not be singled out for this. Enforcement of domestic legal export control regime is easy to implement in case of India. Adherence to NSG guidelines. Obviously, again, India has no problem with this one. Support of international efforts towards non-proliferation. India has always been talking ever since its independence a policy of disarmament, general disarmament, then nuclear disarmament, then cutting down stockpiles of nuclear weapons. So, except the signing of the nuclear proliferation agreement, the NPT, India has no problems fulfilling all the criteria of becoming a member of the NSG. The benefits are quite obvious. It would be supplies of nuclear material, equipment, and technology would become far more accessible. Latest information on nuclear matters would be exchanged more easily without any restrictions. Platform credentials would be in India's and part of the international nuclear supplies regime. It would become. Now, all this again is a matter of interesting attempt to latest information on nuclear matters. It is not as if India has denied it, but India has been in the past humiliated because the countries who thought that India doesn't deserve to be the member of the nuclear club unless it signs the NPT. The top Indian scientists like Ramana at times denied visas to visit America. It was a humiliating wait for them before they could participate in international conferences, symposia. And because this is a sensitive technical issue, so you would like to avoid all these hiccups. Why does India want to become a member of the NSG? First of all, it would ensure that India's energy security is in place. It would create nuclear energy industry in India. It would be big in India, made for India, also possibly to share with its neighbors who do not have this kind of technological achievements. Better technologies to make nuclear energy cheaper and greener. Now, on this there might be some apprehensions because there have been nuclear accidents in Chernobyl, in Long Island, in Fukushima, and countries which at one time were using nuclear energy as a green energy, as an efficient, cheap energy, renewable energy, have also realized cutting down, whether it is Germany under the influence of Green Party, whether it is the French or the Japanese, they have slowly forsaken their nuclear energy for peaceful purposes program cut down for energy generation. They want to retain the option of developing nuclear research for peaceful purposes, but energy is a question mark. Because the waste material generated in nuclear reactors is highly radioactive, it has very long half-life, and it's a question of sort of locating from one place to another the polluted radioactive material. So it really postpones the threat to environment to future generation. It is not necessarily greener. Support for other uses of nuclear energy for food preservation, for scientific research, for medical research are well taken. India also realizes that it would have access to nuclear fuel and other things at competitive prices. There would be no need for India to sign bilateral agreements with different countries. As a member, you see, since 1994 has been noted, there has been this exception that if a country thought that it could transfer nuclear technology or fuel to a country which was not diverted for military purposes, it could do so. But this would mean that India would have get into a series of bilateral agreements from Switzerland, from Brazil, from Australia, and then it would decide what to do. As a member of the NSG, India could install the membership of other unfriendly countries like Pakistan. Now, this I think is overemphasizing the point because India would not have a veto because the decisions in the NSG are taken consensually. So if 48 members either want to admit Pakistan or not want to admit Pakistan, India would not be in a situation to block Pakistan really. India's entry has been blocked by, say, Chinese reluctance to let India join the club. So the big powers, the Americans, the Russians, and the Chinese would still call all the shots. India would of course become an active participant in shaping international nuclear regime. This is what then are the challenges for India. The major challenge continues to remain that China has been blocking India's entry to NSG and there is no sign that China would change its policies. As long as it insists India has not signed the NPT. India's position is not likely to change on this issue that India would not sign the NPT till it's a discriminatory regime. The NSG, we should not forget, was formed specifically in response to a nuclear test by India in Pokhran 1974. So the basic formation of NSG is a posture which pushes back against India's nuclearization, and this continues there. India has an active nuclear weapons program, so the other countries could insist that as long as it accepts that it has an active weapons program, why should it not sign the NPT and then get the benefits of energy? Now, the Indians have also enunciated a nuclear doctrine that they would not use it, there would be no first use of nuclear weapons, it would never be used against a country which doesn't have nuclear weapons, etc. It's only for the purpose of deterrence and to save its own national vital interests, but these arguments have not all been accepted by the members of the NSG. The achieving consensus in energy, countries like Brazil and Switzerland are also apprehensive. Switzerland is a different category altogether, but Brazil at one stage had a very active nuclear program and was considered to be a threshold power for nuclear weapons acquisition accomplishment. But Brazilian leadership at times has a hindsight and probably thinks that they made a mistake by not developing nuclear weapons, and then they would have a better bargaining position vis-a-vis United States of America and the American continent, and also they have a perception of their power in terms of their expanse of territory, they occupy the resources they have, the accomplishment they have in technology. So Brazil is a different case altogether. Brazil might be also having reservations. The argument is that the NSG makes exception for India, it would have to make exception for other countries as well, Pakistan and Israel. This we think is a special argument, it doesn't cut much ice because Israel flaunts its nuclear weapons and it has got them flouting all the NPT restrictions and nothing has been done about it. There are other countries like North Korea which have been assisted by their patrons like China and they have done that. Pakistan's acquisition of nuclear weapons was thanks to the Americans turning a blind eye, the Iranians, the Libyans and the Chinese helping them out with that. So I think this argument that if one exception is made for India, it would have to make exceptions for others doesn't make sense. Things that go in India's favor are that India at the present has the support of major powers like USA, UK, France, and one would think that once they remove, if these three are supporting India, Russians would not hold back their support for India. But as long as the decisions are taken by consensus and China digs its heels in, the blow progress can be made. India has, of course, an unblemished track record in nuclear proliferation. It has not been a party like Pakistan for piracy by the top scientists to other countries. Nobody can say that India has been harming terrorists. There is any threat of Indian nuclear technology being passed on to a non-state actor in a responsible terrorist group. There is a strong domestic export control regime which operates in this area as well. India is de facto a nuclear weapons state. It has accepted voluntary monitoring on testing. India has always consistently supported disarmament, particularly nuclear disarmament. India is a member of the Missile Technology Control Regime, Australia Group, the Hague Code of Conduct. So many things argue in favor of India's access to be granted to energy. India will make sure that India supplies nuclear equipment to other countries responsibly. So India's responsible behavior in the international arena has been time tested. And then what is the way out for India? The way out forward for India in NSG is a fact of life. It may be formal, it may not be treaty based, but it is 48 members which matter in the nuclear arena to provide access to nuclear technology to nuclear fuel, and India has to live with it. So India also has to live with the reality that as long with the existing structure of energy of a large cartel, where decisions are taken consensually, one member, China, which is almost at loggerheads with everybody else, digging its heels in, can block India's unimpeded access to energy for quite some time to come. But the hopeful features are that the more China is belligerent, the more China is aggressive in other theaters, the more the countries in the European Union and United States of America feel threatened by China's cyber wars, by China's not only cyber wars, but China's trade imbalance against their favor, threatened by China's BRI initiative. It may come to a stage where China's resistance may not be enough to keep India out. So India has to diplomatically keep trying to persuade and soften the other members, maybe build up a series of bilateral deals with them, which becomes much too important for them to disregard, and then India's access to energy might be granted. That's all we have for you this time. Till we meet again, goodbye and thank you.
Welcome to Byju's IAS and a very warm welcome to this special series of lectures where we examine India's relationship with its neighbors, India's participation in multilateral forums, India's participation in international organizations, and generally try to provide to you a perspective on international relations where India's pursuit of its national interest becomes far more easy to comprehend and prepare you better for the civil service examinations. This time what we are going to discuss with you is a very complex but fascinating subject of the arms control groupings. Let's not make a confusing remark. Arms control negotiations and arms control groupings are two different categories. So arms control groupings are an unofficial kind of a formation where India participates. There can be bilateral, regional, global groupings, and there are negotiations at one forum can reinforce the negotiations at another forum. And when we talk in terms of arms control groupings, we have to talk in terms of the context first of all. The context is that the modern roots can be traced back of arms control to Hague Convention of 1899, when lethal weapons were being manufactured due to industrial processes, mechanizations, large volumes, and new weapons were emerging. And there was a concern that this would be a hazard for mankind. That's one. Actually, the history can be traced back to weak city states, where one city state thought that the rival city state should not be allowed to amass more than a certain volume of arms. So there has been this tug of war between those who have the arms, who don't want others to have arms, or the rival countries to seek parity in arms, and this leads to an arms race, which is ultimately destructive. So the modern roots of arms control can be traced back to Hague Convention. These are voluntary groupings even afterwards. These groupings which we are going to talk about are legally non-binding in character. Each group has a limited number of member states based on some membership criteria, and it's aimed at preventing the proliferation primarily of what are called LWMD, weapons of mass destruction, and conventional arms. When we are talking arms control groupings, we are not talking of nuclear arms control or nuclear proliferation. The idea is to regulate the trade and transfer of military equipment and technology, including dual-use technology. Now, this dual-use technology is an interesting concept which has emerged in recent decades. That there is technology which can be used for peaceful purposes, but the same technology could be adapted for military purposes, or transfer of technology for peaceful purposes could be converted, diverted to military use. And here, when we say regulation of trade, it's important because not all countries in the world have the capacity to manufacture arms. So they have to buy arms from one source or the other. And keeping in mind the divide, the ideological divide during the Cold War, the power rivalries of the present day, and sheer commerce of making money out of arms trade puts different countries in positions of rivals. So buyer has a choice with certain constraints to receive arms from one or the other source. It also, these groupings are directed very idealistically to formulating certain norms and regulations that are implemented by the members in their respective jurisdictions independently. It's important to remember, we said a little earlier, that no agreement in these groupings is binding. It doesn't have the force of a treaty, but it is expected that the norms will be established where sovereign states will do it in their own jurisdictions independently. If they are manufacturing arms, they will not sell them and trade them to irresponsible non-state actors, so they should not go to the hands of terrorists. They will not give them to reckless, power-hungry, corrupt dictators who use them against their own population. And regulations apply to members only. Obviously, they cannot apply to non-members. The most important of these groupings is the Missile Technology Control Regime, also called MTCR. India was admitted as the 35th member as late as 2016 only. Although the regime was established in 1987 by G7 countries, the rich, powerful countries of the West, the aim was to prevent the proliferation of missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles that would deliver more than 500 kg payload to a range of more than 300 kilometers. Now, both these are interesting. The 400 kg payload would restrict the damage capacity of this projectile, and if the range was not more than 300 kilometers, it could be monitored, and the major powers could see that their interest were not hurt, because unless you are in a position to have an intercontinental ballistic missile which has a range of 2,000 kilometers, you would not be able to hit any major power. In formal non-treaty groupings of voluntary natures where one that formulated guidelines for member states covering export controls, domestic policies, information sharing, etc. Decisions are taken by consensus. So far, so good, all theoretical. In 1992, the scope was expanded to cover all types of weapons of mass destruction, because the payload that could be carried by a rocket, by a projectile, could be nuclear, could be chemical, could be biological, could be traditional explosives. No punitive measure for non-compliance is legally non-binding agreement. It's supplemented by the Hague Code of Conduct, that is International Code of Conduct against ballistic missile proliferation, established in 2002 with 136 member states. Now, the number of member states either signatories to this agreement doesn't make a difference, because ultimately what makes a difference is that the countries which have a monopoly of sophisticated technology of rocket propulsion and the range of rocketry can make a difference. Take an example: India had to limit the range of BrahMos missiles it was producing jointly with Russia to 300 kilometers, because Russia's obligation under MTCR prohibited it from sharing technology with a country which could have a range more than 300 kilometers. Now, this is ironical, because India over a period of time has developed its space exploration capacity ICRO from small balloon-launched weather forecasting Rohini rockets to geostationary satellite launch vehicles. India has come a long way. India can produce rockets and project into space satellites. It can put them to commercial use. It has a missile range which can be used to have a range of more than 300 kilometers. So this is apart. But India was then adhering to the norms and accepted this. India's membership bolsters its status as a responsible military power. Now, why India accepts these FCCRs? Because when India was sanctioned after the Pokhran explosions, the restrictions on dual-use technology came. So not only did it lose out of the nuclear technology, it was losing out of the rocketry also. So India, when it accepts FCCR, declares its extension, that is voluntarily accepting a power, it is a responsible military power, and although it possesses advanced nuclear and missile technology, it is missile technology control regime is acceptable to it. It allows it
to hope that others will share with it sophisticated technology. The benefit for India could be to obtain advanced drone technology from USA is develop armed drones. Now, India is already in a position to buy this kind of unarmed drones, etc., from a source. But the important thing is that can it also receive technology to manufacture them in the long run for itself? China is significantly not a member of TCR, but it too has informally pledged to adhere to its own guidelines. The whole point is that if a country like China adheres to the guidelines, it is also signaling like India to the world at large that it is a responsible power. It is not going to proliferate these weapons to irresponsible non-actors or terrorists. Then there's the Masina arrangement. There's another grouping of arms control. India joined as 42nd member again in 2017, a year after the first group, to control transfer of conventional weapons and dual-use goods and technologies. Now, the conventional weapons can be pretty destructive themselves. They can be high explosives. Also aims to prevent terrorists from acquiring military equipment and technology. Now, you see, the point is that if you are a non-state actor as a terrorist group, you can probably impose sanctions and see and monitor that the arms don't travel to it. But if a state, say for instance like Pakistan, shelters and provides sanctuary to terrorists, what guarantee is there that the technology made available, not transferred, but weapons made available, are given to Pakistan which find their passage to their terrorist irresponsible non-state actor groups? There are so far 42 member states, mostly the NATO countries, maintain a list of goods and technology that is updated regularly, such as the Coordinating Committee for Mutual Export Controls from the days of the Cold War. So this is really a post-Cold War element to stop proliferation of conventional weapons of mass destruction. Plenary meetings are held regularly, decisions are taken by consensus, obligations only to share information on transfer or denial of listed goods and technologies to non-member states. The benefits for India are obvious. It recognizes India to have certain advanced dual-use goods and technologies, and it says that India is responsible not transferring them to irresponsible actors. India gains access to advanced technologies for its defense and space programs. Then there's the Australia group. India became its 43rd member in 2018. And you can see the pattern. 2016 India becomes a member of one group, 2017 it joins another group, 2018 it joins the third group. So of the 6 major groups operating informally, non-governmentally in this sector unofficially, India has joined 3, which matters. The aim of the Australia group is to ensure that the exports do not contribute to the development of chemical and biological weapons. Now these chemical and biological weapons at one stage were considered to be even more disastrous and important than the nuclear weapons, because international community thought that the balance of terror ensured that there would be some kind of an agreement between the major powers, between the two superpowers, on testing, on not having a stockpile of more than X number of strategic weapons. And on the contrary, the chemical weapons which would do ecological damage, nerve gas damage not to property but to life, biological weapons which could destroy, again, it could be a biological weapon for disease-bearing microbe like anthrax, it could be a virus. And if you keep in mind the controversy which started with the Wuhan coronavirus escape, there was speculation that the biological weapon was being developed, which was there. So the chemical weapons which had pretty bad reputation was used during Vietnam War by United States of America of Napalm, which created terrible burns or which Agent Olive destroyed the plant life. So this biological chemical weapons were no less dangerous and frightening than the nuclear weapons, and they were weapons of mass destruction. Now, this group was formed in 1985 as a response to Iraq's use of chemical weapons in Iran-Iraq war, and there were also allegations that Iraq had been using against Saddam Hussein these chemical weapons against its own citizens, the Kurds, etc. The secretariat of this group is located in Australia. It maintains a list of 54 regulated chemical substances that can be updated as and when required. The export control measures by members also helps them in complying with the provisions of the Chemical Weapons Convention and Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention. So this is really a reinforcement of the nations in this group, trying to build up a bulwark against the use of these weapons. Decisions are taken again by consensus. It strengthens India's bid for the membership of the all-important nuclear supplies group for India. Please bear in mind that the nuclear supplies group is again an unofficial cartel of nuclear fuel suppliers. Now this is not a treaty obligation, but this cartel can keep anybody out, and India has been trying ever since it signed the agreement with the United States for peaceful use of nuclear energy 1, 2, 3. It has been aspiring to become a member of this group. The grouping is informal, legally non-binding again. Obligations are export licensing, information sharing, harmonization of export, industrial regulation, periodic monitoring. This is a standard protocol, standard operating procedure. A benefit for India is it strengthens India's claim to national and international security by preventing development of chemical and biological weapons by terrorists and rogue states. Now, you see, this is one area where it doesn't require a very big plant or complex mechanism. Anybody halfway competent in biology or chemistry could synthesize or bring together toxic material chemically or have a biological weapon. It could be a plague, it could be anthrax, it could be smallpox, against which a majority of the Western world has lost its immunity, or it could be a serious virus like a SARS virus, like the coronavirus. The critical analysis of the subject is the pros of the membership. What are the benefits? The country gains access to advanced military equipment and technology and escapes the prohibitions and sanctions. It prevents the spread of sensitive weapons to non-state actors and technology transfers or piracy to terrorists. But keeping in mind the kind of nuclear piracy which Pakistan's top scientists indulge in, there always could be a rogue scientist who could be a party to either for his ideological sympathies or the temptations given by money or blackmail of any other kind, honey trap, very good to do this. Boost to domestic defense industry, of course, is obvious. Bolsters India's credentials as a responsible power, get a seat at the strategic high table, whatever that might mean. Because getting a seat at the strategic high table means being treated, to our mind, at some kind of parity with United States of America, Russia, and China. India is a very legitimate aspirant for this position, but not in a position, unfortunately, due to its technology development, due to its late arrival at the nuclear weapons power state, to take full advantage of this. Information sharing on advanced technological developments will, of course, be facilitated. It would be a boost to India's nuclear space and defense program. Nobody can deny that these are the advantages which accrue to India. What are the cons? What are the disadvantages? India would be obligated to share sensitive information about its technological developments plans, either in biological sphere or in chemical sphere or in the weapons of mass destruction. You could even extend an area to anti-personnel mines, IEDs, which are used by terrorists in some cases. Where would they get their high explosives? Where would they get the training to do this? With other countries. There would be control on India's exports, but as we studied, this is not a legally binding thing, but the whole good work done by India to establish its responsible credentials would be destroyed if there were leakages and if India exported illegitimately some of these products. The impact on domestic industry might be not all positive, because if there are controls of certain kinds of technologies being developed or exported, you would not have export earnings. Then also, the more fundamental issue is like the NPT, all these arguments impinge on the sovereignty of a nation. Now, the COVID crisis is a very good example of this. The Chinese refused point blank that they were experimenting with a virus which they was not kept safely, in safe environments in Wuhan lab, or there was a development of a biological weapon. So you have a problem where you have a sovereign country which can assert that it will not allow inspections. Or it could be a case like the nuclear proliferation in Iran. But the point is, it is easier to monitor the nuclear proliferation because the technology is more complex. The plants cannot be all underground. There are different stages which can be monitored by the International Atomic Energy Agency, centrifuges, triggers, enrichments of fuel. But they all impinge on the sovereignty of a country. If a handful of countries can claim that they have the monopoly to conduct research in biological weapons, be it for defense purposes, for cyber warfare, so whatever they do is for defensive purposes. Whatever anybody else does is to destabilize the world and is a threat to their security. So what is the way forward? The way forward is that India is a technologically capable country. India is going to make strides in various fields, and India, as its economy gets back on rails, would be in a better position to assert its sovereign autonomy in various fields, including into weapons development. But let us not forget, India's foreign policy has been firmly placed on the foundation of disarmament and arms control. The Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, made it very clear that India was a peaceful country. India bore no ill will or malice towards any neighbor or distant country. India was a non-aligned country, and India needed all its resources to alleviate poverty, to develop in an accelerated growth rate, and distribute the benefits of development equitably. The situation has not changed. The imperative of peace, the dividend of peace, is still very, very tempting. India remains a country committed to a policy of peace, which means that India remains committed to a policy of disarmament, gender disarmament, and within the area of disarmament, not only nuclear weapons disarmament, but chemical, biological, and also the anti-personnel mines, etc., which have shown what damage they can do in a They can kill and maim people. So I think this is a very good beginning, and India would probably do very well to provide the lead to carry the other nations with it. That's what we have for you this time. More when we meet the next time. Thank you and goodbye. Welcome to Byju's IS, and a very warm welcome to our series of lectures on international relations. What we try to do in these lectures is to acquaint you with issues and events in international relations with a proper historical background that should facilitate your understanding of A. India's vital national interests, B. The understanding of how power equations continuously change in international relations. We include in these lectures India's bilateral relationship, India's relationship with the countries in the neighborhood, India's participation in multilateral fora and international institutions. This time what we are going to do with you is to focus on something which is quite unusual and unique. It is an example of multilateral diplomacy, but the topic is very, very fascinating. Is the foundation of the International Solar Alliance. And normally when such multilateral fora are there, they are either formed through a treaty or India is either a founding member with many others, or India joins as a member later. But in this case, India has played a crucial role in articulating what the International Solar Alliance should be, and it comes at a very opportune time when the world is confronted with the carbon emission, carbon footprint increasing, global climate changing, and extreme weather events taking place. So I think solar power becomes a very interesting option of clean energy, and International Solar Alliance assumes great importance. So this is what we are going to do, and we should begin as usual with the formation of the alliance and what led to it. The International Solar Alliance is an action-oriented, member-driven, collaborative platform for increased deployment of solar energy technologies as a means for bringing energy access, ensuring energy security, and driving energy transition in the member countries. Now, let's focus on the solar energy. Why is it that the International Solar Alliance has become a subject of such public interest recently? Solar energy is actually, in a manner of speaking, the source of all energy in the universe. You have what you call solar system, is the heat radiating from the burning star or our sun, sustains everything on the sun. All other forms of energy are basically can be traced back to solar energy. So, but why did we not think of solar energy before this as the cleanest form of energy, the best form of energy, the free form of energy, etc.? The problem was that as long as there were other forms of energy, we could only use solar energy when the sun was shining. The old phrase is make hay when sun shines, but sun doesn't always remain shining. There are clouds that cover the sun, there are eclipses, the seasons change, and the sun doesn't shine equally in all parts of the globe. So solar energy was not equally distributed. That's one. And the second thing is that the efficiency of the solar energy was very low. You could not store solar energy. You could store solar energy much later in photovoltaic cells, but the efficiency of these cells was so low that it was not cost effective. The interesting is that there were some experiments of solar cookers which are supposed to be great novelties, based solar cookers with reflectors focusing the radiated heat on a small pan, so people could boil rice, people could sink their fingers, people could at times roast something, but it was not partial help towards energy dependence on other energy sources. You had the rooftop solar panels which heated power, so you got not boiling water, but you had very high temperature water. So there are people experimenting with solar energy, but solar energy's major problem was A, it was not efficient, B, it was not evenly distributed all over the world, it was also storing it was a very great difficulty. So there were small solar panels to charge your phone's battery, charge your computer's battery in areas where electricity was not there, but it was not efficient. So the energy access, ensuring energy security were non-starters in the early days. And now what the Solar Alliance does now, I say for short, is to address the common challenge to scaling up of the solar energy in line with the needs of the member countries. In the line with the need of member countries means that majority of countries in the world which do not enjoy great sunshine can also now benefit. In the years recently, the efficiency of solar energy photovoltaic cells has increased greatly. There have been areas where people have set up solar energy farms, especially in the home state of Prime Minister Modi. In Mandovi, there's a big solar energy farm, and people have used solar energy to drive boilers to have. It's turned out to be more efficient than even wind energy, and the better storage are possible. You can also have solar energy generated in one place in a solar energy farm and pass on to a grid. So this is the alliance was founded by India and France, and it was founded in 2015 at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change was being discussed in the Paris Climate Agreement (COP) in 2015. The problem here was that by this time all countries were realizing that other options of clean renewable energy for sustainable development had some problem. Nuclear energy generated waste, hydroelectric energy produced displacement, big gas had their own problems, there was impact. Solar energy seemed to be the best option available, and France, which at one stage was dependent on the good quantum of energy requirements of nuclear energy, was opting to move out into a cleaner energy. And Prime Minister Modi of India took this opportunity to project India's view of the Indian Solar Alliance. We shall see how he generated enough enthusiasm for it. It is a treaty-based intergovernmental organization. So first of all, it is not amorphous, it is not informal. Mr. Modi and the French leader saw that you have a structure. So there is a treaty-based organization, there are obligations for member states, the headquarters are hosted by India, interim secretariat is in Gurugram for this National Institute of Solar Energy. Now, vision is very simple. Let us together make the sun shine brighter. Now, how does it shine brighter? It may be overcast by clouds, it may be eclipse, but some part of the world is having sun shining. And if you can manage to harness solar energy there and add it to a grid or store it, then the sun shines brighter for everybody. It's a very catchy slogan, very popular slogan, but makes sense. The mission statement is also every home, no matter how far away, we have light at home. So there are solar lanterns which are used in mountains, there are solar panels which energize the telecom equipment, but now, as we said, with better efficiency of solar energy harnessing, you could think in terms of every home, no matter how far away, will have a light at home. What is the structure? The structure is there is an assembly. The apex decision-making body of the International Solar Alliance is the assembly. It meets annually at the ministerial level, at the seat of the ISA, which is India, where India can take the lead. The secretariat assists the national focal points, provides guidance and supports to members, maintains communication to relevant stakeholders. Now, once generation of solar energy is used in this momentum, you have the high-tech end of solar energy, where the cutting-edge technologies are trying to have photovoltaic cells which can store for a long time, high quantum of energy should be used. You would even have these batteries put in electrical cars, scooters, in three-wheelers, and they run. Now, these electrical cars run for 500 kilometers on one charge, but they have to be charged from the electrical output. But if you had a battery which was maybe rechargeable with solar energy, you would have, or you had a hybrid, you use solar energy to generate, produce hydrogen, and you had that use. So this is, again, the big industry gets involved in this. Cutting-edge technology gets involved in this. And then you have committees, the standing committees, the regional committees, like all structured treaty-based organizations. There are national focal points designated by each member country. Then they constitute a permanent network of correspondents which interact amongst themselves. They make recommendations to the secretariat. So this is more or less a clean-cut structure with no ritualistic meeting of secretarial heads or ministerial heads and so on, but basically driven by solar energy experts and specialists led by India. The role of ISA. The roles are fourfold actually. It says accelerator, it accelerates, it acts as a catalyst for solar energy by demand aggregation. Demand aggregation is the first step. You try to find out, you try to map out how much solar energy is being generated at the moment, is being evenly distributed, what is the scope of even generating solar energy in areas where sun is not shining, which is cloudy, where sun is there for a short while, but the energy efficiency now being possible, accelerates the demand. It enables, is another role is enabler role. It can assist in funding. And solar energy for domestic use, even for industrial use, there was a time when it was being popularized by high amount of subsidy. So if you are using it for community purposes, then 90% subsidy came for solar energy utilization. But right now, what you can do, what you require is funds at a higher level, larger volume, so you can carry on your own independent research in innovative use of solar energy. It can also play the role of an incubator. That's what the venture capitalist does. But in this case, there is no individual venture capitalist gambling on the use of solar energy and profits it can generate. It is risk mitigation of a particular government which is investing in this, and government risk mitigation mechanism distributes the burden of risky capital investment all across. It can also play a role of a facilitator, project preparation, support, leading on to investments. So these fourfold roles are quite separate, quite distinct, but they dovetail with each other and reinforce each other. What are the objectives? The objectives are simply collectively address the key common challenges to scale up solar energy application from domestic to industrial to transport, mobilize investment of more than $1 trillion by 2030. Now, just a decade ahead. And $1 trillion sounds big, but if you see the requirements of the whole globe, if we are going to reduce the dependence of the globe on fossil fuels or other forms of energy like nuclear energy, which has other hazards and risks, $1 trillion seems to be too low. If you recall the kind of money which the United States of America spent on its war in Afghanistan, it is smaller than that sum. But the point is that you can't eventually say, I want the sun, moon, and the star. if you can show the utilization of this $1 trillion in the first half of the next decade, maybe we can generate even more funds. Coordination action through voluntary programs aimed at better harmonization, allocation of demand risk resources, promoting solar finance and solar technologies, collaborative R&D and capacity building. All these are, in the case of the International Solar Alliance, not impossible to achieve because these collaborations can be possible at the grassroots level. They can be adapted innovatively to different social milieux, different regions, different terrains, and the benefits can be immediately felt from the mountainous village deep down in the valleys in Nepal to Saharan Africa where sun shines all the time. And if you can have solutions, local solutions for a major global problem of carbon emission and renewable energy, I think solar energy is easy to convince. Another objective is to reduce the cost of finance to increase investment in solar energy by promoting innovative financial mechanisms and mobilizing funds. We did talk in terms of subsidies, but there should be no need for the government in the long run, either in India or elsewhere, to subsidize the use of solar energy. It should pay for itself over a period of time. If you have solar panel on the rooftop for water boiling, you use that for cooking, cleaning, everything. You have save so much energy over a period, and it's always there. Very little effort would needed to repair and replace it. And you have promote a common cyber platform. This, of course, cyber platform is the buzzword, which is virtual space in digital means. You promote networking, cooperation, exchange of ideas among member countries. So it doesn't need too much of bureaucracy. Much of it is in the public domain. People can inform themselves, educate themselves about the energy, and it doesn't need too much convincing. There's no pollution. It is cheap. It is freely available, and now it is increasingly more efficient. That is what I think the credit must be given to Prime Minister Modi, who is very fond of catchy slogans, acronyms. And when he talked of one sun, one source of energy, I think it was very convincing. The member states. The membership earlier was restricted to only sunshine countries, countries in tropics. Later it was open to all countries. By now 101 countries have signed the ISA agreement and 80 countries have ratified this, which means that they have accepted the binding responsibilities and duties of the treaty obligations. It is this group of countries in the International Solar Alliance is the largest grouping of states after the United Nations, which should be very encouraging. There are 34 observer and prospective countries, 23 partner organizations. So if you add these 34 observers who can be convinced soon, it would be almost replicating two-thirds of the membership, or if not more, of the United Nations. There are 23 partner organizations which have specialized interest in this. There are 33 special invitee organizations invited to the General Assembly of the International Solar Alliance. So I think this is one of those more promising international multilateral forums which India has contributed towards creation. What are the programs? The most important program is to scale up the solar application for agricultural use, which means irrigation. So you don't use fossil fuels or electricity for pumping water. You don't have it for drying and other processing of the crops. So you have solar power doing this. We have scaling of the solar mini grids. So if you have many grids which form a network honeycomb kind of thing, then you can maybe surplus energy from sunshine area can be passed on to the national grid. You have scaling of the solar rooftops. You could have an architectural obligation in building rules. Then anybody who builds a construction like rainwater harvesting has solar electricity generation. So when the electricity grid fails, there's a split of power, communication network works, even the television works, and you also have water heated for use. You have scaling of e-mobility and storage. This is important. Right now we have cells which have a lot of power, but we probably have to keep working, technology has to keep working on the initialization of batteries, less hazardous batteries to dispose of when their life cycle is over, and also no risk involved of exploding, etc. when they are charging. So there's a concept of solar power which we discussed. This is Mangavi Gujarat, but such solar powers can come in different places. Solar energy could be used for heating and also as well as for cooling. Solar PV batteries, there's photovoltaic batteries, and waste management remains a challenge because lithium or whatever cadmium which goes into or nickel which goes into these photovoltaic cells have terribly polluting properties. But as long as they're safely disposed of, as long as we have a technology to recycle as much as we can, we probably do that. We have worked for solar for hydrogen generation. This again is an optimistic program. What are the initiatives we have taken? ISA International Solar Alliance Center for Technology, Applications and Resources. There's a Star C, ISA Star C, supports capacity building at different levels for creation of skilled workforce. So you have to have a trained mechanic to service in Calcutta, you have similarly have to have a trained technician who can repair your rooftop solar system or your rooftop boiler system. All this is used for really large industrial purposes. Then you may use even running a turbine. So ITEC is again technological and economic cooperation between government and India supporting the International Solar Alliance by providing trainers to master trainers who in turn can train trainers in other countries, other developing countries. And there is also an ISA Solar Fellowship for mid-career professionals. So at one level, at grassroots level, slightly above that, you are training skilled mechanics, people who can repair, who can maintain. At another level, you have mid-career professionals. At managerial level, who become specialists in solar energy specialization. You had that in the fossil fuel area. There were petroleum engineers, there were people specializing in utilization of gas, there were people specializing in nuclear energy, people specializing in hydroelectric generation. So you have an opening sunrise area where people can cross-train, become skillful in developing technology. There, India is also very keen on having an Infopedia, an online platform which disseminates information about solar energy and the best practices. It is supported by the European Union free. So this is sustainable energy, this is cheap energy, there is increasingly efficient energy, no downside. So if this can happen, it is there. There are other initiatives proposed. There's a World Solar Bank, although World Solar Bank is in the embryonic stage, not much is known about how it will take form. There is a coalition for sustainable climate action, which would follow up if institutional engagements with private sector and public corporate sectors are accelerated to use solar energy. The ISA Cares is a body like the PM Cares in India, dedicated to the development of solar energy in healthcare sector, particularly with COVID patients, when pandemic were there, you had to have equipment which had to run with 0% chance of failure. So this was solar energy would come very handy there. There is a talk of a tripartite agreement with World Bank and the government of India, one sun, one world, one grid. Now this is much too ambitious. Right now we should worry about one sun, one nation, one grid, and then move over to one world and see what we can do about that. It is enabling energy transition to a low carbon world, which is a very desirable objective. The various solar awards have been proposed by the government of India, the Visvesvaraya, the Bharat Ratna, Pioneering Engineer of Pre-colonial India and Post-independence India, for recognizing the countries with maximum floating solar capacity. Kalpana Chawla Award for naming outstanding contribution of scientists working in the field of solar energy, very aptly named for Kalpana Chawla, was a girl of Indian origin, settled in America. So this crosses the solar alliance, crosses the narrow national boundaries, and recognizes this. There is a Diwakar Award. Diwakar, of course, is another name for sun in Hindi and Sanskrit, which is radiant, space light. And this awards the performance and contribution of organizations and institutions that have been working for the benefit of differently able people and have maximized the use of solar energy in the host country. So you see, it fits in with a lot of things which India is doing domestically. Program for Divyangs, program for sustainable energy, program for providing clean energy to, first it was gas to people who have been using fossil fuel cooler forms like kerosene or using coal or using brushwood and firewood, all created a much worse carbon footprint. Next step is you move away from even gas and you come to solar. So it has brilliant possibilities. And what are the latest developments? The latest developments are in the fourth general assembly of the International Solar Alliance that was held in 2021. The solar investment promise was to achieve $1 trillion by 2030. We have talked about this. Solar investment action agenda and solar investment roadmap is being prepared. The talk of OSOWOG, which is one sun, one world, one grid. Ambitious, yes, but they always say a man's grasp should be far beyond his reach or her reach. And there's a green grid initiative. These are things which might take up capture public imagination and progress will be made. There's the hydrogen initiative and enabling the use of solar electricity to produce hydrogen at a more affordable rate. So there's hydrogenization possibility in these latest developments anywhere. The importance for India. it increases the possibilities of self-cooperation, a very, very genuine possibility. It is not high-tech at the grassroots level. India has recognized competition in the field. India leads the developing world in renewable energy, especially the field of solar energy. India meets the Paris Agreement commitments, which were in jeopardy after US President Purpose. Then Trump walked out of it. It allows India to have diplomatic access to solar energy in other fields. It has great potential to accelerate domestic development. It helps tackle genuinely international challenges and issues of global warming and pollution. The funds can generate at a cheaper rate, and the foreign investment can have returns in solar energy, which may be of great value to investors. There is a possibility of learning from the best practices and technological collaboration. It allows India to play a role of genuine leadership in cooperation on climate change. Solar energy cooperation leading on one step ahead to climate change negotiations. It strengthens development cooperation in different countries in times of uncertainty and volatility. It is really a constructive area where conflict of interest doesn't seem to affect the interactions. But it is not as if there are no challenges. The challenges are the availability of funds is always difficult. Will technology keep pace as it is sustained in terms of efficiency? It has to be there. What will it do to India's energy possibly resources, possibly fossil fuels? As long as India has a vast store of fossil fuels, coal for instance, and great potential for hydroelectric generation, would it be economically wise for it to switch from fossil fuels and hydroelectric generation or nuclear energy to solar? But the problem is not so acute because we have a fair mix of different energy resources, sustainable development and renewable energy, and India can make a good mix. How do we make solar energy viable and profitable? Two different issues. Viable if it is energy efficient and economical, people will adopt it. Once they adopt it, economies will scale will come up. Different gadgets will be made which are run on solar energy. And once this happens, investors might be there to invest in sophisticated technology to do that. There's greatest bottleneck is lack of readiness among the developing countries. They would like a switch on or solution. That you switch on electricity comes. They are not bothered to think about it whether it is fossil fuels, whether it's nuclear energy, whether it's hydroelectric generation. It needs a changing mindset, and it probably changes. If there's a more than a changing mindset, you have to worry about the carbon footprint which you as an individual or a family are creating, and how much of a difference is made if you use solar energy. So how do we do that is a communication challenge. How do we convince the country? First of all, we convince the abjectly poor, the economically disadvantaged in our own country, and if we can show that we have succeeded with our best practices, we can be a model case, and others in the neighborhood can be attracted. There are some inherent problems associated with solar energy, which is storage, fluctuation, limited transmissibility, and great interconnectivity. Now, these are not things which are insurmountable. They appear insurmountable if we take the whole global picture, but if we take the regional picture, the national picture, and we take the South Asia as a region, and then build from that onwards, I think they are not insurmountable problems. The way forward in this case, we can say without any hesitation, the International Solar Alliance appears to be a project initiated by India with a collaboration from France, which seems to be an idea whose time has come. I think the world is sick of climate change hazards which is posing. The world is harassed by carbon emissions and poor carbon footprint, and this seems to be the best solution for many of our problems. And as far as India is concerned, because India has been an initiator, India has a proven capacity of showing something, which is only a question of scaling up first at home, communicating it to our neighbors, and going ahead. Here, the way forward seems to be rightly led by solar energy. Thank you very much. That's all we have for you this time. We'll meet you again soon with another topic. Until then, thank you and goodbye. Welcome to the Byju's IS, and a very warm welcome to this special series of lectures in which we focus on issues and events of that impact on India's international relations, India's national interest, India's foreign policy. We discuss India's relationship with neighbors, with great powers. We also focus on India's participation in multilateral fora, bilateral, multilateral arrangements that have a great impact on international relations. And one such issue which we wish to discuss with you this time is UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on Laws of the Sea. This is one of the most interesting subjects to study because if you talk in terms of strategic interest, passage through high seas is a very important principle of international law in the rule-based system. It should be open to all navigation. You talk in terms of territorial waters, continental shelf, exclusive economic zone, the country that can exploit resources in the territory under the seabed, in the contiguous areas is related to it. You talk in terms of economic relationship, the fisheries is involved. You talk in terms of strategic relationship, seas are important. So a convention on passage through seas is a very important aspect. Sea does not only divide, it unites people. So there is cultural aspect, there is economic aspect, there is strategic aspect, there is a trade aspect. Keeping all this in mind, this is a very interesting subject. In recent past, it has come again and again. When it suits China, it refers to a clause rule-based system. When it doesn't, it appropriate and aggressively drive forward, flouting the elements of this. And this is one of the elements which have stood the test of time for the rest of the world. So we shall have a quick look at what it means. What is UNCLOS? We begin with this. It is an international treaty which was adopted and signed in 1982, which means that it has almost been there for 4 decades. What does it do? It lays down a comprehensive regime of law and order in the world oceans and seas, establishing rules governing all uses of the oceans and their resources. Now, you see, if you are not a student of geography, you don't get a distinction between various bodies of water, a sea, an inland sea, an ocean, how the oceans merge into each other, how the seas open into different oceans, and how there are access to sea to landlocked countries, how many littoral countries are powerful enough with the presence to influence these things. Then you have those, shall we say, straits, which are militarily strategically important, which can be choked by a major power. So that traditionally there have been conventions and understandings and treaties doing this, but what UNCLOS does is to put them all together in one place and explains very well, in a logical fashion, how the world should operate this. The comprehensive regime, this is what I think is the most important part of UNCLOS, it does. It embodies in one instrument the traditional rules for the use of oceans. At the same time, it introduces new legal concepts. So at one level, it is putting together in one place the traditional rules which have been there order. It also has introduces new concepts and regimes. Now, the regimes are emerging forms of law before they are treaty-based law and so on, and addresses new concerns which technological developments have made it possible. As long as technology was not developed, deep sea ocean regime for resources was not possible for minerals or for oil. As long as fisheries were not developed technologically, no fishing boats could foray deep down into the high seas oceans and drive for fish there. But it might lead you might be using within your rights in the high seas, but if you exploit fisheries in a non-sustainable manner, you are going to destroy biodiversity, you are going to destroy fishes, and so on. The convention also provides a framework for further developments in specific areas of the laws of the seas. So it's an ongoing process. It combines, it provides a comprehensive framework. It brings in one place the traditional order rule-based system. It introduces new concepts. It provides a forum and mechanism where countries can negotiate what is likely to happen in the future. Now, the Office of the Legal Affairs of the United Nations serves as the secretariat of the convention, and the laws of the seas provides information, advice, and assistance to participating states. So it is information, advice, and assistance. We have a closer look. UNCLOS is the only international convention which stipulates a framework for state jurisdiction in marine spaces. Now, once you establish this jurisdiction in marine spaces, you could possibly think in terms of aviation, but it's not always compatible like that. The jurisdiction of marine spaces is very different from what it is on terra firma, earth, land. A different legal status to different maritime zones are there. So we shall see in slightly different detail as we go along that if you divide the zones of sea into different areas, the rights which correspond to the littoral state or a non-littoral state are totally different here. It provides the backbone for the offshore governance by coastal states, those navigating the oceans. Now, it is the backbone. for offshore governance by coastal states. And those negative oceans. Please remember this, that all those negative oceans might not be coastal states, may not be littoral states in the particular ocean, but their interests, trade, commerce, strategy, culture, all are involved here. It provides specific guidance for states' rights and also outlines the responsibilities in 5 concentric zones. So there are different zones, treat them like concentric zones and try examining that. How did it originate? The convention resulted from the Third United Nations Conference on the Laws of Seas, UNCLOS 3. Now, this is a slight confusion which might be clear. The abbreviation UNCLOS is the same as UNCLOS, but here the C stands for the Conference on the Laws of Seas. In the UNCLOS which we are studying is the Convention on the Laws of Seas. This took place between 1973 and 1982. So there was a decade-long negotiations, and this decade-long negotiations took place at a rather opportune time where the bitterness of the Cold War was almost over. There was a thaw, there was a rapprochement, there was a withdrawal from the USA from Southeast Asia, Vietnam after the Vietnam War. The relationship was being repaired between the American strategic concentration talks about Soviet Union and Russia. So this was a time when there was a possibility to negotiate certain things collaboratively, and this was also the time when Sino-American relationship was being reformed. There was a reduction in tension, so the climate was right for this. Now we have the UNCLOS. UNCLOS, what did it do? It replaced 4 treaties. There was a treaty of 1958. It was a convention of the high seas, which respectively concerned the territorial sea and the contiguous zone. So it only was making a distinction between there was a body of water contiguous to the territorial state, and then there was territorial waters over which the territorial state sovereignty. Then there was a contiguous zone which gave it certain rights but not sovereign rights, and then there was a idea of a continental shelf. Continental shelf was a projection of the landmass of a littoral state into the sea. It suddenly did not dip down. It continued for many miles. It could extend beyond 200 nautical miles, but in law never beyond 350 nautical miles. A claim would be sustained, and then the deep sea came. Now it evolved. Then followed the high seas, which where the freedom of maritime navigation was initially accepted. Now it was for fishing, conservation of living resources in the high seas. This was adopted in 1982. The World General Agreement could be arrived at all these things. It came into force in 1994. A year after Guyana became the 60th nation to ratify the treaty. All treaties have this built-in clause that X number of countries sign it, and then after that, if Y number of countries ratify, it automatically comes into force and becomes binding for all signatories. Who are the signatories to this convention? Having looked at that, it's interesting because it gives you the water body, it gives you the exclusions where there are non-parties who don't have signed it. You have countries which are large countries like Mongolia, which is landlocked, but understandable. The only non-signatory party which is of great concern is United States of America. It has an opening to the Atlantic Ocean, it has an opening to the Pacific Ocean, it has a naval military presence in Indian Ocean for the most part, and the countries allied too closely to United States of America in the northern tip of the Latin American subcontinent you see are the patches of red. And these patches of red should cause concern because if you say that the United States keep talking about the rule-based system, and especially when you are trying to contend with China, counter rates against South China Sea, the Chinese can turn back and say, look, we have signed the clause. You haven't. So how dare you tell us that we are not doing a rule-based system? You have in African continent where again it opens out into Indian Ocean, opens it out into Atlantic, only 2 small patches on one littoral state which others is landlocked, which doesn't sign the UNCLOS. Again, it says the big thing, the party is duly represented by the European Union. So you have almost European Union representing most of these. The signatory parties are all there. So there are 168 parties which include 164 UN member states out of 193, 1 UN observer state, Palestine, and 2 associated countries which are very small, Cook Islands and UAE. They don't really, much would not say so, we do difference to their sovereignty, but they don't really matter in politics. And of course, the European Union, they have times have a difference of opinion among major actors and some differences with that. But if you see the signatories, look at the map. This seems to be a one international agreement treaty based, which is very, very broad based, with one caveat: United States of America, the lone superpower, the unipolar power, claiming to be unipolar power, it can't do so after the retreat from Afghanistan, but is the one which is the spanner in the works. Rights and obligation of the states is first of all the baseline. It is the low water line along the coast as officially recognized the coastal state. Internal waters are waters on the landward side of the baseline. Each coastal state has full sovereignty over its internal waters, just like it has on land territory. Bays, ports, inlets, lagoons, backwaters, rivers are internal waters. Rivers may open into the sea, but they are internal waters. There is no right of innocent passage through internal waters. Innocent passage refers to passing through the waters which are not prejudicial to the peace and security of the country. However, the nations have the right to suspend the same. They might grant innocent passage through this also to a friendly country alike being besieged in a military situation. Second zone is territorial sea. It extends up to 12 nautical miles from the baseline, which is the low water mark. A nautical mile is roughly 1.1 land miles or 1.85 kilometers. But as long as you remember nautical miles, you don't have to have this conversion done all the time. Coastal states have sovereignty and jurisdiction over territorial sea. Now, this is interesting. That the inland waters is totally their sovereign matter, but they also have sovereignty and jurisdiction over the territorial sea, which is 12 nautical miles after the territorial waters. These rights extend not only to the surface, but to the seabed, subsoil, and even airspace above. But the coastal states' rights are limited because by the innocent passage to territorial water. If it is not a military vessel, if it does not pose a threat to the territorial state, the right innocent passage, this is what is that if you vote an intention, a malicious intention to hurt the security interests of the territorial state, you have a right to pass through territorial water. And this becomes important when there are overlapping zones in these water bodies. The third is the contiguous zone. It extends up to 24 nautical miles from the baseline. It is intermediary zone between territorial sea and the high seas. The coastal state has a right to both prevent and punish infringement of physical immigration, illegality, immigration, sanitary custom laws within its territory and in the territorial sea. Unlike the territorial sea, the contiguous